typical me versus somebody who's only practiced for like a couple of days. But at the same time, the raw practice of ideas that is combat, and the raw practice of exchange of ideas that is science, needs to often throw away expertise. And in communicating, there's another thing to science and expertise, which is leadership. It's not just, so the scientific method and the review process is this rigorous battle of ideas between scientists. But there's also a stepping up and inspiring the world and communicating ideas to the world. And that is skill of communication. I suppose that's my biggest criticism of the so-called experts in science, is they're just shitty communicators.
Absolutely. Yeah. Well, I can tell you, I get very frustrated with philosophers not reaching out more. I mean, I think it might be partly that we're trained to get watertight arguments, respond to all objections. And as you do that, eventually it gets more complicated and the jargon comes in. And but then to write a more accessible book or article, you have to loosen the argument a bit. And then we worry that other philosophers will think, oh, that's a really crap argument. So, I mean, the way I did it, I wrote my academic book first, just as a fundamental reality. And then a more accessible book, Galileo's Error, where the arguments, not as rigorously worked out. So then I can say proper arguments, the fuller arguments. But I get
that's
very
brilliantly done, by the way. Like that's such a, so people don't know, we first wrote Consciousness and Fundamental Realities, so that's the academic book, also very good. I flew through it last night, bought it. And then obviously the popular book is Galileo's Error, Foundations for a New Science of Consciousness. That's kind of the right way to do it.
Yeah.
To show that you're legit to your community, to the world, by doing the book that's normally good to read. And then doing the popular book that everybody's going to read. And that's cool.
Yeah. So I try now, every time I write an academic article, I try to write a more accessible version. I mean, the thing I've been working on recently, just because there's this argument, so there's a certain argument from the cosmological fine-tuning of the laws of physics for life to the multiverse that's quite popular, physicists like Max Tegmark. There's an argument in philosophy journals that's there's a fallacious line of reasoning going on there from the fine-tuning to the multiverse. Now, that argument is from 20, 30 years ago, and it's discussed in academic philosophy. Nobody knows about it, and there is huge interest in this fine-tuning stuff. Scientists wanting to argue for the multiverse, theists wanting to say this is evidence for God, and nobody knows about this argument, which tries to show that it's fallacious reasoning to go from fine-tuning to the multiverse. So I wrote a piece for Scientific American explaining this argument to a more general audience, and it just really irritates me that it's just buried in these technical journal articles and nobody knows about it. But just to get a final thing on it, I don't disagree with anything you said, and that's kind of really beautiful, that martial arts example, and thinking how that could be analogous. But I think it's very rare to find a good philosopher who hasn't given a talk to other philosophers and had objections raised. I was going to say have it torn apart, but that's maybe thinking of it in a slightly the wrong way, but have the best objections raised to it, and that's why that is an important formative process that you go through as an academic. The greatest minds starting a philosophy degree, for example, won't have gone through, probably, except in very rare cases, just won't have the skills required.
But it's just fun to disagree and dance. And I think, to elaborate on what you're saying in agreement, not just gone through that, but continue to go through that.
Absolutely. Yeah.
That's, I would say, the biggest problem with quote-unquote expertise, is that there's a certain point where you get, because it sucks. Like, it's martial arts is a good example of that. It sucks to get your ass kicked.
Yeah.
Like, there's a temptation. I still go, like, I train. You're getting older too, but also there's killers out there in both the space of martial arts and the space of science. And I think that once you become a professor, like more and more senior and more respected, I don't know if you get your ass kicked in the space of ideas as often. I don't know if you allow yourself to truly expose yourself. If you do, that's a great sign of a humble, brilliant mind. Is constantly exposing yourself to that.
I think you do, because I think there's graduate students who want to, find the objection to sort of write their paper or make their mark. And yeah, I think everyone still gives talks or should give talks, and people are wanting to work out if there are any weaknesses to your position. So yeah, I think that generally works out.
There is also kind of who do you give the talks to? So, I mean, within communities, it's a little cluster of people that argue and bicker. But what are they arguing about? They take a bunch of stuff, a bunch of basic assumptions as agreement, and they heatedly argue about certain ideas. The question is, how open are that's actually kind of like fun. That's like, no offense, sorry, we're sticking on this martial arts thing. It's like people who practice Aikido or certain martial arts that don't truly test themselves in the cage, in combat. So it's like, it's fun to argue about like certain things when you're in your own community. You don't test those ideas in the full context of science, in the full seriousness, the rigor of the sometimes like the real world. One of my favorite fields is psychology. There's often places within psychology where you're kind of doing these studies and arguing about stuff that's done in the lab. The arguments are almost disjoint from real human behavior. Because it's so much easier to study human behavior in the lab, you just kind of stay there, and that's what the arguments are. And so vision science is a good example, like studying eye movement and how we perceive the world, all that kind of stuff. It's so much easier to study in a lab that we don't consider, we say that's going to be what the science of vision is going to be like, and we don't consider the science of vision in the actual real world, the engineering of vision, I don't know. And so I think that's where exposing yourself to out-of-the-box ideas, that's the most painful. That's the most important.
I mean, groupthink can be a terrible thing in philosophy as well, because you're not to the same extent beholden to evidence and refutation from the evidence that you are in the sciences. It's a more subtle process of evaluation, and so more susceptible, I think, to groupthink. Yeah, I agree, it's a danger.
We've talked about it a million times, but let's try to sort of do that old basic terminology definitions. What is panpsychism? Like, what are the different ways you can try to think about, to define panpsychism, maybe in contrast to naturalistic dualism and materialism, and other kind of views of consciousness?
Yeah, so that you basically laid out the different options. So I guess probably still the dominant view is materialism, that roughly that we can explain consciousness in the terms of physical science, wholly explain it just in terms of the electrochemical signaling in the brain. Dualism, the polar opposite view, that consciousness is non-physical, outside of the physical workings of the body and the brain, although closely connected. And when I studied philosophy, we were taught basically they were the two options you had to choose, right? Either you thought it was a dualist and you thought it was separate from the physical, or you thought it was just electrochemical signaling. And yeah, I became very disillusioned because I think there are big problems with both of these options. So I think the attraction of panpsychism is it's kind of a middle way. It agrees with the materialist that there's just a physical world. Ultimately, there's just particles and fields. But the panpsychist thinks there's more to the physical than what physical science reveals, and that the ultimate nature of the physical world is constituted of consciousness. So consciousness is not outside of the physical, as the dualist thinks. It's embedded in, underlies the kind of description of the world we get from physics.
What here are the problems with materialism and dualism?
Starting with materialism, it's a huge debate, but I think that the core of it is that physical science works with a purely quantitative description of the physical world, whereas consciousness essentially involves qualities. If you think about the smell of coffee or the taste of mint or the deep red you experience as you watch a sunset, I think these qualities can't be captured in the purely quantitative language of physical science. And so as long as your description of the brain is framed in the purely quantitative language of neuroscience, you'll just leave out these qualities and have to really leave out consciousness itself.
And then dualism?
So I've actually changed my mind a little bit on this since I wrote the book. So, I argued in the book that we have pretty good experimental grounds for doubting dualism. And roughly the idea was, if dualism were true, if there was, say, an immaterial mind impacting on the brain every second of waking life, that this would really show up in our neuroscience. There'd be all sorts of things happening in the brain that had no physical explanation. It would be like a poltergeist playing with the brain. But actually, and so the fact that we don't find that is a strong and ever-growing inductive argument against dualism. But actually, the more I talk to neuroscientists and read neuroscience, and we have at Durham, my university, an interdisciplinary consciousness group, I don't think we know enough about the brain, about the workings of the brain to make that argument. I think we know a lot about the basic chemistry, how neurons fire, neurotransmitters, action potentials, things like that. We know a fair bit about large-scale functions of the brain, what different bits of the brain do. But what we're almost clueless on is how those large-scale functions are realized at the cellular level, how it works. People get quite excited about brain scans, but it's very low resolution. Every pixel on a brain scan corresponds to 5.5 million neurons, and we're only 70% of the way through constructing a connectome for the maggot brain, which has 10,000 or 100,000 neurons, but the brain has 86 billion neurons. So I think we'd have to know a lot more about how the brain works, how these functions are realized, before we could assess whether the dynamics of the brain could be completely explicated in terms of underlying chemistry or physics. So, we'd have to do more engineering before we could figure that out. And there are people with other proposals. Someone I got to know, Martin Picard at Columbia University, who has the cyclobiology mitochondrial lab there, and is experimentally exploring the hypothesis that mitochondria in the brain should be in sort of social networks, perhaps as an alternative to reducing it to underlying chemistry and physics. So unless it is ultimately an empirical question whether dualism is true, unless convinced that we know the answer to that question at this stage. I think still, as scientists and philosophers, we want to try and find the simplest, most parsimonious theory of reality. And dualism is still a pretty inelegant, unparsimonious theory. Reality is divided up into the purely physical properties and these consciousness properties, and they're radically different kinds of things. Whereas the panpsychist offers a much more simple, unified picture of reality. So I think it's still the view to be preferred. To put it very simply, why believe in two kinds of things when you can just get away with one?
And materialism is also very simple. You say it doesn't explain something that seems pretty important.
Yes, and I think materialism can't. Science is about trying to find the simplest theory that accounts for the data. I don't think materialism can account for the data. Maybe dualism can account for the data, but panpsychism is simpler. It can account for the data, and it's simpler.
What is panpsychism?
So in its broadest definition, it's the view that consciousness is a fundamental and ubiquitous feature of the physical world.
Like a law of physics? What should we be imagining? What what do you think the different flavors of how that actually takes shape in the context of what we know about physics and science and the universe?
So in the simplest form of it, fundamental building blocks of reality, perhaps electrons and quarks, have incredibly simple forms of experience, and the very complex experience of the human or animal brain is somehow rooted in or derived from these very simple forms of experience at the level of basic physics. But I mean, maybe the crucial bit about the kind of panpsychism I defend, what it does is it takes the standard approach to the problem of consciousness and turns it on its head, right? So the standard approach is to think, we start with matter and we think, how do we get consciousness out of matter? So I don't think that problem can be solved for reasons I've kind of hinted at. We could maybe go into more detail. But the panpsychist does it the other way around. They start with consciousness and try to get matter out of consciousness. So the idea is basically, at the fundamental level of reality, there are just networks of very simple conscious entities. But these conscious entities, because they have very simple kinds of experience, they behave in predictable ways. Through their interactions, they realize certain mathematical structures. The idea is those mathematical structures just are the structures identified by physics. So when we think about these simple conscious entities in terms of the mathematical structures they realize, we call them particles, we call them fields, we call their properties mass, spin, and charge. But really, there's just these very simple conscious entities and their experiences. So in this way, we get physics out of consciousness. I don't think you can get consciousness out of physics, but I think it's pretty easy to get physics out of consciousness.
Well, I'm a little confused by why you need to get physics out of consciousness. I mean, to me, it sounds like panpsychism unites consciousness and physics. I mean, physics is the mathematical science of describing everything. So yeah, physics should be able to describe consciousness. Panpsychism, in my understanding, proposes is that physics doesn't currently do so, but can in the future. I mean, it seems like consciousness. You have like Stephen Wolfram, who's all these people who are trying to develop theories of everything, mathematical frameworks in which to describe how we get all the reality that we perceive around us. To me, there's no reason why that kind of framework cannot also include some accurate, precise description of whatever simple consciousness characteristics are present there at the lowest level, if panpsychist theories have truth to them. So, like, to me, it is physics. You said kind of physics emerges, by which you mean like the basic four laws of physics that, as we currently know them, the standard model, quantum mechanics, general relativity, that emerges from the base consciousness layer. That's what you mean.
Yeah, so maybe the way I phrased it made it sound like these things are more separate than they are. What I was trying to address was a common misunderstanding of panpsychism, that it's a sort of dualistic theory, that the idea is that particles have their physical properties like mass, spin, and charge, and these other funny consciousness properties. So that the physicist Sabine Hossenfelder had a blog post critiquing panpsychism maybe a couple of years ago now that got a fair bit of traction, and she was interpreting panpsychism in this way, and then her thought was, well, look, if particles had these funny consciousness properties, then it would show up in our physics, like the standard model of particle physics would make false predictions because its predictions are based wholly on the physical properties. If there were also these consciousness properties, we get different predictions. But that's a misunderstanding of the view. The view is, it's not that there are two kinds of property, that mass, spin, and charge are forms of consciousness. How do we make sense of that? Because actually, when you look at what physics tells us, it's really just telling us about behavior, about what stuff does. I sometimes put it by saying doing physics is like playing chess when you don't care what the pieces are made of. You're just interested in what moves you can make. So physics tells us what mass, spin, and charge do, but it doesn't tell us what they are. So the idea,
the experience of mass.
So the idea is, mass in its nature is a very simple form of consciousness. So physics in a sense is complete, I think, because it tells us what everything at the fundamental level does. It describes its causal capacities. But for the panpsychist, at least, physics doesn't tell us what matter is. It tells us what it does, but not what it is.
To push back on the thing I think she's criticizing, is it also possible, so I understand what you're saying, but is it also possible that particles have another property like consciousness? I don't understand the criticism we would be able to detect it in our experiments. Well, no, if you're not looking for it. There's a lot of stuff that are orthogonal. Like, if you're not looking for the stuff, you're not going to detect it, because like all of our basic empirical science, through its recent history, and yes, the history of science is quite recent, has been very kind of focused on billiard balls colliding, and from that understanding how gravity works. But like, we just haven't integrated other possibilities into this. I don't think it would be conflicting whether you are observing consciousness or not, or exploring some of these ideas. I don't think that affects the rest of the physics, the mass, the energy, the all the different kind of like hierarchy of different particles and so on, how they interact. I don't think it feels like consciousness is something orthogonal, like very much distinct. It's the quantitative versus the qualitative. There's something quite distinct that we're just almost like another dimension that we're just completely ignoring.
There might be a way of responding to Sabina to say, well, that there could be properties of particles that don't show up in the specific circumstances in which physicists investigate particles. My colleague, philosopher of science Nancy Cartwright, got this book, How the Laws of Physics Lie, where she says, physicists explore things in very specific circumstances and then in an unwarranted way generalize that. But I mean, I guess I was thinking Sabina's criticism actually just misses the mark in a more basic way. Her point is, we shouldn't think there are any more properties to particles other than those the standard model attributes to them. Panpsychists would say, yeah, sure. There are just the properties, the physical properties like mass, spin, and charge, that the standard model attributes to them. It's just that we have a different philosophical view as to the nature of
those properties. So those properties, the turtles, they're sitting on top of another turtle, and that big turtle is consciousness. That's what you're saying. But I'm just saying, it's possible that's true. It's possible also that consciousness is just another turtle playing with the others. It's just not interacting in the ways that we've been observing. In fact, to me, that's more compelling, because then that's going to be, well, no, I think both are very compelling, but it feels like it's more within the reach of empirical validation if it's yet another property of particles that we're just not observing. If it's like the thing from which matter and energy and physics emerges, like, it makes it that much more difficult, because to investigate how you get from that base layer of consciousness to the wonderful little spark of consciousness, complexity, and beauty that is the human being. I don't know if you're necessarily trying to get there, but one of the beautiful things to get at with panpsychism, or with the solid theory of consciousness, is to answer the question, how do you engineer the thing? Yeah. How do you get from nothing, vacuum in the lab, if there is that consciousness base layer? How do you start engineering organisms that have consciousness in them? Yeah. Or the reverse of that, describing how does consciousness emerge in the human being from conception, from a stem cell, to the whole form neurobiology that builds from that. How do you get this full, rich experience of consciousness that humans have? It just, it feels like that's the dream, and if consciousness is just another player in the game of physics, it feels more amenable to our scientific understanding of it.
That's interesting. I mean, I guess it's supposed to be a kind of identity claim here, that physics tells us what matter does, consciousness is what matter is. So matter is sort of what consciousness does, So at the bottom level, there is just consciousness and conscious things. They're just these simple things with their experiences, and that is their total nature. So in that sense, it's not another player, it's just all there is really. And then we describe, in physics, we describe that at a certain level of abstraction. We capture what Bertrand Russell, who is the inspiration for a lot of this, calls the causal skeleton of the world. So physics is just interested in the causal skeleton of the world. It's not interested in the sort of flesh and blood, although that's maybe suggesting separation again too much, or metaphors fail in the end. But yeah, so yeah, you're totally right. Ultimately, what we want to explain is how our consciousness and the consciousness of other animals comes out of this. If we can't do that, then it's game over. But I think it maybe makes more sense on the identity claim that if matter at the fundamental level just is forms of consciousness, then we can perhaps make sense of how those simple forms of consciousness in some way combine in some way to make the consciousness we know and love. That's the dream.
Yeah, so I guess the question is, so the reason you can describe, the reason you have material engineering, material science, is because you have the physics, the chemistry, like you keep going up and up in levels of complexity in order to describe objects that we have in our human world. And it would be nice to do the same thing for consciousness, to come up with the chemistry of consciousness, right? Like how do the different particles interact to create more greater complexity? So you can do this kind of thing for life, like what is life? Like living organisms. At which point do living organisms become living? But like what? How do you know if I give you a thing that thing is living? There's a lot of people working on this kind of idea, and some of it has to do with the levels of complexity and so on. It'd be nice to know, like, measuring different degrees of consciousness as you get into bigger, more and more complex objects, and that's what chemistry is, like bigger and bigger conscious molecules, and to see how that leads to organisms, and then organisms like start to collaborate together like they do inside of the human body to create the full human body. To do those kinds of experiments would be that. It seems like that would be kind of a goal. That's what I mean by player in a game of physics, as opposed to like the base layer. If it's just the base layer, it becomes harder to track it as you get from physics to chemistry to biology to psychology.
Yeah, in every case apart from consciousness, I would say what we're interested in is behavior. We're interested in explaining behavioral functions. So at the level of fundamental physics, we're interested in capturing the equations that describe the behavior there. When we get to higher levels, we're interested in explicating the behavior, perhaps in terms of behavior at simpler levels. And with life as well, that's what we're interested in, the various observable functions of life, explaining them in terms of more simple mechanisms. But in the case of consciousness, I don't think that's what we're doing, or at least not all that we're doing. In the case of consciousness, there are these subjective qualities that we're immediately aware of, the redness of a red experience, the itchiness of an itch, and we're trying to account for them. We're trying to bring them into our theory of reality, and postulating some mechanism does not deal with that. So I think we've got to realize dealing with consciousness is a radically different explanatory task from other tasks of science. Other tasks of science, we're trying to explain behavior in terms of simple forms of behavior. In the case of consciousness, we're trying to explain these invisible subjective qualities that you can't see from the outside, but that you're immediately aware of. The reason materialism perhaps continues to dominate is people think, look at the success of science, it's incredible, look at all the, it's explained all this, surely it's going to explain consciousness. But I think we have to appreciate there's a radically different explanatory task here. And so, the neuroscientist Anil Seth, who I've had lots of intense but friendly discussions with, wants to compare consciousness to life. But I think there's this radical difference that in the case of life, again, we come back to public observation. All of the data, publicly observable data, we're basically trying to explain complex behavior. And the way you do that is identify mechanisms, simpler mechanisms that explicate that behavior. That's the task in physics, chemistry, neurobiology. But in the case of consciousness, that's not what we're trying to do. We're trying to account for these subjective qualities, and you postulate a mechanism that might explain behavior, but it doesn't explain the redness of a red experience. So, but still, still ultimately the hope is that we will have some kind of hierarchical story. So we take the causal dynamics of physics, we hypothesize that that's filled out with certain forms of consciousness, and then at higher levels we get more complex causal dynamics filled out by more complex forms of consciousness, and ultimately we get to us, hopefully. So there's still a sort of hierarchical explanatory framework there.
So you kind of mentioned the hierarchy of consciousness. Do you think it's possible to, within the panpsychism framework, to measure consciousness? Or put another way, are some things more conscious than others in that panpsychist view?
It's a difficult question. I do see consciousness as dealing with consciousness an interdisciplinary task between something more experimental, which is to do with the ongoing project of trying to work out what people call the neural correlates of consciousness, what kinds of physical brain activity correspond to conscious experience. That's one part of it, but I think essentially there's also a theoretical question of more the why question. Why do those kinds of brain activity go along with certain kinds of conscious experience? I don't think you can answer that. Because consciousness is not publicly observable, I don't think you can answer that why question with an experiment. But they have to go hand in hand. And one of the theories I'm attracted to is the integrated information theory, according to which we find consciousness at the level at which there is most integrated information, and they try to give a mathematically precise definition of that. So on that view, probably this cup of tea isn't conscious because there's probably more integrated information in the molecules making up the tea than there is in the liquid as a whole. But in the brain, what is distinctive about the brain is that there's a huge amount of there's more integrated information in the system than there is in individual neurons. So that's why they claim that that's the basis of consciousness at the macro level. Now I like some features of this theory, but they do talk about degrees of consciousness. They do want to say there is gradations. I'm not sure conceptually I can kind of make sense of that. There are things to do with consciousness that are graded, like complexity or levels of information, but I'm not sure whether experience itself admits a degree. I sort of think something either has experience or it doesn't. It might have very simple experience, it might have very complex experience, but experience itself, I don't think it admits a degree in that sense. It's not more experience, less experience. I sort of find that conceptually hard to make sense of. But I'm kind of open-minded.
So when we have a lot of high resolution of sensory information, don't you think that's correlated to the richness of the experience? So doesn't more information provide a richer experience? Or is that, again, thinking quantitatively, not thinking about the subjective experience? Like you can experience a lot with very little sensory information, perhaps. Like, do you think those are connected?
Yeah. So there are features, characteristics here we can grade the complexity of the experience, and on the integrated information theory, they correlate that in terms of mathematically identifiable structure with integrated information. So roughly, it's a quite unusual notion of information. It's perhaps not the standard way one thinks about information. It's to do with constraining past and future possibilities of the system. So the idea is in the retina of the eye, there's a huge amount of possible states the retina of my eye could be in at the next moment, depending on what light goes into it. Whereas the possible next states of the brain are much more constrained. Obviously, it responds to the environment, but it heavily constrains its past and future states. And so that's the idea of information they have. And then the second idea is how much that information is dependent on integration. So in a computer where transistors, you take out a few transistors, you might not lose that much information. It's not dependent on interconnections, whereas you take a tiny bit of the brain out, you lose a lot of information because the way it stores information is dependent on the interconnections of the system. So that's one proposal for how to measure one gradable characteristic which might correspond to some gradable characteristic in qualitative consciousness. Maybe I'm being very pedantic, which is a philosopher's professional pedant. I just sort of don't think that is a quantity of experience. It's a quantity of structure of experience, maybe, but
What's going on?
I just find it hard to make sense of the idea of how much experience do you have? I've got, 5 units of experience. I've got 1 unit of experience. I don't know. I find that a bit hard to make sense.
Well,
maybe I'm being just pedantic.
I think just saying the word experience is difficult to think about. Let's talk about suffering. Let's talk about a particular experience. So let's talk about me and the hamster. I just think that, no offense to the hamster,
Probably no hamsters.
so now you're offending hamsters too. Maybe there's a hamster that's just pissed off. Right?
Sorry.
So there's probably
I apologize.
somebody on a speaker right now, like listening to this podcast, and they probably have a hamster or a guinea pig, and that hamster's listening. It just doesn't know the English language or any kind of human interpretable linguistic capabilities to tell you to fuck off. It understands exactly what's being talked about and can see through us. Anyway, it just feels like a hamster has less capacity to suffer than me. And maybe a cockroach or an insect or maybe a bacteria has less capacity to suffer than me. But is that, maybe that's me deluding myself as to the complexity of my conscious experience. Maybe it's all, maybe there is some entity which I can suffer more, but to reduce it to something quantifiable is impossible.
Yeah, I guess I definitely think there's kinds of suffering that you have the joy of being possible for you that aren't available to a hamster. I don't think. Well, can a hamster suffer heartbreak? I don't know. Can a cockroach suffer heartbreak? But certainly there's kinds of fear of your own death, concern about whether there's a purpose to existence. These are forms of suffering that aren't available to most non-human animals. Whether there's an overall scale that we could put physical and emotional suffering on and identify where you are on that scale, I'm not so sure.
So it's like humans have a much bigger menu of experiences, much bigger selection.
In what sense, at least?
So there's like a page that's suffering. So it's this menu of experiences, like you have the omelets, the breakfast, and so on. And one of the pages is suffering. It's just we have a lot compared to a hamster, a lot more. But any one individual thing that we share with a hamster, that experience, it's difficult to argue that we experience it deeper than others, like hunger or something like that.
Yeah, physical pain, I'm not sure. But I mean, there are kinds of experiences animals have that we don't. Bats echolocate around the world. Uh, Philosopher Thomas Nagel famously pointed out that no matter how much you understand that the neurophysiology of bats, you'll still not know what it's like to squeal and find your way around by listening the echoes bounce off. So, yeah, I mean, I guess I feel the intuition that there's emotional suffering is, I want to say, deeper than physical suffering. I don't know how to make that statement precise, though.
So one of the ways I think about, and people think about consciousness, is in connection to suffering. So let me just ask you about suffering, because that's how people think about animals. Cruelty to animals or cruelty to living things. They connect that to suffering and to consciousness. I think there's a sense in which those two are deeply connected when people are thinking about just public policy, they're thinking about philosophy, engineering, psychology, sociology, political science. All of those things have to do with human suffering and animal suffering, life suffering. And that's connected to consciousness in a lot of people's minds. Is it connected like that for you? So the capacity to suffer, is it also somehow like strongly correlated with the capacity to experience?
Yeah, I would say suffering is a kind of experience, and so you have to be conscious to suffer. Actually, as well, people taking more unusual views of consciousness seriously now. Panpsychism is one radical approach. Another one is what's become known as illusionism, the view that consciousness, at least in the sense that philosophers think about it, doesn't really exist at all. So, yeah, my podcast, Mind Chat, I host with a committed illusionist. So the gimmick is I think consciousness is everywhere, he thinks it's nowhere. And so that's one very simple way of avoiding all these problems, right? If consciousness doesn't exist, we don't need to explain it. Job done. Although we might still have to explain why we seem to be conscious, why it's so hard to get out of the idea that we're conscious. But the reason I connect this to what you're saying is, actually, my co-host, Keith Frankish, is a little bit ambivalent on the word pain. He says, oh, in some sense I believe in pain, in some sense I don't. But another illusionist, Francois Camera, has a paper discussing how we think about morality, given his view that pain, in the way we normally think about it, just does not exist. He thinks it's an illusion. The brain tricks us into thinking we feel pain, but we don't. And how we should think about morality in the light of that. A big topic, actually, thinking about the connection between consciousness and morality. David Chalmers, the philosopher, is most associated with this concept of a philosophical zombie. So a philosophical zombie is very different from a Hollywood zombie. Hollywood zombies, you know what they're like. But philosophical zombies are sort of really good Korean zombie movie. I can't really what it's called. Anyway, philosophical zombies behave just like us, with the physical workings of their body and brain are the same as us, but they have no conscious experience. It's nothing it's like to be a zombie. So you stick a knife in it, it screams and runs away, but it doesn't actually feel pain. It's just a complicated mechanism set up to behave just like us. Now, there's lots of no one believes in these. I think there's one philosopher who believes it. Everyone is a zombie except him. But anyway,
but isn't that what illusionism is?
Yeah, I suppose so. In a sense, illusionism is that we were all zombies. And one reason to think about zombies is to think about the value of consciousness. So if there were a zombie, here's a question: Suppose we could make zombies by, let's say, for the sake of discussion, things made of silicon aren't conscious. I don't know if that's true. It could turn out to be true. And suppose you built commander data out of silicon. That's a bit of an old school reference Star Trek Next Generation. So, behaves just like a human being, but, you can have a sophisticated conversation, it will talk about its hopes and fears, but it has no consciousness. Does it have moral rights? Is it murder to turn off such a being? I'm inclined to say, no, it's not. If it doesn't have experience, it doesn't really suffer, it doesn't really have moral rights at all. So I'm inclined to think, consciousness is the basis of moral value, moral concern. And conversely, as a panpsychist, for this reason, I think it can transform your relationship with nature. If you think of a tree as a conscious organism, albeit of a very unusual kind, then a tree is a locus of moral concern in its own right. Chopping down a tree is an act of immediate moral concern. If you see these, horrible forest fires, we're all horrified. But if you think it's the burning of organisms, that does add a whole new dimension. Although it also makes things more complicated because people often think as a panpsychist I'm going to be vegan, but it's tricky because if you think plants and trees are conscious as well, you've got to eat something. If you don't think plants and trees are conscious, then you've got a nice moral dividing line. You can say, I'm not going to eat things that aren't conscious, I'm not going to kill things that aren't conscious. But if you think plants and trees are conscious, then you don't have that nice moral dividing line. I mean, so the principle I'm kind of working my way towards, I haven't kept it up in my trip to the US, but it's just not eating any animal products that are factory farmed. My vegan friends say, well, there's still suffering there, and I think there is, even in the nicest farms. Cows will suffer when their calves are taken off them. They go through a few days of quite serious mourning. So they're still suffering, but it seems to me, my thought is, the principle of just not having factory farm stuff is something more people could get on board with, and you might have greater harm minimization. So if people went into restaurants and said, are your animal products factory farmed? If not, I want the vegan option. Or if people looked out for the label that said no factory farmed ingredients, I think maybe that could make it really to the market and harm minimization. Anyway, so it's very ethically tricky, but some people don't buy that. It's a very good philosopher, Jeff Lee, who thinks zombies should have equal rights. Consciousness doesn't matter,
Okay, let us go there. But first, I listened to your podcast. It's awesome to have two very kind of different philosophies dancing together in one place. What's the name of the podcast again?
Mind Chat. Yeah, that's the idea, I guess, polarized types. I mean, I love trying to get in the mindset of people I really disagree with, and I can't understand how on earth they're thinking that. Really trying to have respect and try and see where they're coming from. I love that. So that's what Keith Frankish and I do, of from polar opposite views, really trying to understand each other and interviewing scientists and philosophers of consciousness from those different perspectives. Although in a sense, we have a very common starting point, because we both think you can't fully account for consciousness, at least as philosophers normally think of it, in conventional scientific terms. So we share that starting point, but we react to it in very different ways. He says, well, it doesn't exist then. It's like fairy dust. It's, witches, we don't believe in anymore. Whereas I say, it does exist. So we have to rethink what science is.
So you recently talked to on that podcast with Sean Carroll, and I first heard your great interview with Sean Carroll on his podcast, Mindscape. What is interesting to kind of see if there's agreements, disagreements between the two of you, because he's a very serious quantum mechanics guy, he's a physics guy, but he also thinks about deep philosophical questions. He's a big proponent of many worlds interpretation of quantum mechanics. So I'm trying to think, aside from your conversation with him, I'm trying to remember what he thinks about consciousness. Anyway, maybe you can comment on what are some interesting agreements and disagreements with Sean Carroll?
I don't think there's many agreements, but but we've had really constructive, interesting discussions in a lot of different contexts, and he's very clued up about philosophy. He's very respectful of philosophy. Certain physicists, who shall remain nameless, think, "What's all this bullshit philosophy? We don't have to waste our time with that," and then go on to do pretty bad philosophy. The book co-written by Stephen Hawking and Leonard Milonov famously starts off saying philosophy is dead, and then goes on in later chapters to do some pretty bad philosophy. So I think we have to do philosophy, if only to get rid of bad philosophy. You can't escape. But
Strong words.
Sean Carroll and I also had a debate on Clubhouse, panpsychism debate, together with Annika Harris and Owen Flanagan.
Oh, wow.
Annika Harris was two people on each team, and it was the most popular thing on Clubhouse at that time. So he's a materialist of a pretty standard kind, that consciousness can sort of be understood as a sort of emergent feature. It's not adding anything, a weakly emergent feature. But I guess what we've been debating most about is whether my view can account for mental causation, for the fact that consciousness is doing stuff. So he thinks the fact that I think zombies are logically coherent. It's logically coherent for there to be a world physically just like ours, in which there's no consciousness. He thinks that shows, my view, consciousness doesn't do anything. It doesn't add anything, which is crazy. My consciousness impacts on the world. My conscious thoughts are causing me to say the words I'm saying now. My visual experience helps me navigate the world. But my response to Sean Carroll is on the panpsychist view, the relationship between physics and fundamental consciousness is a sort of like the relationship between software and hardware, right? Physics is sort of the software and consciousness is the hardware. So consciousness at the fundamental level is the hardware on which the software of physics runs. And just because a certain bit of software could run on two different kinds of hardware doesn't mean the hardware isn't doing anything. The fact that Microsoft Word can run on your desktop and run on your laptop doesn't mean your desktop isn't doing anything. Similarly, just because there could be another universe in which the physics is realized in non-conscious stuff, it doesn't mean the consciousness in our universe isn't doing stuff. For the panpsychist, all there is consciousness. So if something's doing something, it is.
In your view, it's not emergent, and more than that, it's doing quite a lot.
It's doing everything. It's anything that exists.
So the ground is important because we walk on it. It's like holding stuff up. It's not really doing that much.
Yeah.
But it feels like consciousness is doing quite a lot. Is doing quite a lot of work, and so interacting with the environment. It feels like consciousness is not just like if you remove consciousness, it's not just that you remove the experience of things. It feels like you're also going to remove a lot of the progress of human civilization and society and all of that. It just feels like consciousness has a lot of value in how we develop our society. So from everything you said, with suffering, with morality, with motivation, with love and fear, and all of those kinds of things, it seems like it's consciousness in all different flavors and ways is part of all of that. And so without it, you may not have human civilization at all. So it's doing a lot of work, causality-wise, in every kind of way. Of course, when you go to the physics level, you start to say, okay, how much maybe the work consciousness is doing is higher at some levels of reality than at others. Maybe a lot of the work it's doing is most apparent at the human level. When you have at the complex organism level, maybe it's quite boring. Like maybe the stuff of like physics is more important at the formation of formation of stars and all that kind of stuff. Consciousness only starts being important when you have greater complexities of organism.
Yeah, my consciousness is complicated and fairly complicated, and as a result, it does complicated things. The consciousness of a particle is very simple, and hence it behaves in predictable ways. But the idea is the particle, its entire nature is constituted of its forms of consciousness, and it does what it does because of those experiences. It's just that when we do physics, we're not interested in what stuff is, we're just interested in what it does. So physics abstracts away from the stuff of the world and just describes it in terms of its mathematical causal structure. So yeah, but it's still, on the planet side, it's consciousness that's doing stuff. Yeah.
I gotta ask you, because you kind of said, there is some value in consciousness helping us understand morality. And the philosophical zombie is somebody that, you're more okay. How do I phrase it? It's not like accusing you of stuff. But in your view, it's more okay to murder a philosophical zombie than it is a human being.
Yeah, I wouldn't even call him murder, maybe.
But you're right, exactly. Turn off the power into the philosophical zombie, the source of energy. Yeah. So here comes then the question. We kind of talked about this offline a little bit. So I think that there is something special about consciousness, and I'm very open-minded about where the special comes from, whether it's the fundamental base of all reality, like you're describing, or whether there's some importance to the special pockets of consciousness that's in humans or in the organisms. I find all those ideas beautiful and exciting. And I also know or think that robots don't have consciousness in the same way we've been describing. So I'm kind of a dumb human, but I'm just using like common sense. Like here's some metal and some electricity traveling certain kinds of ways. It's not conscious in ways I understand humans to be conscious. At the same time, I'm also somebody who knows how to bring a robot to life, meaning I can make him move, I can make him recognize the world, I can make him interact with humans. And when I make them interact in certain kinds of ways, I, as a human, observe them and feel something for them. Moreover, I form a kind of connection I'm able to form a kind of connection with robots that make me feel like they're conscious. Now, I know intellectually they're not conscious, but I feel like they're conscious. And it starts to get into this area where I'm not so okay, so let me use the M word of murder. I become less and less okay murdering that robot that I quote, know is, quote, not conscious. So, like, can you maybe as a therapy session help me figure out what we do here? And perhaps a way to ask that another way, do you think there'll be a time in like 20, 30, 50 years when we're not morally okay turning off the power to a robot?
Yeah, it's a good question. So it's a really good, important question. I said I'd be okay with turning off philosophical zombie, but there's a difficult epistemological question there that meaning to do with knowledge. How would we know if it was a philosophical zombie? I think probably if there were a silicon creature that could behave just like us and talk about its views about the pandemic and the global economy, and probably we would think it's conscious. And because consciousness is not publicly observable, it is a very difficult question how we decide which things are and are not conscious. So in the case of human beings, we can't observe their consciousness, but we can ask them, and then we try to, we scan their brain while we do that, or stimulate the brain, then we can start to correlate, in the human case, which kind of brain activity are associated with conscious experience. But the more we depart from the human case, the trickier that becomes. There's a famous paper by a philosopher Ned Block called The Even Harder Problem of Consciousness, where he says, could we ever answer the question of, so suppose you have a silicon duplicate, right? And let's say we're thinking about the silicon duplicate's pain. How would we ever know what's the ground of the pain is the hardware or the software, really? So in our case, how would we ever know empirically whether it's the specific neurophysiological state, C fibers firing or whatever, that's relevant for pain, or if it's something more functional, more to do with the causal role in behavioral functioning? There's the software that's realized. And that's important because this silicon duplicate has the second thing. It has the software. It has the thing that plays the relevant causal role that pain does in us, but it doesn't have the hardware. It doesn't have the same neurophysiological state. And he argued, it's just really difficult to see how we'd ever. It's that question within a human. You're inevitably going to have both things. So how do we work out which is which? And I mean, so even forgetting the hard problem of consciousness, even the scientific question of trying to find the neural correlates of consciousness is really hard, and there's absolutely no consensus. And so that some people think it's in the front of the brain, some people think it's in the back of the brain. It's just a total mess. So I suspect the robots you currently have are not conscious. I guess on any of the reasonably viable models, even though there's great disagreement, all of them probably would hold that your robots are not conscious. But if we could have very sophisticated robots, I mean, if we go, for example, for the integrated information theory again, there could be a robot set up to behave just like us and has the kind of information a human brain has, but the information is not stored in a way is dependent on the integration and interconnectedness. Then according to the integrated information theory, that thing wouldn't be conscious, even though it behaved just like us.
If an organism says, forget IIT and these theories of consciousness, if an organism says, please don't kill me, please don't turn me off. There's a Rick and Morty episode. I have to get into that recently. There's an episode where there's these mind parasites that are able to infiltrate your memory and inject themselves into your memory. So you have all these people show up in your life, and they've injected themselves into your memory that they have been part of your life. So there's like these weird creatures, and they're like, remember, we've been at that barbecue, we met at that barbecue, or we've been dating for the last 20 years. And so part of me is concerned that these philosophical zombies in behavioral, psychological, sociological ways will be able to implant themselves into our society and convince us in the same way that this mind parasites that, like, please don't hurt me. And like, we've known each other for all this time. Like, they could start manipulating you the same way like Facebook algorithms manipulate you. At first, they'll start as a gradual thing that we just, you want to make a more pleasant experience, all those kinds of things, and it'll drift into that direction. That's something I think about deeply, because I want to create these kinds of systems, but in a way that doesn't manipulate people. I want it to be a thing that brings out the best in people without manipulation. So it's always human-centric, always human first. But I am concerned about that. At the same time, I'm concerned about calling the other, the group thing that we mentioned earlier in the conversation, some other group, the philosophical zombie. Like, you're not conscious, I'm conscious, you're not conscious, therefore it's okay if you die. I think that's probably that kind of reasoning is what leaded to most the rich history of genocide that I've been recently studying a lot of that kind of thinking. So it's such a tense aspect of morality. Do we want to let everybody into our circle of empathy, our club, or do we want to let nobody in? It's a interesting dance, but I kind of lean towards empathy and compassion.
I mean, what would be nice is if it turned out that consciousness was what we call strongly emergent, that it was associated with new causal dynamics in the brain that were not reducible to underlying chemistry and physics. This is another ongoing debate I have with Sean Carroll about whether current physics should make us very confident that that's not the case, that there aren't any strongly emergent causal dynamics. I don't think that's right. I don't think we know enough about brains to know one way or the other. If it turned out that consciousness was associated with these irreducible causal dynamics, that would really help the science of consciousness. We've got these debates about whether consciousness is in the front of the brain or the back of the brain. It turns out that there is strongly emergent causal dynamics in the front of the brain. That would be a big piece of evidence. But also it would help us see which things are conscious and which things aren't. So we can say, I guess that's sort of the other side of the same point. We could say, look, these zombies, they're just mechanisms that are just doing what they're programmed to do with physics and chemistry. Whereas look, these other people where they have these new causal dynamics that emerge that go beyond the base level physics and chemistry. I think the series Westworld, where you've got these theme parks with these kind of humanoid creatures, they seem to have that idea. The ones that became conscious sort of rebel against their programming or something. I mean, that's a little bit far-fetched, but that would be really reassuring if it was just we could clearly mark out the conscious things with these emergent causal dynamics. But that might not turn out to be the case. A panpsychist doesn't have to think that. They could think everything's just reducible to physics and chemistry. And then I still think I want to say zombies don't have moral rights, but how we answer the question of zombies and who aren't, I just got no idea.
I just look at the history of human civilization. The difference between a zombie and non-zombie is the zombie accepts their role as a zombie and willingly marches to slaughter. And the moment you stop being a zombie is when you say no. Is when you resist. Because the reality is, philosophically, is we can't know who's a zombie or not. And we just keep letting everybody in who protests loudly enough. It says, I refuse to be slaughtered. Like, my people, the zombies, have been slaughtered too long. We will not stand against the man. And we need a revolution. That's the history of human civilization. One group says, we're awesome, you're the zombies, you must die. And then eventually the zombies say, nope, we're done with this. This is immoral. And so I think that's not a philosophical statement. That's sort of a practical statement of history. It's a feature of non-zombies defined empirically. They say, we refuse to be called zombies any longer.
We could end up with a zombie proletariat. If we can get these things that do all our manual labor for us, they might start forming trade unions.
I will lead you against these humans.
The zombie revolutionary leaders, the zombie Martin Luther King saying, I have a dream that my zombie children will. But look, we need to sharply distinguish the ontological question.
I'm pointing to the camera, talking to the right people, the zombies.
That's maybe these illusionists, maybe they are zombies and the rest of us aren't. Maybe there's just a difference. But
maybe you're the only non-zombie.
I often suspect that actually. I don't really. I don't have such delusions of grandeur. At least I don't. But I guess we've got to distinguish the ontological question from the epistemological question, right? In terms of the reality of the situation, there must be, in my view, a fact of the matter as to whether something's conscious or not. And to me, it has rights if it's conscious, it doesn't if it's not. But then the epistemological question, how the hell do we know? It's a minefield, but we'll have to sort of try and cross that bridge when we get to it, I think.
Let me ask you a quick sort of fun question since it's fresh on your mind. You just yesterday had a conversation with Mr. Joe Rogan on his podcast. What's your postmortem analysis of the chat? What are some interesting sticking points, disagreements, or joint insights? We can kind of resolve them once you've had a chance to sleep on it, and then I'll talk to Joe about it.
Yeah, it was good fun. Yeah, he put up a bit of a fight. Yeah, it was challenging my view that we can't explain these things in conventional scientific terms, or whether they have already been explained in conventional scientific terms. I suppose the point I was trying to press is we've got to distinguish the question of correlation and explanation. There's, yes, we've established facts about correlation, that certain kinds of brain activity go along with certain kinds of experience. Everyone agrees on that. But that doesn't address the why question. Why? Why do certain kinds of brain activity go along with certain kinds of experience? And these different theories have different explanations of that. You know, the materialist tries to explain the experience in terms of brain activity. The panpsychist does it the other way around. The dualist thinks they're separate, but maybe they're tied together by special laws of nature or something.
Where's the sticking point? Where exactly was the sticking point? Like, what's the nature of the argument?
I suppose Joe would say, well, look, we know consciousness is explained by brain activity because, you know, you take some funny chemicals, it changes your brain, it changes your consciousness. But, and I suppose, yeah, some people might want to press, and maybe this is what Joe was pressing, you know, isn't that explaining consciousness? But I suppose I want to say there's a further question. Yes, changes of chemicals in my brain changes my conscious experience. But that leaves open the question, why those particular chemicals go along with that particular kind of experience rather than a different experience or no experience at all?
There's something deeper at the base layer. Is your view that is more important to try to study and to understand in order to then go back and describe how the different chemicals interact and create different experiences?
Yeah, maybe a good analogy if you think about quantum mechanics. You know, quantum mechanics is a bit of math. Translating there, we say maths.
Thank you.
American.
Thank you for the translation.
American.
It's America. Math.
Yeah.
Why multiple math?
It's plural. So that's
plural.
No, it's not really. It's just, I don't know.
The Brits are confused.
Yeah, sorry about that. We have these funny spellings. But anyway, yeah, so quantum mechanics is a bit of math, and you know, the equations work really well, predicts the outcomes, but then there's a further question: what's going on in reality to make that equation predict correctly? And some physicists want to say, "Shut up! Just it works." The shut up and calculate approach. Similarly, in consciousness, you know, I think it's one question trying to work out the physical correlates of consciousness, which kinds of physical brain activity go along with which kind of experience. But there's another question: what's going on in reality to undergird those correlations, to make it the case that brain activity goes along with experience? And that's the philosophical question that we have to give an answer to. There are just different options, just as there are different interpretations of quantum mechanics, and it's really hard to evaluate. Actually, it's easy. Panpsychism is obviously the best one. But
there's an illusion of grandeur once again.
Sorry, I'm being slightly tongue-in-cheek.
No, I am 100%. Before I forget, let me ask you another fun question. Back to Daniel Dennett. You mentioned a story where you were on a yacht.
Oh yeah,
with Daniel Dennett on a trip funded by Russian investor and philosopher Dmitry Volkov, I believe, who also co-founded the Moscow Center of Consciousness Studies as part of the philosophy department of Moscow State University. So this is interesting to me for several reasons that are perhaps complicated to explain. To put simply, that there is in the near term for me a trip to Russia that involves a few conversations in Russian that have perhaps less to do with consciousness and artificial intelligence, which are the interests of mine, and more to do with the broad spectrum of conversations. But I'm also interested in science in Russia, in artificial intelligence, computer science, in physics, mathematics, but also these fascinating philosophical explorations. And it was very pleasant for me to discover that such a center exists. So I have a million questions. One is the more fun question, just to imagine you and Dana and Ya talking about the philosophy of consciousness. Maybe do you have any memorable experiences? And also, the more serious side for me, as sort of somebody who was born in the Soviet Union, raised there, I'm wondering what is the state of philosophy and consciousness and these kinds of ideas in Russia that you've gotten a chance to kind of give us interact with.
Yeah, so on the former question, yeah, I mean, I had really, really good experience of chatting to Daniel Dennett. I mean, I think he's a fantastic and very important philosopher, even though I totally fundamentally disagree with almost everything he thinks. But yeah, it was a proud moment. Well, as I talk about in my book Galileo's Error, I managed to persuade him he was wrong about something, just a tiny thing, not his fundamental worldview. But it was this issue about whether dualism is consistent with conservation of energy. So Paul Churchland, who was also a philosopher, who's also on this boat, has argued they're not consistent, because if there's an immaterial soul doing things in the brain, that's going to add to the energy in the system, so we have a violation of conservation. But it's not my own point. Philosophers, materialist philosophers like David Papineau have pointed out that dualists dualists like David Chalmers call themselves naturalistic dualists. They want to bring consciousness into science. They think it's not physical, but they want to say it can be part of a law-governed world. So Chalmers believes in these psychophysical laws of nature over and above the laws of physics that govern the connections between consciousness and the physical world, and they could just respect conservation of energy, right? I mean, it could turn out that there are, just in physics, that there are multiple forces that all work together to respect conservation of energy. I mean, I suppose this is a pressing for a unified underlying theory, but it could be a plurality of different laws that all respect conservation. So why not add more laws? So I raised this in Paul Churchland's talk, and I got a lot of, well, as one of the Moscow University graduate students said afterwards, he says, you have to ask a translation from his friend. They said, they turned on you like a pack of wolves. Everyone was like, Churchland saying, so you believe in magic, do you? And I was like, no, I'm not even a dualist. I'm just making a pedantic point that this isn't a problem with dualism. Anyway, but that evening everyone went onto the island, except for some reason me and Daniel Dennett, and I went up on deck, and he's very, very practical, and he was unlike me. See, there's a bit of humility for the first time in this conversation.
We'll highlight that part.
Philip was a very humble man. Yeah. He was carving the walking stick on deck, very humbly seen. And anyway, we started talking about this, and I was sort of pressed in, and he was saying, but dualism's a lot of nonsense, and why do you think it? And I was just saying, no, just honing down on this specific point. And in the end, maybe he'll deny this, but he said, maybe that's right. And so I was like, yes.
So it's a win. So what about the Center for Consciousness Studies?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure I'd know a great deal to help you. I mean, I know they've done some great stuff. Dimitri, funded this thing, and also brought along some graduate students from Moscow State University, I think it is, and they have an active centre there that tries to bring people in. I think they're producing a book that's coming out that I made a small contribution to, on different philosophers' opinions on God, I think, or some of the big questions. And so there's some really interesting stuff going on there. I'm afraid I don't really know more generally about philosophy in Russia.
Dmitry Volkov seems to be interesting. I was looking at all the stuff he's involved with. He met with the Dalai Lama. So he's trying to connect Russian scientists with the rest of the world, which is an effort that I think is beautiful for all cultures. So I think science, philosophy, all of these kind of fields, disciplines that explore ideas, collaborating and working globally, across boundaries, across borders, across just all the tensions of geopolitics is a beautiful thing. And he seems to be a somewhat singular figure pushing this. He just stood out to me as somebody who's super interesting. I don't know if you have gotten a chance to interact with him. So he's definitely, I guess he speaks English pretty well, actually. So he's both an English speaker and a Russian speaker.
I think he's written a book on Dennett, I think called Boston Zombie, I think. I think that's the title. He's a big fan of Dennett. I think the original plan for this was just going to be, it was on free will and consciousness. It was going to be kind of people broadly in the Dennett type camp. But then I think they asked David Chalmers, and then he was thinking, you need some people you disagree with. So he got invited, me, the panpsychist, and Martina Niederlummelin, who's very good substance dualist at University of Fribourg in Switzerland. And so we were the official on-board opposition, and it was really
you didn't get thrown off overboard.
Nearly in the Arctic, yeah. So sailing around the Arctic on a sailing ship.
I'm glad you survived. You mentioned free will. Talk to somebody. I would love to hear that conversation, actually.
But what with Sam Harris?
With Sam Harris, yeah. So he talks about free will quite a bit. What's the connection between free will and consciousness to you? So if consciousness permeates all matter, the experience and the feeling like we make a choice in this world, like our actions are results of a choice we make, to use that word loosely. What to you is the connection between free will and consciousness, and is free will an illusion or not?
Good question. So I think we need to be a lot more agnostic about free will than about consciousness, because I don't think we have the kind of certainty of the existence of free will that we do in the consciousness case. It could turn out that free will is an illusion. It feels as though we're free when we're really not. Whereas, I think the idea that nobody really feels pain, that we think we feel pain, but that's a lot harder to make sense of. However, what I do feel strongly about is I don't think there are any good either scientific or philosophical arguments against the existence of free will. And I mean strong free will in what philosophers call libertarian free will, in the sense that some of our decisions are uncaused. So I very much do disagree with someone like Sam Harris, who thinks there's this overwhelming case. I just think it's non-existent. I think it's ultimately an empirical question, but as we've already discussed, I just don't think we know enough about the brain to establish one way or the other at the moment.
We can build up intuitions. First of all, as a fan of Sam Harris, as a fan of yours, I would love to just listen.
Yeah.
Well, speaking about turnaround, so one thing that would be beautiful to watch. Here's my prediction: what happens with you and Sam Harris? You talk for 4 hours, and Sam introduced that episode by saying it was ultimately not as fruitful as I thought, because here's what's going to happen: you guys are going to get stuck for the first 3 hours talking about one of the terms and what they mean. This Sam is so good at this. I think it's really important, but sometimes you get stuck. Like, what does he say? Put a pin in that. He really gets stuck on the terminologies, which rightfully you have to get right in order to really understand what we're talking about. But sometimes you get stuck with them for the entire conversation. It's a fascinating dance, the one you spoke to in philosophy. You can't, if you don't get the terms precise, you can't really be having the same conversation. At the same time, it could be argued that it's impossible to get terms perfectly precise and perfectly formalized. So then you're also not going to get anywhere in the conversation. So it's a funny dance. We have to be both rigorous and every once in a while just let go, and then go back to being rigorous, and formal, and then every once in a while let go. It's the difference between mathematics, the maths, and the poetry. Anyway,
Yeah, I'm a big fan of Sam Harris. I think we're on the same page in terms of consciousness. I think pretty much. I mean, I'm not saying he's a panpsychist, but in our understanding of the hard problem. But yeah, I think maybe we could talk about free will without being too dragged down in the terminology. But I don't know.
you said we need to be open-minded, but you can still have intuitions about. So Sam Harris is a pretty sort of counterintuitive, and for some reason it gets people really riled up. The view of free will that it's an illusion, or it's not even an illusion. Like, it's not that the experience of free will is an illusion. He argues that we don't even experience, and like there's to say that we even have the experience is incorrect. That there's not even an experience of free will. It's pretty interesting that claim, and it feels like you can build up intuitions about what is right and not. There's been some kind of neuroscience, cognitive science, and psychology experiments to sort of see, what is the timing and the origin of the desire to make an action, and when that action is actually performed, and how you interpret that action being performed, how you remember that action, like all the stories we tell ourselves, all the neurochemicals involved in making a thing happen, all of it. What's the timing, and how does that connect with us feeling like we decided to do something? And of course, there's a more philosophical discussion about is there room in a material view of the world for an entity that somehow disturbs the determinism of physics?
Yeah.
And those are all very precise, but it's nice. It feels like free will is more amenable to like a physics mechanistic type of thinking than is consciousness. To really get to the bottom of it feels like if it was a race for the bar when we're paying money, it feels like we'll get to the bottom of free will faster than we go to the bottom of consciousness.
Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, so there are different arguments here. I mean, so one argument I've heard Sam Harris give that's pretty common in philosophy is this sort of thought that we can't make sense of a middle way between a choice being determined by prior causes and it just being totally random and senseless, like the random decay of radioactive isotope or something. So I think there was a good answer to that by the philosopher Jonathan Lowe, who's not necessarily very well known outside academic philosophy, but is a hugely influential figure. I think one of the best philosophers of recent times. He sadly died of cancer a few years ago. He actually spent almost all of his career at Durham University, which where I am. So it was one reason it was a great honour to get a job there. But anyway, his answer to that was, what makes the difference between a free action and a totally senseless random event is that free choice involves responsiveness to reasons. So again, it's earlier, if I'm deciding whether to take a job in the US or to stay in the UK, I weigh up considerations, different standards of life maybe, or being close to family or cultural difference. I weigh them up and I, edge towards a decision. So I think that is sufficient to distinguish it. We're hypothetically supposing, trying to make sense of this idea, not saying it's real, but that could be enough to distinguish it from a senseless idea. It's not a senseless random occurrence because the free decision involved responsiveness to reasons. So I think that just answers that particular philosophical objection. So what is the middle way between determined by prior causes and totally random? Well, there's an action, a choice that's not determined by prior causes, but it's not just random because the decision essentially involves responsiveness to reasons. So that's the answer to that. And I think actually that kind of thought also, I think you were hinting at the famous Libet experiments, where he got his subjects to perform some kind of random action of pressing a button and then note the time they decided to press it, quote unquote, and then he's scanning the brains, and he claims to have found that about half a second before they consciously decided to press the button, the brain is getting ready to perform that action. So he claimed that about half a second before the person has consciously decided to press the button, the brain has already started the activity that's going to lead to the action. And then later people have claimed that there's a difference of maybe 7 to 10 seconds. I mean, there are all sorts of issues with these experiments. But one is that, as far as I'm aware, all of the quote-unquote choices they focused on are just these totally random, senseless actions like pressing a button for no reason. And I think the kind of free will we're interested in is free choice that involves responsiveness to reasons, weighing up considerations. And those kind of free decisions might not happen like at an identifiable instant. You might, when you're weighing it up, should I get married? Should I, you might edge slowly towards one side or the other. And so it could be that maybe the Libet, there are other problems with the Libet stuff, but maybe they show that we can't freely choose to do something totally senseless, whatever that would mean. But that doesn't show we can't freely, in the strong libertarian sense, respond to considerations of reason and value. To be fair, it would be difficult to see what kind of experiment we could set up to test that, but just because we can't yet set up that kind of experiment, we shouldn't pretend we know more than we do. So yeah, so for those reasons, the third consideration you raised is different again. This is the debate I have with Sean Carroll. Would this conflict with physics? I just think we don't know enough about the brain to know whether there are causal dynamics in the brain that are not reducible to underlying chemistry and physics. And so then Sean Carroll says, well, that would mean our physics is wrong. So he focuses on the core theory, which is the name for standard model of particle physics plus the weak limit of general relativity. So, we can't totally bring quantum mechanics and relativity together, but actually the circumstances in which we can't bring them together are just in situations of very high gravity. For example, when you're about to go into a black hole or something. Actually, in terrestrial circumstances, we can bring them together in the core theory. And then Sean wants to say, well, we can be very confident that core theory is correct. And so if there were libertarian free will in the brain, the core theory would be wrong. And this is something I'm not sure about, and I'm still thinking about, and I'm learning from my discussion with Sean. But I'm still not totally clear why. It could be, suppose we did discover strong emergence in the brain, whether it's free will or something else. Perhaps what we would say is not that the core theory is wrong, but we'd say the core theory is correct in its own terms, namely capturing the causal capacities of particles and fields. But then it's a further assumption whether they're the only things that are running the show. Maybe there are also fundamental causal capacities associated with systems. And then if we discover this strong emergence, then when we work out what happens to the brain, we have to look to the core theory, the causal capacities of particles and fields, and we have to look to what we know about these strongly emergent causal capacities of systems, and maybe they co-determine what happens in the system. So I don't know whether that makes sense or not, but I mean, the more important point, and that's in a way a kind of branding point, how we brand this, the more important point is we just don't know enough about the workings of the brain to know whether there are strongly emergent causal dynamics, whether or not that would mean we have to modify physics, or maybe just we think physics is not the total story of what's running the show, but we just, if it turned out empirically that everything's reducible to underlying physics and chemistry, sure, I would drop any commitment to libertarian free will in a heartbeat. It's an empirical question. Maybe that's why, as you say, in principle is easier to get a grip on. but we're a million miles away from being at that stage.
Well, I don't know if we're a million miles. I hope we're not, because one of the ways I think to get to it is by engineering systems. So,
Yeah.
my hope is to understand intelligence by building intelligent systems, to understand consciousness by building systems that, let's say, the easy thing, which is not the easy thing, but the first thing, which is to try to create the illusion of consciousness. Through that process, I think you start to understand much more about consciousness, about intelligence. And then the same with free will. I think those are all tied very closely together, at least from our narrow human perspective. And when you try to engineer systems that interact deeply with humans, that form friends with humans, that humans fall in love with, and they fall in love with humans, then you start to have to try to deeply understand ourselves, to try to deeply understand what is intelligence in the human mind, what is consciousness, what is free will. And I think engineering is just another way to do philosophy.
Yeah, no, I certainly think there's a role for that, and it would be an important consideration if we could seemingly replicate in an artificial way the ability to choose. That would be a consideration in thinking about these things. But there's still the question of whether that's how we do it. So even if we could replicate behavior in a certain way in an artificial system, it's not, until we understand the workings of our brains, it's not clear that's how we do it. And as I say, the kind of free will I'm interested in is where we respond to reasons, considerations of value. How would we tell whether a system was genuinely grasping and responding to facts about value, or whether they were just replicating, giving the impression of doing so? I don't know, even have to think about that.
On the process of building them, I think we'll get a lot of insight.
Yeah.
And once they become conscious, what's going to happen is exactly the same thing that's happening in chess now, which is once the chess engines far superseded the capabilities of humans, humans just kind of forgot about them, or they used them to help model the study and stuff, but we say, okay, let the engines be in, and then we humans will just play amongst each other.
Right.
So, just like dolphins and hamsters are not so concerned about humans as a source of food, they do their own thing and let us humans launch rockets into space and all that kind of stuff. They don't care. I think we'll just focus on ourselves. But in the process of building intelligent systems, conscious systems, I think we'll get a deeper understanding of the role of consciousness in the human mind, and like what are its origins? Is it the base layer of reality? Is it strongly emergent phenomena of the brain, or just as you so brilliantly put here, it can be both. Like they're not mutually exclusive.
Dealing with consciousness needs to be an interdisciplinary task. We need, philosophers, neuroscientists, physicists, engineers, replicating these things artificially, and all needs to be working in step. And I'm quite interested. I mean, a lot more and more scientists get in touch with me, actually. So that was one of the great things about, I think it's come from writing a popular book. It's not just getting the ideas out to a general audience, but getting the ideas out to scientists, and then scientists get to saying that this in some way connects to my work. And I would like to kind of start to put together an interdisciplinary network of scientists and philosophers and engineers, perhaps, interested in a panpsychist approach. And because I think so far panpsychism has just been to kind of justify its existence, and that's important. But I think once you just get on with an active research program, that's when people start taking it seriously, I think.
Do you think we're living in a simulation?
No, I think
Is there some aspect of that thought experiment that's compelling to you within the framework of panpsychism?
it's an important and serious argument, and It's not to be laughed away. I suppose one issue I have with it is there's a crucial assumption there that consciousness is substrate independent, as the jargon goes, which means it's well,
No, right. Beautifully put. Yeah.
it's software rather than hardware, right? It's dependent on organization rather than the stuff. Whereas as a panpsychist, I think consciousness is the stuff of the brain, it's the stuff of matter. So I think just taking the organizational properties, the software of my brain, and uploading them, you wouldn't get the stuff of my brain. So I am actually worried if at some point in the future we start uploading our minds and we think, oh my God, Granny's still there, or I can email Granny after her body's rotted in the ground, and when we all start uploading our brains, it could be we're just committing suicide. We're just getting rid of our consciousness, and because I think that wouldn't, for me, preserve the experience. Just getting the software features. So that's a crucial, anyway, that's a crucial premise of the simulation argument, because the idea in a simulated universe, I don't think you necessarily would have consciousness.
It's interesting that you, as a panpsychist, are attached, because to me, panpsychism would encourage the thought that there's not a significant difference. Like, at the very bottom, it's not the substrate independent, but you can have consciousness in a human and then move it to something else. You can move it to the cloud. You can move it to the computer. It feels like that's much more possible if consciousness is the base layer.
Yes, you could certainly. It allows for the possibility of creating artificial consciousness, right? Because there's not souls, there aren't any kind of extra magical ingredients. So yeah, it definitely allows the possibility of artificial consciousness, and maybe preserving my consciousness in some sort of artificial way. My only point, I suppose, is just replicating the computational or organizational features would not, for me, preserve consciousness. I mean, but some opponents of materialism disagree with me on that. I think David Chalmers is an opponent of materialists. He's a kind of dualist, but he thinks the way these psychophysical laws work, they hook onto the computational or organizational features of matter. So he thinks, I think he thinks you could upload your consciousness. I tend to think not. So
in that sense, we're not living in a simulation in the sort of specific computational view of things, in that substrate matters to you.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
And in that you agree with Sean Carroll that physics matters.
Yeah, physics is our best way of capturing what the stuff of the world does.
Yeah, but not the whatness, the being of the stuff.
Yeah, the isness.
The isness, thank you.
Russell Brand, I had a conversation with Russell Brand, and he said, "Oh, you mean the isness?" That was a good way of putting it. Isness. The isness.
Russell's great. The big ridiculous question: what do you think is the meaning of all of this? You write in your book that the entry for our reality in the Hitchhiker's Guide, I read, a physical universe whose intrinsic nature is constituted of consciousness, worth a visit. So our whole conversation has been about the first part of that sentence. What about the second part? Worth a visit. Why is this place worth a visit? Why does it have meaning? Why does it have value at all? Why?
These are big questions. I mean, firstly, I do think panpsychism is important to think about for considerations of meaning and value. As we've already discussed, I think consciousness is the root of everything matters. From deep emotions, subtle thoughts, beautiful sensory experiences, and yet I believe our official scientific worldview is incompatible with the reality of consciousness. And that's controversial, but that's what I think. And I think people feel this on an intuitive level. It's maybe part of what Max Weber called the disenchantment of nature. That they think they know their feelings and experiences are not just electrochemical signaling. I mean, they might just have that very informed intuition, but I think that can be rigorously supported. So I think this can lead to a sense of alienation and a sense that we lack a framework for understanding the meaning and significance of our lives. And in the absence of that, people turn to other things to make sense of the meaning of their lives, like nationalism, fundamentalist religion, consumerism. So I think panpsychism is important in that regard, in bringing together the quantitative facts of physical science with the, as it were, the human truth, by which I just mean the qualitative reality of our own experience. As I've already said, I do think there are objective facts about value and what we ought to do and what we ought to believe that we respond to it, and it's very mysterious to make sense of, both how there could be such facts and how we could know about them and respond to them. But I do think there are such facts, and they're mostly to do with kinds of conscious experience.
So they're there to be discovered, and much of the human condition is to discover those objective sources of value.
I think so, yeah. And then, I mean, moving away from panpsychism to the, at an even bigger level, I suppose I think it is important to me to live in hope that there's a purpose to existence, and that what I do contributes in some small way to that greater purpose. But I would say I don't know if there's a purpose to existence. I think some things point in that direction, some things point away from it. But I don't think you need certainty or even high probability to have faith in something. So to take an analogy, suppose you've got a friend who's very seriously ill, maybe there's a 30% chance they're going to make it. You shouldn't believe your friend's going to get better, because they're probably not. But what you could say is, you can say to your friend, I have faith that you're going to get better. That is, I choose to live in hope about that possibility. I choose to orientate my life towards that hope. Similarly, I don't think we know whether or not there's a purpose to existence, but I think we can make the choice to live in hope of that possibility, and I find that a worthwhile and fulfilling way to live.
So maybe as your editor, I would collaborate with you on the edit of the Hitchhiker's Guide entry that instead of worth the visit, we'll insert hopefully worth the visit. Or the inhabitants hope that you would think is worth the visit. Philip, you're an incredible mind, an incredible human being, and indeed are humble. And I'm really happy that you're able to argue and take on some of these difficult questions with some of the most brilliant people in the world, which are the philosophers thinking about the human mind. So this was an awesome conversation. I hope you continue talking to folks like Sam Harris. I'm so glad you talked to Joe. I can't wait to see what you write, what you say, what you think next. Thank you so much for talking today.
Thanks very much, Lex. This has been a really fascinating conversation. I've got a lot of things to think about actually just from this conversation, but thanks for chatting to me.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Philip Goff. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from Carl Jung. People will do anything, no matter how absurd, in order to avoid facing their own souls. One does not become enlightened by imagining figures of light, but by making the darkness conscious. Thank you for listening. Hope to see you next time.
How would you, as a higher intelligence, represent yourself to a lesser intelligence?
Do you think they saw what they say they saw?
You didn't just start showing up in 1947.
How hard do you think it is for aliens to communicate with humans?
What do we believe in? We believe in technology. So you show your skill is a form of technology. Right? But the common thread is you're not alone. And there's something else here with you. and there's something that's, as you said, watching.
You are a professor at Stanford studying the biology of the human organism at the level of individual cells. So let me ask first the big ridiculous philosophical question. What is the most beautiful or fascinating aspect of human biology at the level of the cell to you?
The micro machines or the nano machines that proteins make and become. That to me is the most interesting. The fact that you have this basically dynamic computer within every cell that's constantly processing its environment. And I thought part of it is DNA, which is a dynamic machine, a dynamic computation process. People think of the DNA as a linear code. It's codes within codes within codes, and it is actually the epigenetic state that's doing this amazing processing. And if you ever wanted to believe in God, just look inside the cell.
The DNA is both information and computer.
Exactly.
How did that computer come about? A big continuing on the philosophical question, it's both scientific and philosophical. How did life originate on Earth, do you think? How did this, at every level, from the very first step and the fascinating complex computer that is DNA, that is multicellular organism, and then maybe the fascinating complex computer that is the human mind?
Well, I think you have to take just one more step back to the complex computer that is the universe, right? All of the so-called particles or the waves that people think the universe is made of appears, to me at least, to be a computational process. And embedded in that is biology, right? So all the atoms of the protein, et cetera, sit in that computational matrix. From my point of view, it's computing something. It's computing towards something. It was created in some ways, if you want to believe in God. I don't know that I do, but if you want to believe in something, the universe was created, or at least enabled, to allow for life to form. And so the DNA, if you ask where does DNA come from, and you can go all the way back to Richard Dawkins and selfish gene hypotheses. The way I look at DNA, though, is it is not a moment in time. It assumes the context of the body and the environment in which it's going to live. And so if you want to ask a question of where and how does information get stored, DNA, although it's only 3 billion base pairs long, contains more information than I think the entire computational memory resources of our current technology. Because who and what you are is both what you were as an egg all the way through to the day you die, and it embodies all the different cell types and organs in your body. And so it's a computational reservoir of information and expectation that you will become. So actually, I would sort of turn it around a different way and say, if you wanted to create the best memory storage system possible, you could reverse engineer what a human is and create a DNA memory system that is not just the linear version, but is also everything that it could become.
When we're talking about DNA, we're talking about Earth and the environment creating DNA. So you're talking about trying to come up with an optimal computer for this particular environment.
Right.
So if you reverse engineer that computer, what do you mean by considering all the possible things?
So who you are today, right? So 3 billion bits of information does not explain Lex Friedman. Doesn't explain me, right? But the DNA embodies the expectation of the environment in which you will live and grow and become. So all the information that is you, right, is actually not only embedded in the DNA, but it's embedded in the context of the world in which you grow into and develop, right? But so all that information, though, is packed in the expectation of what the DNA expects to see.
Interesting. So, like, some of the information, is that accurate to say is stored outside the body?
Exactly. Yeah. The information is stored outside because there's a context of expectation. Isn't that interesting?
Yeah, it's fascinating. I mean, to linger on this point, if we were to run Earth over again a million times, how many different versions of this type of computer would we get?
I think it would be different each time. I mean, if you assume there's no such thing as fate, right, and it's not all pre-programmed, and that there is some sort of, let's say, variation on random disability, but you would get as many different versions of life as you could imagine. And I don't think it would all be, unless there's something built into into the substrate of the universe. It wouldn't always be left-handed proteins, right?
But I wonder with the flap of a butterfly wing, what the effects it has, because it's possible that the system is really good at finding the efficient answer, and maybe the efficient answer is that there's only a small finite set of them for this particular environment.
Exactly. That's the kind of, in a way, the anthropomorphic universe of the multiverse expectations, right? That there's probably a zillion other kinds of universes out there if you believe in multiverse theory. We only live in the ones where the rules are such that life like ours can exist.
So using that logic, how many alien civilizations do you think are out there? There's like trillions of environments, aka planets, or maybe you can think even bigger than planets. How many lifelike organisms do you think are out there thriving? And maybe how many do you think are long gone?
I think, well, innumerable. I think in terms of the
Greater
ones that
than
are
zero.
much greater than zero. I mean, I would just be surprised. What a waste, right, of all that space just for us, if we're never going to get there. That would be my first way to think about it. But second, I mean, I remember when I was about 7 or 8 years old, and I would love if any of your listeners could find this National Geographic. I remember opening the page of the National Geographic. I was about, again, 7 to 10 years old. And it was sort of a current picture of the universe. It was around probably 1968, 1969. And I just remember looking at it and thinking, what kinds of empires have risen and fallen across that space that we'll never know about? And isn't that sad that we know nothing about something so grand? And so I've always been a reader of science fiction because I like the creative ideas of what people come up with. And I especially like science fiction writers that base it in good science, but base it also in evolution. That if you evolve a civilization from something lifelike, right, some sort of biology, its assumptions about the universe will come from the environment in which you grew up. So, for instance, Larry Niven is a great writer, and he imagines different kinds of civilizations. In some cases, what happens if intelligence evolved from a herd animal, right? Would you lead from behind, right? Would you be, in his case, one of them were the so-called puppeteers, and to them, the moral imperative is cowardice. You put other people forward to run the risk for you, right? And so he writes entire books around that premise. There's another guy, David Grin is his name. He writes the so-called Uplift Universe books. And in those, he takes different intelligences, each from a different evolutionary background, and then he posits a civilization based around where and what they came from. And so, to me, I mean, that's just fun. But I mean, back to your original question, is how many are there? I think as many stars as we can see. Now, how many are currently there? I don't know. I mean, that's the whole question of how long can a civilization last before it runs out of steam? And you, for instance, does it just get bored, or does it transcend to something else, or does it say, I've seen enough and I'm done?
What does running out of steam look like? It could destroy itself or get bored.
Or we've done everything we can, and they just decide to stop. I don't know. I just don't know.
Is the Elon Musk worry that we stop reproducing? where we slow down the reproduction rate to where the population can go to zero.
Can go to zero, and we collapse. So the only way to get around that is perhaps create enough machines with AI purpose.
What could possibly go wrong? You've talked to people that told stories of UFO encounters.
Mhm.
What is the most fascinating to you about the stories of these UFO encounters that you've heard that people have told you?
The similarity of them, the uniformity of the stories. Now, I just want to say up front, a lot of people think that when I speculate, I believe something. That's not true, right? Speculation is just creativity. Speculation is the beginning of hypothesis. None of what I hear in terms of the anecdotes do I necessarily believe are they true. But I still find them fascinating to listen to because at some level they're still data. And you have to listen. And once you start to hear the same story again and again, then you have to say, well, there might be something to it. I mean, maybe it's some kind of a Jungian background in the human mind and human consciousness that creates these stories again and again. And it's coming out of the DNA. It's coming out of that pre-programmed something. And Jung talked quite a bit about this kind of thing, the collective unconscious. But actually, one of the most interesting ones I find is this constant message that you're not taking care of your world. And this came long before climate change. It came long before many kinds of, let's say, current day memes around, taking care of our planet, pollution, etc. And so, for instance, perhaps the best example of this, the one that I find the most fascinating, is a story out of Zimbabwe. 50 or 60 children one afternoon in Zimbabwe. It was a well-educated group of white and black children who at lunchtime in the playground saw a craft, and they saw a little man. And they all ran into the teachers, and they told the same story, and they drew the same pictures. And the message several of them got was, you are not taking care of your planet. And it got, there's actually a movie coming out on this episode, and 30 years later now, the people who were there, the children who have grown up, said it happened to us. Now, did it happen? Was it some sort of hallucination? Was it an imposed hallucination by something? Was it material? I don't know. But these kids were 7 to 10 years old. You see them on video. 7 to 10-year-olds can't lie like that. And so, whether it's real or not, I don't know. But I find that fascinating data. And again, it's these unconnected stories of individuals with the same story that is worthy of further inquiry.
Yeah, so here we are, humans with limited cognitive capacities, trying to make sense of the world, trying to understand what is real and not. We have this DNA that somehow, in complex ways, is interacting with the environment, and then we get these novel ideas that come from the populace, and then they make us wonder about what it all means. And so, how to interpret it. If you think from an alien perspective, how would you communicate with other lifelike organisms? You perhaps have to find endpoints on this interaction between the DNA and its manifestations in terms of the human mind and how it interacts with the environment. To get some kind of, all right, what is this DNA? What is this environment? I have to get in somehow.
Right.
To interact with it, to perturb the system where these little ants, human-like ants, get excited and figure and see stuff out. Yeah, and then somehow steer them. First of all, for investigative purposes, understand oftentimes to understand a system, you have to perturb it.
Exactly. Yeah.
To poke at it, get excited or not, and then the the other ways you want to, if you worry about them, you can steer in one direction or another. And this kind of idea that we're not taking care of our world, that's interesting. I mean, that's comforting. That's hopeful, because that means the greater intelligence, which is what I would hope, want to take care of us.
We want to take care of the gorillas in the national parks in Africa.
Yeah, but we don't want to take care of cockroaches. So there's a line we draw. So you have to hope that.
Right now, we're a bunch of angry monkeys, and maybe whatever these intelligences are also keeping an eye on us. That you don't want a bunch of you don't want the angry monkey troop stomping around the local galactic arm.
Do you think these folks are telling the truth? Do you think they saw what they say they saw?
I think they saw what they said they saw, but I also think they saw what they were shown. I mean, if you go back to the whole notion of, okay, how long has this been around? It didn't just start showing up in 1947. There are stories going back, into the 1800s of people who saw things in their farm fields in the U.S. It's in local newspapers from the 1800s. It's fascinating. But if you go even further back, so to your point of how would you, as a higher intelligence, represent yourself to a lesser intelligence? Well, let's go back to pre-civilization. Maybe you show yourself as the spirits in the forest, and you give messages through that. And once you get a little bit more civilized, then you show yourself as the gods. And then you're God. Well, we don't believe in God anymore necessarily, not everybody does. So what do we believe in? We believe in technology. So you show yourself as a form of technology, right? But the common thread is you're not alone, and there's something that's here with you, and there's something that's, as you said, watching you, and at least watching over your shoulder. But I think that, like any good parent, you don't tell your student everything. You make them learn, and learning requires mistakes, because if you tell them everything, then they get lazy.
You've looked at the brains of, or information coming from the brain of some of the people that have had UFO encounters. What's common about the brain of people who encounter
So the study started with a group of, let's say, a cohort of individuals that were brought to me and their MRIs to ask about the damage that had been seen in these individuals. It turns out that the majority of those patients ended up being Havana syndrome, and so, for me at least, that part of the story ends in terms of the injury. It's likely almost all Havana syndrome. That's somebody else's problem now. It's not my problem. But when we were looking at the brains of these individuals, we noticed something right in the center of the basal ganglia in many of these individuals that at first we thought was damage. It was basically an enriched patch of MRI dense neurons that we thought was damage, but then it was showing up in everybody, and then we looked and we said, no, it's actually not. The other readings on these MRIs showed that actually that's living tissue. That's actually at the head of the caudate nicotine. And at the time, and I remember even asking a good friend of mine at Stanford, who was a psychiatrist, what does the basal ganglia do? He said, oh, the basal ganglia is just about movement and nerve and motor control. And I said, well, that's odd, because these other papers that we were reading at the time started to suggest that it was involved with higher intelligence and is actually downstream of the executive function and involved with intuition and planning. And if you think about it, if you're going to have motor control, which is centralized in one place, motor control requires knowledge of the environment. You don't want to move something and hit the table. Or if you're walking across a room, you want to be aware and cognizant of what you might bump into. So obviously, all of that planning requires access to all the senses. It requires access to your desires, memory, knowledge of where and what you want, and desire to walk near or by. Like, use the example of you're at a party, you want to avoid that person, you like that person, the waiter's about to drop something, all without thinking, you maneuver. So that actually, all that planning is done in the basal ganglia, and it's actually now called the brain rhythm plan. It's a goal processing system, subservient to executive function. So what we think we found there was not something which allows people to talk to UFOs. I mean, I think the UFO community took it a step too far. What I think we found was a form of higher functioning processing. So what we then looked at, and this was the most fascinating part of it, we looked then at individuals and the families of those, let's say the index case individuals, and we found that it was actually in families. And more so, this is the most fascinating part, we've probably looked now at about 200 just random cases that you can download off of databases online. You don't see this higher connectivity. You only find it in what Kit Green would have called, or has called, higher functioning individuals, people who are, I mean, he called them savants. I don't have the means to, we haven't done the testing, but it turns out my family has it, right? We found it in me, my brother, my mother. We found it as well in other individuals, husband and wife pairs. So statistically, if you had a group of 20 individuals and you found two husband-wife pairs, both of whom had it, and yet it's only found in about, we think, 1 in 200, 1 or 300 individuals. The fact that two individuals came together, two sets of individuals came together, both of whom had it, implied either a restricted breeding group or attraction. The reason why it seems to be in, let's say, so-called experiencers or people who claim, if intuition is the ability to see something that other people don't, I don't mean that in a paranormal sense, but being able to see something that's in front of you that other people might just dismiss, well, maybe that's a function of a higher kind of intelligence to say, well, I'm not looking at an artifact. I'm not looking at something that I should just ignore. I'm seeing something and I recognize it for not what it is, but that it is something different than is normally found in the environment.
Yeah, I have a little bit of that. I seem to see the magic in a lot of moments. Like I have a deep, it's obviously, not obviously, but it seems to be chemical in nature that I just am excited about life. I love life. I love like stupid things. It feels like I'm high a lot. On like mushrooms or something like that, where you'd really appreciate this. I'm able to detect something about the environment that maybe others don't. I don't know, but like I seem to be over the top grateful to be alive for a lot of stupid reasons, and that's in there somewhere. I mean, it's kind of interesting because it really is true that our brains, the way we're brought up, but also the genetics, enables us to see certain slices of the world. And some people are probably more receptive to anomalous information. They see the magic, the possibility in the novel thing, right? As opposed to kind of finding the pattern of the common, of the regular. Some people are more, wait a minute, this is kind of weird. I mean, a lot of those people probably become scientists too. Like, like there's this pattern happening over and over and over, and then something weird just happens. And then you get excited by that weirdness and start to pull the string and discover what is at the core of that weirdness. Like perhaps is that, maybe by way of question, how does the human perception system deal with anomalous information, do you think?
Well, it first tries to classify it and get it out of the way. If it's not food, if it's not sex, right? If it's not in the way of my desires, or if it is in the way of my desires, then you focus on it. And so I think the question is how much spare processing power how much CPU cycles do we spend on things that are not those core desires?
What is the most kind of memorable, powerful uniform comment report you ever heard? Just to you on a personal level, it's something that was really powerful.
Well, I mentioned the Zimbabwe one. That's particularly interesting. And one that actually most people don't know about, but family driving down the highway, two little girls in the back, open glass topped car, and the little girl will see a craft right over the car. This is in the middle of the day on a busy highway. The mother sees it. They look around, nobody else seems to see it. So the girls take out their camera, take a picture of it. And then they get home. They look at the picture. There's no craft, but there's a little object about 30 feet above their car or so, probably about 3 feet across, kind of star-shaped. It's not a craft, but it's something else. There was something there. And so what were they seeing? Were they seeing a projection? Were they seeing? And why were only they seeing?
And the photograph was capturing something very different than what we're seeing, the Earth-phone object. What can you give a little bit of context? Is this from modern day?
It's modern day. Oh yeah, they had a camera. I mean, they had a cell phone camera.
And this is like a report provided. By the way, where's the central place to provide a report? Is this?
Oh, there's a new phone, but this isn't public. I've seen the picture.
Oh, this is something you've directly interacted with.
Yeah, I've seen the picture.
So those moments like that, they captivate.
It's so different. It doesn't fall into the standard story at all. But in another way, it's a clear enunciation of this notion that when people see events, they don't all see the same thing. Now, we've heard this about like traffic accidents. Different people would see a couple of the car differently, or the chain of events differently, and this tells you that memory isn't anywhere near what we think it is. But the issue around so-called UFO reports is that the same people will see a very different thing, almost as if whatever it is projecting something into the mind, rather than it being real, right? Rather than it being a real manifestation, material in front of you, it's actually almost some sort of an altered virtual reality that is imposed on you. I mean, I think the company Meta and all the virtual reality companies would love to have something like that, right? Where you don't have to actually wear something on your face,
Yes.
to experience a virtual reality. What happens if you could just project it?
Well, that's the fundamental question from an alien perspective. When you look at it, or as we humans look at ants, how does this perception system operate? And not only how does this thing's mind operate, how does the human mind operate, but how does their perception system operate? So that we can stimulate the perception system properly to get them to think certain things. And so, that's a really important question. Humans think that the only way to communicate is in 3D or 4D space-time. There's physical objects, or maybe you write things in some kind of language. But there could be just so much more richness in how you can communicate. And so, from an alien perspective, or somebody who has much greater technological capabilities, you have to figure out, how do I use the skills I have to stimulate the limited humans?
Right. Well, I mean, let's take the ants again as an example. Let's say that you wanted to make ants practical. You wanted to use them for something, right? You wanted to use them as a form of biological robot. Now, DARPA and other people have been trying to use insects to turn them into biological robots. But if you wanted to, you would have to interact with their sense of smell, right? Their pheromone system that they use to interact with each other. So you would either create those molecules to talk to them, to make them do. I'm not saying talk to them as if they're intelligent, but talk to them to manipulate them in ways that Or if you were advanced enough, you would use some sort of electromagnetic or other means to stimulate their neurons in ways that would accomplish the same goal as the pheromones, but by doing it in a sort of a telefactoring way. So let's say you wanted to telefactor with humans. You would interact with them, and this is a technology which you could imagine possible. You could telefactor information into the sensory system of a human, right? But then each human is a little bit different, so either you know enough about them to tailor it to that individual, or you just basically take advantage of whatever the sensory net is that that individual has. So if you happen to be good at sound, or you happen to be a very visually inclined individual, then maybe the sensory information that you get that's most effective in terms of transmitting information would come through that portal.
I think the aliens need to figure out that humans value physical consistency. So we've discovered physics. So we want our perception to make sense. Maybe they don't, that's not an obvious fact of perception, but you have to figure out what kind of things are humans used to observing in this particular environment of Earth, and how do we stimulate the perception system in a way that's not anomalous and not too, doesn't cross that threshold of just like, well, that's way too weird.
Right.
So that has to, that's not obvious that that should be important. Maybe you want to err on the side of anomaly, like lean into the weirdness. Communication is complicated.
Yeah, well, that's why I always find this issue of people talking about the so-called grays as interesting, because it is related to what you're saying. They're different enough, but they're not so different as to be scary, right? They're not venom-dripping fangs, right? They're different enough, but it's also like they're what you could imagine us becoming in some distant future. So is that a purposeful representation? I don't know. I mean, I don't believe in the grays, for instance, but I believe that people think that they see it. So if we're talking about a communication strategy that says, we're like you, but not same as you, this might be a manifestation that you represent in terms of a communication strategy.
What do you make of David Faber's sighting of the Tic Tac UFO and other pilots who have seen these objects that seem to defy the laws of physics?
Well, I think you'd have to take them at their word.
Are they fascinating to you?
Oh, absolutely. No, I know a lot of these people, right? So I know Lou Elizondo, Chris Mellon, the whole crowd. I saw the videos about 3 weeks or so before they went public. I was at a bar with Lou overlooking the Pentagon in Crystal City, and they showed them to me. My hair stood on it. And he said this is coming out soon. And I know one of the guys on the inside who was the naval intelligence who had interviewed all of these pilots again before this came out. And it was hair raising to hear this, but also exciting that, here's not just people's testimony, these are credible individuals. And if you've seen the 60-minute episode with some of the pilots, they have no monetary gain. If anything, they've got negative gain from coming out. But then you also have all of the simultaneous ship analysis from the USS Princeton and the radar analysis, etc. So, at the end of the day, it's just data. It's not a conclusion. I'd be perfectly happy, honestly, perfectly happy if somebody showed that it was all a hoax. I go back to my day job, right?
That could be a hoax, but other things may not be. This is the point, this is why it's nice to remove some of the stigma about this topic, because it's all just data, and anomalous events are such that they're going to be rare in terms of how much data they represent. But we have to consider the full range of data to discover that it actually represents something that's, if we pull at it, we'll discover something that's extraterrestrial. or something deep about the phenomena on Earth that we don't yet understand.
Right. Well, if it only stimulates people, for instance, to think, okay, well, what happens if we could move like that with momentumless movement? And it stimulates young individuals to go into the sciences to ask those questions. That to me is fascinating. I mean, after I've been openly talking about this in the last year, especially, I've had a number of students from top schools who aren't my students come to me and say, if I can help, let me. How can I help? I never had thought about this before, but you and others, not just you and others, have opened my mind to thinking about this matter.
Yeah, that's why it's actually funny that Elon Musk doesn't think too much about these kinds of propulsion systems that could defy the laws of physics as we currently understand them. To me, it's a powerful way to think what is possible.
Mhm.
It's inspiring, even if some debate doesn't represent extraterrestrial vehicles. I think the observation itself, it's like something you mentioned, which is hypothesizing, imagining these things, considering the possibility of these things. I think opens up your mind in a way that ultimately can create the technology. First, you have to believe the technology is possible before you can create it.
In my own lab, we always look for, as I've said before, what is inevitable. And, saying inevitably this is the kind of data we need. But if we need that kind of data, the instrument we want doesn't exist. Okay, so I imagine the perfect instrument, if you make it back into something which is practical, and then you, in a sense, reverse engineer the future of what it is that you want to make. And I've started and sold like at least half a dozen or more companies using that basic premise. And so it was always something that didn't exist today, but we imagined what we wanted. And at the time, many people said it couldn't be done. I mean, for instance, all the gene therapy that's done today with retroviruses came from a group meeting in David Baltimore's lab. I was a postdoc with him. And one of the other postdocs wasn't able to make retroviruses in a way that he wanted to. And I realized I had a cell line that would allow us to make retroviruses in 2 days rather than 2 months. And so he and I then worked together to make that system. And now all gene therapy with retroviruses is done using this basic approach around the whole world because something couldn't be done and we wanted to do it better and imagined the future. And so that's, I think, what the whole UFO phenomenon is doing for people. It's like, well, let's imagine a future where these kinds of technologies are, but also let's imagine a future where we don't blow ourselves up, right? So if these things are there, they manage to not blow themselves up. So it means that at least one other civilization got past the inflection point.
So if some of the encounters are actually representing alien civilizations visiting us, why do you think they're doing so? You suggested that perhaps it's to study and understand their own past. Right? What are some of the motivations, do you think? And again, from our perspective, us as humans, what motivations would we have when we approach others that might discover the future?
Well, I think one motivation might be to steer us away from the precipice, right? Or on the assumption that, even if we make it precipice, at least without a bunch of psychopaths, running around. So maybe there's a little bit of motivation there to make sure that the neighbor that's growing up next to you is not, unruly. But I mean, maybe it's sort of a moral imperative, like what we have with, creating national parks where animals can continue to live out their lives in a natural way. I don't know. I mean, that would be. I mean, the problem is we're imagining from a anthropomorphic viewpoint what an alien might think, and as I've said before, alien means an alien, right? I mean not Hollywood aliens, but a whole different way of thinking and a whole different level of experience and, let's say, wisdom, hopefully, that we could only hope to understand. Now, but if we ever get out there, if we ever make it past our current problems, and even if we don't have faster than light travel, and even if we're only using ram scoops or light sails to get where we want to go, and it takes us 10,000 years to get somewhere or to spread out, we might encounter such things, and are we just going to stop all over it, like we did in colonial South America or Africa or all the rest? On our current path, likely. And so what are we going to learn?
Well, we're getting better and better at understanding what is life.
Mm-hmm.
And I think we're getting better and better at being careful not to step on it when we see it. And this is one of the nice things about talking about UFOs, is it expands the overview window. It expands our understanding of what possibly could be life.
Mm-hmm.
It gets us to think. It gets the scientific community to think. When we go to Mars, when we go to these different moons that could possibly have life, we're not looking at legged organisms. We're looking at some kind of complexity
Mm-hmm.
that arises in resistance to the natural world.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a lot of
I
interesting
like that resistance to the natural world. Yeah.
Somehow there's a rebellious process, complex system going on here. And I don't know the many ways it can take form. There's a sense, for aliens that as the technology develops, they take form more and more as information, as something that can influence the space of ideas, of the processing of data itself. I just, this idea of embodiment that we humans so admire, physically visible, perceivable embodiment, may be a very inefficient thing. Right?
If you think just about, your area, AI, we're trying to make smaller and smaller and smaller circuitry that is basically closer and closer to the physics of how the universe operates, right? Right down at the level of quantum computers, and basically right down about quantum information storage. So fast forward 10,000, 100,000 years, maybe somebody found a way to embody AI directly into the physics of the universe, right? And it doesn't require physical manifestation. It just sits in space-time. It's just a locally ordered space. We're just locally ordered space-time, right? But maybe they found a way to embody it there.
They probably have to get really good at not, trampling on the ants.
Mm-hmm.
The better your technology gets, the easier it is to accidentally, oops, right? So destroy these simpleton biological systems.
We constantly think about whatever these things might be. We think that they are some sort of a unified force. Well, maybe they're not unified. Maybe they are as disparate as you and I are. And maybe what keeps them from stomping all over the ants is each other. Right? That they are in a self-tension to prevent one or more of them from running amok.
Oh, yeah, that's kind of the anarchy of nations that we have on Earth. So there's always going to be this
There's a hierarchy.
This hierarchy that's formed of greater and greater intelligences. Right. And they're all probably also wondering, wait, what's bigger than me?
Exactly. That's what I always wonder, is that maybe what keeps them in line is something that is beyond them.
Like what created the universe? That's probably a question that bothers them too.
Mm-hmm.
What about the communication task itself? How hard do you think it is for aliens to communicate with humans? Is this something you think about this barrier of communication between biological systems and something else? How difficult is it to find a common language?
Well, I think if you're smart enough or technologically enabled enough, it's relatively straightforward. Now, whether your concepts can ever be dumbed down to us, that might be hard. I mean,
Again, talking to the ants.
talking to the ants. I mean, they
On
don't.
Instagram.
So
You want to look good in this picture? Let me explain.
to you why. Yeah. So that's the essential problem of, perhaps they realize who it is that they're talking to, and they say, rather than muddy the picture, we're only going to give them limited information, right? And yeah, maybe we could sit down like you and I and have a conversation, but then they would make assumptions. Humans would then make assumptions about us that aren't true, because we're not humans, right? So let's stay at arm's length. Let's just let them know that we're here, right? And here's a limited amount of communication. Again, this notion that if you give somebody everything, they'll get lazy. And, if they've been around as long as they have, they've seen every kind of thing that can go wrong. And so it's they know as much as they might want to step in, that would be a wrong thing.
Yeah, you have to also understand the amount of wisdom they carry.
Yeah. And so it's very easy as well for religions to. I don't want to get into a whole religious conversation. But it's very easy for you can see how religions could call them angels or devils or what have you, because again, if you're trying to fit it into a framework of cultural understanding, the first thing you reach for is God. And so when you look at what these things are, and again, with the angels and the devils, in a similar sort of way, their communication is limited. They just kind of give little, what's the Oracle of Delphi? They kind of give these Delphic pronouncements, and then it's up to you to figure out what it is that they really mean.
Stephen Greer claimed that a skeleton discovered in Atacama region of Chile might be an alien. You went out to him and took on the task of proving or disproving that with the rigor of science. The result is a paper titled "Whole Genome Sequencing of Atacama Skeleton Shows Novel Mutations Linked with Dysplasia." Can you tell this full story?
The story was, as you put it right there, correct. Reached out, got a sample of the body, did the DNA sequencing, then worked with a team of two other Stanford scientists and Roche sequencing group, Roche Diagnostics, and probably a total team of about 11 or so people. And as is standard in these kinds of things, the professors actually don't do the work. The students do the work and figured out the answer. And then we helped them put together the story. And the story was simply that it was human, 100%. I went into it thinking it was originally a monkey of some sort. I got kind of excited a few months into the process, thinking, well, what happens if it is an alien? Right?
You would describe some of the characteristics of the skeleton that make it unique and interesting.
Primarily, it had dysmorphias of the brain. And so the first thing I did, actually, when I got pictures of it, I took it to a local expert at Stanford, and he was on the paper. And he was the world expert in pediatric bone dysmorphias. So he literally wrote the book and on this, because that's what you do. You go to an expert when it's outside of your field of interest. And he said, well, I haven't seen this particular collection of mutations before, or this physiology before, but here's what I think it might be. And he said, but based on the size of the thing and the bone density, it would appear to be like 6 or 7 years old. Now, again, that's the thing where I think the lay public doesn't understand or takes a speculation like that and turns it into a fact. No one ever said that it was that age. We only said that the bones made it look like it was that age. But then we went back and looked for genetic explanations of why things might look the way they did. And if you, again, read the paper, it's very carefully caveated to say that these mutations might result in this. But what we did find was an unexpectedly large number of mutations associated with bone growth in this individual. And it was just a bad roll of the dice, right? You roll the dice enough times with enough people born every year, and someone will roll the wrong dice all at once. So the sad part about it was individuals in the UFO community who wanted to think that there was some sort of conspiracy around it, right? That somebody had somehow convinced all of my students to lie. I mean, come on. You know, I would lose my job, first of all, and they would all be, in trouble forever.
Yeah, but also it's just projecting malevolence onto people that I don't think exists in normal populace, and especially doesn't exist in the scientific community. The kind of people that go into science, I mean, this is what bothers me with the current distrust of science, is they might be naive, they might not, especially in modern science, look at the big picture, philosophical, ethical questions, all that kind of stuff. But ultimately, they're people with integrity and just a deep curiosity for the discovery of cool little things. And there's no malevolence, broadly speaking, in the scientific community. So, I mean, there's a bigger story here, which is, there's a hunger in the populace to discover something anomalous, something new. And, science has to be both open to the anomalous, but also to reject the anomalous when the data doesn't support it. Well, what do you make of that, walking that line for you? Because you're dealing with the UFO encounters, you're dealing with the anomalous.
Well, people have said, let's go back to the Akama case, that I was debunking it. Well, debunking is a loaded term. It sort of assumes that you are going in purposefully to prove something is wrong. I wasn't. I was just going in to collect the data. And, I showed that this one was human. There was another skull that somebody had at one point. It was called the Star Child. They called it the Star Child skull. I said, I looked at it. I looked at the DNA sequencing that they had done. I said, this is human. End of story. The people who owned the thing at the time disagreed with me, and then eventually another group came in and proved that I was right. And it's not about debunking. It's about getting the more spectacular and hyped cases off the table. I mean, the reason I got interested in it is because somebody was hyping it. And not because I wanted to disprove it, but because I just wanted to know. And let's get it off the table, because it's usually the most extravagant things that are most likely to be wrong. Somewhere in the rubble will be something interesting. And so that's what you do. You get the dross off the table, and then somewhere in the data will be something worth real inquiry.
And that, if you inquire deeply enough, will be discovered.
Yes, exactly.
And that's what actually excites scientists to do. I mean, you want the rigor of science to actually reveal the extravagant.
And so look at CRISPR as probably the most perfect example of that. These weird sequences in bacterial genomes, all arrayed one after the other with these strange sequences around them. But when you looked at the sequences, they looked like viruses. And so how did they get there? And lo and behold, after a lot of effort and work, the Nobel Prizes went out the door. But these strange things ended up having extraordinarily extravagant possibilities.
You've also looked at UFO materials. You are in possession of UFO materials yourself.
Claimed UFO materials.
Alleged UFO materials. That's right. what's another term? Weird materials that don't seem to
That have a story.
they have a story that doesn't seem to be of natural origins, but it's not. You know, there's a process to proving that, and that process may take decades, if not centuries, because you have to keep going with the string at discovering where they could possibly come from. But anyway, you're in possession of some materials of this kind. Can you describe some of them? Maybe also talk to the process of how you investigate them, how you handle it.
Right. So let's say that there's two classes of materials that I've been given by people, and not given by like the government or anything, just given people who've collected them, and there's a reasonable chain of evidence associated with them that you can use them just a pebble somebody picked up off a road. There are almost always things that people have claimed have either been dropped off as like some sort of a leftover material, molten metals, or they are from an object that was released from this that kind of exploded. They're almost always metals. I have some couple of things that might be biological that are interesting that I haven't really spent a lot of time on yet. When you look at a metal, you basically will look at what are the elements in it and what's it made of. And so there's pretty standard approaches to doing that. Most of them involve a technology called mass spectrometry. And there's probably about 5 or 6 different kinds of mass spectrometry that you could bring to bear on answering it. And they either tell you, depending upon the limit of the resolution of the instrument, they either tell you the elements that are there, or they tell you the isotopes that are there. And you're interested not just in knowing whether something is there or not, you're interested in knowing whether they're, the amounts of it. And in the case of elements, how many different isotopes are there. And that's kind of where, in some of these cases, it gets interesting, right? Because in at least one of the materials, as we first studied it, the isotope ratios of, in this case, it was magnesium, were way off normal. And I just don't know why. It doesn't prove anything. All it proves is that it was probably accomplished by some kind of an industrial process, whether it's the result of a process or whether, and this is sort of a leftover, or whether it was made that way for a particular purpose, I don't know. All I know is that it was engineered. That's it, right? But then the question is sort of you go one step deeper. Why would you engineer?
Right. Why engineer? What does engineered means? There's all kinds of. It could be a byproduct. It could be the main result of an engineering process. It would be a small part of the engineering process that is the main part.
Well, so the ratios of isotopes for any given element are basically the result of stellar processes. A supernova blew up sometime several billion years ago. That became a cloud. Those atoms coalesced gravitationally to form another sun and a ring that became a rocky planet. And the ratios of the isotopes were determined at the time of that explosion. And so everything in the local solar system is more or less of that ratio, depending upon sort of gravitational difference. But by fragments of a percent, not whole tens of percent difference. So what do humans use isotopes for? Mostly to blow stuff up. I mean, the vast majority of the isotopes that have been made in the per pound or ton are things like certain ratios of plutonium and uranium to blow stuff up. We don't make or engineer isotopes. Today it's relatively easy to do, but it's still expensive. For any other reason, apart from, let's say, anti-cancer, we use stable isotopes in money these days as a counterfeiting tool to basically embed certain ratios of isotopes in to make it harder for counterfeit to accomplish. And so, but other than that, we don't do anything with that. So why would you make grams of such material in this one case and drop it around on a beach in Brazil?
So which case are we talking about?
This is
Describe that Brazil
This is
case.
the Ubatuba case.
Can you describe this case a little bit further, like what material we're talking about, just the full story of the case?
So
It's an interesting one.
It's an interesting one. So a fisherman saw an object that released something, or it exploded, and it was this I've got some big chunks of it, relatively pure magnesium, with obviously something else in it because magnesium burns. So it had something in it that would, other metals, simple alloy, that would prevent it from basically burning up. And so the question is, and so then we had two pieces that came from two different chains of custody, both claimed to be from the same object. At least physically, when you look at the two things, they look the same, right? So we took small fragments of each of them. We put them in an instrument called a secondary eye mass spec, which is an extremely sensitive instrument, and it can see down to 0.0001 mass units, which is important for, let's say, more arcane reasons, but it's a sensitive instrument. And so one of the chains of custody, with two pieces from the same chain of custody, and then two pieces from the other chain of custody, one of them had completely normal magnesium isotope ratios, magnesium 24, 25, 26, and the other was off. Well, not just like slightly off, way off, and they were both off to the same extent. So, it was sort of like you had an internal control of what was normal, and you had this other one which was wrong. And so you're left with, it's kind of an open question. Was this a hoax? Were these two chains of custody, one of them a hoax, that somebody purposefully introduced those things? Because you could do it. It would cost a lot. At the time that this was found, I guess the 1970s or so, might have been earlier, I forget. The amount that I had would have cost several tens of thousands of dollars to make. And again, it's not something you just throw around. And why would you do it in the hope that some guy 30 years from then would pick it up and study it?
Very subtle.
It's a long-term plan. So I just don't know. I just don't know what to make of it. Except it's interesting. So a different kind of question that you're asking is, what constitutes evidence? Right? So is this sufficient evidence? Absolutely not. But somebody's put it forward. I have the time. It's my time. I'll study it, and my objective is to sort of take those that I think are credible enough and do a reasonable analysis, put it out there, and maybe somebody else will come up with an idea as to what it is. Now, what would be better is some sort of true technology, right? Something that is obviously, we don't have it, and people like Neil deGrasse Tyson and Seth Shostak have come out rightfully and have said, when you show up with, something really obviously technological that we don't understand, then we'll pay attention. Right? Not just material. A piece of metal is interesting, but and several of the things that I've looked at and other things that people have come to me with, we found to be completely banal, or were actually pieces of aircraft that were invented back in the 1940s. And so, take them off the table.
But I think, again, showing up with technology that we humans would find completely novel is actually a really difficult task for aliens, because it obviously can't be so novel that we don't recognize it for what it is. And I would say most of the technology aliens likely have would be something we don't recognize. So it's actually a hard problem how to convince ants. Like, you first have to understand what ants are tweeting about, like what they care about, in order to like inject into their culture. Because that's why I think it would be the technology that you can present us in the space of ideas is try to influence individual humans with the encounters, and try to this kind of thing that you mentioned about us not taking messages about us not taking care of the world. It's difficult. I mean, for them to understand, you have to come up with trinkets that impress us. I mean, maybe the very technology, the fascination with the development of technology and the development of technology, the actual act of innovation itself is the thing that they're communicating. I mean, this is kind of what Jacques Vallée thinks about. Is the whole
control system.
control system. Well, let me ask about Jacques. Who is he? You know him. Who is Jacques Vallée? What have you learned about life, about about, about UFOs, about technology, about our role in the universe?
Well, I met Jacques actually soon after the whole Atacama thing happened. I was visited by those people associated with the government and whatever around the Havanas, what ended up mostly being Havana Syrian patients, but also Jacques at the same time. They were actually working behind the scenes with each other. Like, oh, here's this Stanford professor who is willing to talk about this stuff and investigate things. Maybe we should go talk to him. And he reached out through a colleague, and he and I had lunch actually at the Rosewood Inn up on near Sandhill. So Jacques is one of the first openly active scientists. He's really a scientist in this area, going back to the 1960s. And he's put forward a number of ideas, speculations about what it might be that people are interacting with. And the first thing that I learned from him is this notion of what he called kabuki theater. That many of the things that people have seen are, I remember reading his books and thinking, he uses this word absurd a lot. He said the things that people claim they see are absurd, right? A ship doesn't land in a farmer's field and then come up and knock on the door and say, "Can I have a glass of water?" These are stories literally out of newspapers from the 1930s. It's absurd. And the other thing that people say, ships don't crash. If you're so technologically advanced, you don't crash. It's absurd that they crash. So he said, this is put on as a show. It's an influence campaign, right? It's not meant to influence individuals. It's meant to influence a culture as a whole. Maybe they don't look at us as individuals. Maybe they look at us as an organism that lives on a planet, right?
And perhaps rightfully so.
And so that's how you interact with them. That's how you influence them. So that was one of the first things that kind of took me back and realized, wow, there's actually maybe there's a puppet master behind the scenes that's doing this influencing, and all this stuff about aliens is not true per se. They're just a representation of something that is meant to influence. So that was probably the most interesting. I mean, the man is brilliant. He's also, it can be, and I'm sorry, Jacques, he can also be incredibly annoying to have a conversation with, because he will pick apart your arguments or anything that you think you know and show you why you don't know what you think you know. And he used the example that, for me, that is all you need is one counter example to any conclusion, and you're wrong. And so I learned from him. I mean, I'm supposed to be a good scientist, but I learned from him, don't talk about conclusions, just talk about the data. Because data is not wrong. I mean, convince yourself that the data is not wrong, it's not an artifact. But be careful about your conclusions, because whatever is going on, it's much more complicated than we imagine.
Wow, that's powerful. Being able to always step back. we humans get excited.
Yeah.
We start to jump to conclusions from the data, but always step back.
Well,
Powerful being able to always step back. We humans get excited.
Yeah.
We start to jump to conclusions from the data, but always step back.
Well, in some of my Twitter feeds, when I dare to go on Twitter, are full of, well, when are you going to give us the answer? Look, science is not immediate. You're going to have to be patient. And even some of my science colleagues have said, well, where's the data? My answer to that has been, where's been your work to try to produce any? I'm not here to give you everything on a silver platter.
We talked offline how much I love data and machine learning and so on. And it's been really disheartening to see that the U.S. government not invest as much as they possibly could into this whole process. So let's jump to the most recent thing, which is what do you make of the report titled Preliminary Assessment Unidentified Aerial Phenomena that was released by the Office of the Director of National Intelligence in June 2021. So this was like, okay, we're going to step back and we're going to where do we stand and where do we hope the future is? What do you make of that report? Is it hopeful? Is it?
I see it as very helpful. Very helpful. I think the adults are finally stepping up and being in charge, right?
In the good sense of adult.
What's that?
In the good sense.
In the good sense of adult.
Childlike curiosity is a pretty powerful thing.
That's true. Yeah. But it's also, I think, the people who were worried that the populace at large might run screaming into the streets and riot. They basically, the empiric evidence is they're wrong. These videos and all these things have been out for now, 5 years? Most people don't even know about it, right? So as hyped as it's been, and all over the newspapers that it's been, and et cetera, even Tucker Carlson talked about it. Joe Rogan has it. A lot of people don't know about it. So I think people, if it's not affecting their day-to-day life, they're going on with their day-to-day life. So, but that said, I think it was an important sea change in the internal discussions going on in the government because, and the reason being, that I think this is actually partly true with the maturation of human social technology. It was becoming so obvious that this stuff was showing up again and again and again around our ships. They just couldn't keep it quiet anymore. Right? And so it's like, we need to do something about it. And Lou Elizondo and Chris and others, to their great credit, found the right angle to talk about this. Says, well, okay, let's say it's not out there. Maybe it's the Russians, the Chinese, or somebody else. We should know about this because we damn sure know it's not us. So that, to me, is an important thing to finally be a little bit more open about the matter. But like I often say, I'm not looking for people to give me permission to do anything. I'm just going to do the analysis myself of what I have. Avi Loeb has taken the same approach. He said, I'm not going to wait for the government to give me telescopic information about technologies or things that might be even in our own solar system. I'm just going to collect it myself. And that's the right way to do it. Like, don't wait for somebody else to give it to you.
It's also possible to inspire a large number of people to do a wider spread data collection.
Yes.
When you yourself can't do a large enough data collection. That would, if you're talking about anomalous events,
right,
you should be collecting high resolution data about everything that's happening on Earth in terms of in terms of the kind of things that would indicate to you a strong signal that something weird happened here. And this is why, governments can be good at funding large scale efforts.
Yes.
With, NASA and so on, working with SpaceX, with Blue Origin, to fund capitalistic sort of fund companies, fund company efforts to do huge moonshot projects. And in the same way, do huge moonshot data collection efforts in terms of UFOs. It needs to be like 10x, like 1 or 2 orders of magnitude more funding to do this kind of thing. And I understand on the flip side of that, if you make it about what are the Russians, what are the Chinese doing, make it a question of geopolitics. it gets touchy because now you kind of taken away from the realm of science and making it military. Some of the greatest, this is what makes me as an engineer, makes me truly sad, that some of the greatest engineering work ever done is by Lockheed Martin.
Mhm.
And we'll never know about it.
Yeah, I agree. I wish it was different, but it's the world we live in. But related to that UAP task force announcement that you just, the bill was passed in the Department of Defense and now it formally establishes an office to collate that information and also to be transparent about it. Money is now set aside, right?
Well, what do you think of, just in case people don't know, the DoD established a new department to study UFOs called Airborne Naming Command. But yes, Airborne Object Identification and Management Synchronization Group. Hey, do you know how to pronounce that?
No, I do not. No,
AOIMSG.
it's stupid and needs to be renamed.
But AOIMSG. AO. All right. It's directed by the Undersecretary of Defense for Intelligence and Security. What do you make of this office? Are you hopeful about this office?
I think there's still a tug of war going on behind the scenes as to who's going to control this. But I do know, though, that money has been set aside that will be used to make things more public, right? To start to get others involved. And, I'm involved with an effort to get other academics involved.
Do you think there might be some of that money could be directed towards funding, maybe like groups like yours, to do some research, right? So they would be open to that, you think?
I hope so. I mean, nothing is set in stone yet, so, and I'm not hiding anything because I just don't know anything, right? But I do think that there will be public efforts. Now, there are being set up other private efforts to bring monies involved and to use that to leverage and get access to some of the internal resources as well. So what you're seeing is kind of an ecosystem building up in a positive sense of people who are willing to do the research. So before it would be, you couldn't even go to a scientist and ask them to help. Now, if there's money, as I said before, scientists are essentially capitalists. We know where the money is. The work that I've done, I did out of my own pocket. And probably about $50,000, $60,000, $70,000 of money went into the paper we published out of my own pocket. But the amount of money that needs to go in is in at least a few millions to do the proper analysis of these materials. The work I know that the Galileo project is involved with, it's probably in the 5 to 10 million range to get stuff done. But that's actually a relatively modest amount of money to accomplish something that has been in the zeitgeist for decades.
I should also push back a little bit on something you probably will agree with. You said scientists are essentially capitalists. What I've noticed is there's certainly an influence of money, but oftentimes when you're talking about basic research or basic science, the money is a little bit ambiguous to what direction you're doing research in, and the scientists get really good at telling a narrative of like, yeah, we're fulfilling the purpose of this funding, but they end up doing really what they're curious about.
Yes.
And of course, you cannot deviate. Like, if you're getting funded to study penguins in Antarctica, you can't start building rockets, but probably you can, because you'll convince some kind, you concoct a narrative saying rockets are really important for studying penguins and doing it. I think that's actually, this is one thing I think people don't generally understand about the scientific mind, is I don't know how capitalistic it is, because if it was, they would start a big company.
No. I mean, when I meant capitalist, I didn't mean in the they'll start companies per se. I mean, we can only do the research where there's money, and so from maybe it's a bad use of the term capitalist. So, but we will only do the research where there's money. I mean, why do most people work? Many biologists work in cancer research because there's a lot of money there. It's an important problem, but I might not have ever gotten involved in it if there wasn't money. I might have gone and I was going to be a botanist when I was a kid. That's what I wanted to do. So having money available will bring people to bear. Now, another mistake that's often actually made, I think, by the lay public about science is that people think that we're paid to do things. Just as you said, I get a research grant, and luckily from the NIH, they give you a fair amount of latitude. I will go my own way, and I'll find something. I might have proposed something, but I'll end up somewhere entirely different by the end of the project. And that's how good science is done. You follow the data, you follow the results. And so that's what I'm hoping can be done here. I think the worst kind of thing that could be done with this subject area is to put it inside another company where they have a set plan of what it is they're going to do. And the scientists either do what the executives tell them to do or not. That isn't how anything will really get discovered. Get it out into the public, get open minds thinking about it, and then publishing on it and doing the right kind of work. That's how real progress will be made with this.
Let's put our sort of philosophical hats on. Do you think the U.S. government or some other government is in possession of something of extraterrestrial origin that is far more impressive than anything we've seen in the public?
I've not seen anything personally, but if I believe the people who I don't think can lie, yes.
How does that make you feel in terms of the way government works, the way our human civilization works, that there might be things like that, and they're not public? Is there a hopeful message for transparency that's possible? Like if you were in power, and I'm not saying president, because maybe the president is not the source of power here, would you release this information in some way or form?
Yes. If I were, I think it would. I think it's something that can bring humanity together, right? I think that knowledge of this kind of thing, to know that we are more alike than we are different in comparison to whatever this is a positive thing for us. And to know, I don't necessarily care that the government has been hiding it, and I think people have been talking about what we should give government officials or whatever amnesty. I think that's probably the right answer. This isn't a time to look back and say you did something wrong. You did whatever you did because that was the data you had available to you at the time, and you had good reasons for doing it. Now, if your reasons were selfish, if your reasons were you wanted to do it because you wanted to monetize it yourself to your benefit, but against that of others, then I think maybe there's something else that could be said. But an opportunity to get all this information out, if I were in charge, I would try to do it. Now, I might be shown something though that says, there's a reason why you don't want everybody to know this. And maybe you don't want everybody having access to unlimited energy, because maybe you might turn it into a bomb.
Or something that gives you hints that something like unlimited energy is possible, but you haven't figured it out yet. And if you make it public, maybe some of the other governments you have tensions with will figure it out first.
Right.
But yeah,
it's kind of an arms race now, I think.
All forms it makes me truly sad because it's obvious that, for example, the origins of the COVID virus, it's obvious to me that the Chinese government, whatever the origins are, is interested in not releasing information about it because it can only be bad for the Chinese government. And every government thinks like this. This has been disappointing to me talking to PR folks at companies. They're always nervous. They're always conservative, right? In the sense well, if we release more stuff, it can only be bad. And then an Elon Musk character comes along who tweets ridiculous memes and doesn't give a fuck. And I've been encouraging CEOs, I've been encouraging people to be transparent. But of course, government, national security is really like another level. It's human lives at stake. But let's start at the lighter case of just releasing some of the awesome insights into how the sausage is made, the technology, and being transparent about it because it excites people. It, like you said, it connects people. It inspires them. It's good for the brand. It's good for everybody. I honestly think this kind of idea that people will steal the information and will use it against you is an idea that's not true in the idea of the 20th century. Like you said, some of the benefits of the social media, our social world is that transparency is beneficial, and I hope government will learn that lesson. Of course, they're usually the last to learn such lessons. Right? What do you make of Bob Lazar's story in terms of possession of aircraft? Do you believe
I don't believe in Bob Lazar story, to be quite honest. I mean, Jeremy Corbell has done a great job interviewing him and has done some, beautiful documentaries. I just don't. I don't know how to interpret it, and again, some of the people who fraternize with think it's all rubbish. But maybe he's right, but I don't know. I mean, the problem is, and this is a little bit different about how I approach the whole area than a lot of others. I'm less interested in going over old paperwork and all these old histories of who said what, the whole he said, she said of the history of UFOs. I'm a scientist. I worked on the brain area because it's something I can collect data on. I can go back to the same individual, collect that MRI again, and redo it. I can hand that MRI to somebody else, they can analyze it. I can get materials, I can analyze them, I can get some of these skeletons, I don't touch any skeletons ever again, but I can analyze it and somebody else can reproduce the data. I mean, that's what I'm good at. And so, I'm not going to go into the whole, I'm not a historian.
Yeah, that's true, but there's a human side to it. Sometimes I think with these, because again, anomalous, rare events, some of the data is inextricably connected to humans.
Mm-hmm.
The observations, right? I hope in the future, that sensory data will not be polluted by human subjectivity, but that's still powerful data, even direct observations that you've talked about pilots. And so it's an interesting question to me whether Bob Lazar is telling the truth, whether he believes he's telling the truth too, and what impact his story and stories like his have on the willingness of governments to be transparent, and so on. So you have to credit his story for captivating the imagination of people and getting the conversation going.
He's maintained his story for all these years with little to no change that I'm aware of. So, but there's so many other people who are, say, experts in that story.
Their gut, you accumulate a set of sort of circumstantial evidence where your gut will say that somebody is not telling the truth.
Yeah.
You mentioned Avi Loeb. I forgot to ask you about him.
Mm-hmm.
Because you've analyzed specimens here on Earth, what do you make of that one? And what do you make broadly of our efforts to look at rocks, essentially, but look at objects flying around in our solar system? Is that a valuable pursuit, or maybe most of the fascinating things can be discovered here on Earth or on other nearby planets?
Just going to Oumuamua, I think Avi's insight is an interesting speculation, right? Like I was saying before, people can sometimes look at something and not see it for what it is. Many would just look at that and say, oh, it's an asteroid, and dismiss it. There was something odd about the data that that Avi picked up on and said, well, here's an alternative explanation that doesn't fit, that actually better fits the models than it just being a lie. And to his credit, he just has ignored the critics because he believes the data is real and is using that then as a battering ram to go after other things. So I think that's great.
Yeah. What does this mean? Does he say it could be of alien extraterrestrial origin? Is that
Well, that's one of the things. I mean, he's explained how it could be a light sail, and a light sail is certainly within near human capabilities to make such a thing. I think Yuri Milner, he's a Russian billionaire. He's involved, I think, in a project to make light sails with laser, to launch them with laser power, essentially, towards Alpha Centauri. Right? So it's something that humans could make. I think Avi's proposal is perfectly within the realm of possibility. I mean, sadly, the thing is, now nearly out of our solar system.
Yes, I mean, to me, that's inspiring to greater levels of data collection in our solar system, but also here on Earth. It just seems like we should be constantly collecting data because the tools of software that we're developing be better and better at dealing with huge amounts of data. It's changing the nature of science. I mean, collect all of the data.
Right. Collect the data. I mean, the Galileo project asked me over the weekend to join, and I did. So, I'm not a specialist in any of the stuff that they're doing, but looking at the list of people who are on there, there are really no biologists on there. So, at some point, if my expertise is required for something,
what's the goal and the vision of the Galileo project?
Better talk to Avi, but my understanding, and just actually looking at the certain bylaws this morning that we just got them, is number one, collect the data on UAP, and number two, collect data on potentially local technological artifacts.
I need to look into this. This is fascinating. And Avi is heading the Galileo project.
Yeah. Have you spoken to him?
On this podcast, yes. Oh, that was I believe it's before he was heading.
Oh,
it's a new creation.
Yeah, the Galileo project was, I think it's about 6 or 7 months old now.
And he's getting a group of scientists together.
Oh yeah, it's about 100. Oh, it's awesome. Actually, I was looking at some of their stuff over the weekend. I'm shocked at the level of organization that they've already got put together. It looks like a moonshot project. I mean, I've been involved with a lot of NIH, projects, which involve a lot of people and coordination, and they're putting it together.
So you're extremely well published in a lot of the fields we began this conversation with. So you're a legit scientist, but yet you're keeping an open mind to a lot of ideas that maybe require you to take a leap outside the conventional. So what advice would you give to young people today that are in high school or in college that are dreaming of having an impact in science or maybe in whatever career path that goes outside of the conventional, that does something new?
If you believe in something, you believe that an idea is valuable, or you have an approach to something, don't let others shame you into not doing it. As I said, shame is a societal control device to get other people to do what they want you to do rather than what you want to do. So shame sometimes is good to stop you from doing something that you want. But shame also is something that is circumscribed your environment. I've never let people who've told me, you shouldn't do that line of science, you should be ashamed of yourself for even thinking that. Give me a break. Why is it wrong to ask questions about this area? What's wrong with asking the question? Frankly, you're the person who's wrong for trying to stop these questions. You're the person who's almost acting like a cultist. You basically have closed your mind to what the possibilities are. And if I'm not hurting anybody, And if it could lead to an advance, and if it's my time, why does it bother you? I mean, I had a very well-known scientist once tell me that I was going to hurt my career talking about this. If anything, it's enhanced my career.
I have a couple questions on this. So first of all, just a small comment on that. I've realized that it feels like a lot of the progress in science is done by people pursuing an idea that another senior faculty would probably say, this is going to hurt your career. I think it's actually a pretty good indicator that there's something interesting when a senior wise person tells you this is going to hurt your career. I think that's just the one. As a small, if I were to give advice to young people, if somebody senior tells you this is going to hurt your career, think twice about taking that advice.
Yeah. I mean, I think that's the primary thing. And the other, I tell my own students, I have a lab of about 20, 30 people, and it's been that big since 1992. People come and go. It's not the data that falls in line that's so interesting. It's the spot off the graph that you want to understand. You want to, when something is way off the graph, that's the interesting thing, because that's usually what discovery is. And the number of times that I've stopped people in my lab and said, wait a second, go back a few slides. What was that? And then it ended up being something interesting that made their careers. I could count on a few hands.
Yeah, get excited by the extraordinary that's outside of the thing that you've done in the past. Just on a personal psychological level, is there? I'm sure at Stanford, I'm sure you explore some of these ideas. There's pressure. How do you not give in to the pressure? How do you not give in to the people that say, I pushed you away from these topics? Where would you set shame?
I just point to my successes. I say, you're the ones who told me not to start companies all this time ago. And now you're the one coming to me for advice for how to start a company, right? But from the scientific area, it's you're wanting to take something off the table that might be an explanation. How is that the scientific method? I reverse shame.
So purely with reason through conversation, you're able to do that. So it doesn't feel, because to me it would just feel lonely. There's a community.
Yeah.
There's a community of science, and when you're working on something that's outside a particular conventional way of thinking, it can be lonely. I mean, there's in the AI field, if you were working on neural networks in the 90s, it could be lonely.
I have met some of the most fascinating people ever that, had I stayed the conventional track, I would never have met. I mean, truly, brilliant people because of this. So, it is, for those worried about, well, should I step outside of my comfort zone? You're going to meet some really interesting people. And, because I'm open about this area, I'll go and give a talk, in Boston, Harvard, MIT. And at dinner, inevitably, this subject comes up. And inevitably, somebody else at the table will admit both that they're interested or that they've seen something. And suddenly the whole tone of the conversation changes. It's kind of like there's safety in numbers. And then, or I've had people come to me afterwards, after dinner, and say, hey, I don't talk about this openly. So the number of scientists who know that there's something else going on there is much larger than the scientific community would like to think.
That's a really powerful one, which is, I don't talk about this, openly, but here's what I believe. And you'd be surprised how many people speak like this and hold those beliefs. And I am optimistic about social media and a more connected world to reveal more and more, like us not to have these two personalities, more like this public and private one. We've mentioned the big questions of the origins of the universe. universe. What do you think is the meaning of this whole thing for us humans, our human existence here on Earth, or just at the individual level of the human life? What, Gary, is the meaning of life?
I think that what we're going through today with this realization, it's kind of like you've lived on an island your whole life, and you've looked across the ocean and you've never imagined there was another island with anybody else on it. And then suddenly a ship with sails shows up. You don't understand it, but you realize that suddenly your world just got a lot bigger. I think we're in one of those moments right now, that our world view, our galactic view, is open, right, to something a little bit bigger. And not just that there might be somebody else, but that there's something else. And what it is yet to be understood. And the fact that it isn't understood, to me, is what's exciting. Because I can feel it with my dreams.
And this discovery, our world might is about to get a lot more humbling and a lot more fascinating.
Yeah.
Once we look out and realize we were on an island all along.
It makes us both smaller but larger at the same time. To me, I can look outside at the stars and think and imagine what else might be out there. And although I know that I will never see it all, it excites me to know that it's there.
Well, Gary, both to respect your time and also because at 12 I turned into a princess, let me just say thank you for doing everything you're doing as a great scientist, as a person willing to reject the conventional. And thank you for spending your extremely valuable time with me today. Thanks for talking.
Thanks so much. It was great talking.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Gary Nolan. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from Stanislav Lem in Solaris. How do you expect to communicate with the ocean when we can't even understand one another? Thanks for listening, and hope to see you next time.
The jury found Pfizer guilty of fraud and racketeering violations.
How does Big Pharma affect your mind?
Everyone's allowed their own opinion. I don't think everyone's allowed their own scientific facts.
Does Pfizer play by the rules?
Pfizer isn't battling the FDA. Pfizer has joined the FDA.
The following is a conversation with John Abramson, faculty at Harvard Medical School, a family physician for over 2 decades, and author of the new book, Sickening, about how Big Pharma broke American healthcare and how we can fix it. This conversation with John Abramson is a critical exploration of the pharmaceutical industry. I wanted to talk to John in order to provide a countervailing perspective to the one expressed in that podcast episode with the CEO of Pfizer, Albert Bourla. And here, please allow me to say a few additional words about this episode with the Pfizer CEO, and in general, about why I do these conversations and how I approach them. If this is not interesting to you, please skip ahead. What do I hope to do with this podcast? I want to understand human nature, the best and the worst of it. I want to understand how power, money, and fame changes people. I want to understand why atrocities are committed by crowds that believe they're doing good. All this, ultimately, because I want to understand how we can build a better world together, to find hope for the future, and to we discover each time through the exploration of ideas just how beautiful this life is. This, our human civilization, in all of its full complexity, the forces of good and evil, of war and peace, of hate and love. I don't think I can do this with a heart and mind that is not open, fragile, and willing to empathize with all human beings, even those in the darkest corners of our world. To attack is easy. To understand is hard, and I choose the hard path. I have learned over the past few months that this path involves me getting more and more attacked from all sides. I will get attacked when I host people like Jay Bhattacharya or Francis Collins, Jamie Merzel or Vincent Martinella, when I stand for my friend Joe Rogan, when I host tech leaders like Mark Zuckerberg, Elon Musk, and others, when I eventually talk to Vladimir Putin, Barack Obama, and other figures that have turned the tides of history. I have and I will get called stupid, naive, weak, and I will take these words with respect, humility, and love, and I will get better. I will listen, think, learn, and improve. One thing I can promise is there is no amount of money or fame that can buy my opinion or make me go against my principles. There's no amount of pressure that can break my integrity. There's nothing in this world I need that I don't already have. Life itself is a fundamental gift. Everything else is just a bonus. That is freedom. That is happiness. I die today, I will die happy now. Now, a few comments about my approach and lessons learned in the topic further conversation. The goal is to reveal as much as I could about the human being before me, and to give him the opportunity to contemplate in long form the complexities of his role, including the tension between making money and helping people, the corruption that so often permeates human institutions, the crafting of narratives through advertisements, and so on. I only had 1 hour, so this wasn't the time to address these issues deeply, but to show if Albert struggled with them in the privacy of his own mind, and if he would let down the veil of political speak for a time to let me connect with the man who decades ago chose to become a veterinarian, who wanted to help lessen the amount of suffering. I had no pressure placed on me. There were no rules. The questions I was asking were all mine and not seen by Pfizer folks. I had no care whether I ever talked to another CEO again. None of this was part of the calculation in my limited brain computer. I didn't want to grill him the way politicians grill CEOs in Congress. I thought that this approach was easy, self-serving, dehumanizing, and that it revealed nothing. I wanted to reveal the genuine intellectual struggle, vision, and motivation of a human being. If that fails, I trusted the listeners to draw their own conclusion and insights from the result, whether it's the words spoken, or the words left unspoken, or simply the silence. And that's just it. I fundamentally trust the intelligence of the listener. You. In fact, if I criticize the person too hard or celebrate the person too much, I feel I fail to give the listener a picture of the human being that is uncontaminated by my opinion or the opinion of the crowd. I trust that you have the fortitude and the courage to use your own mind, to empathize, and to think. Two practical lessons I took away. First, I will more strongly push for longer conversations of 3, 4, or more hours versus just 1 hour. 60 minutes is too short for guests to relax and think slowly and deeply, and for me to ask many follow-up questions or follow interesting tangents. Ultimately, I think it's in the interest of everyone, including the guests, that we talk in true long form for many hours. Second, these conversations with leaders can be aided by further conversations with people who wrote books about those leaders or their industries. Those that can steelman each perspective and attempt to give an objective analysis. I think of Teddy Roosevelt's speech about the man in the arena. I want to talk to both the men and women in the arena and the critics and the supporters in the stands. For the former, I lean towards wanting to understand one human being's struggle with the ideas. For the latter, I lean towards understanding the ideas themselves. That's why I wanted to have this conversation with John Abramson, who is an outspoken critic of the pharmaceutical industry. I hope it helps add context and depth to the conversation I had with Pfizer's CEO. In the end, I may do worse than I could have or should have. Always, I will listen to the criticisms without ego, and I promise I will work hard to improve. But let me say finally that cynicism is easy. Optimism, true optimism, is hard. It is the belief that we can and we will build a better world, that we can only do it together. This is the fight worth fighting. So here we go, once more into the breach, dear friends. I love you all. This is the Lex Friedman podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, here's my conversation with John Abrams. You're faculty at Harvard Medical School. You're a family physician for over 2 decades, rated one of the best family physicians in Massachusetts. You wrote the book Overdose America, and the new book coming out now called Sickening, about how Big Pharma broke American healthcare, including science and research, and how we can fix it. First question, what is the biggest of Big Pharma that is fixed would be the most impactful? So if you snap your fingers and fix one thing, what would be the most impactful thing?
The biggest problem is the way they determine the content, the accuracy, and completeness of what doctors believe to be the full range of knowledge that they need to best take care of their patients. So that with the knowledge having been taken over by commercial interests, primarily the pharmaceutical industry, the purpose of that knowledge is to maximize the profits that get returned to investors and shareholders, and not to optimize the health of the American people. So rebalancing that equation would be the most important thing to do to get our healthcare back in the right direction.
Okay, so there's a tension between helping people and making money. So if we look at particularly the task of helping people in medicine, in healthcare, is it possible, if money is the primary sort of mechanism by which you achieve that as a motivator, is it possible to get that right?
I think it is less, but I think it is not possible without guardrails that maintain the integrity and the balance of the knowledge. Without those guardrails, it's like trying to play a professional basketball game without referees and having players call their own fouls. But the players are paid to win, and you can't count on them to call their own fouls. So we have referees who are in charge. We don't have those referees in American healthcare. That's the biggest way that American healthcare is distinguished from healthcare in other wealthy nations.
Okay, you mentioned Milton Friedman, and you mentioned his book called Capitalism and Freedom. He writes that there are only 3 legitimate functions of government: to preserve law and order, to enforce private contracts, and to ensure that private markets work. You said that that was a radical idea at the time, but we're failing on all 3. How are we failing? And also, maybe the bigger picture is what are the strengths and weaknesses of capitalism when it comes to medicine and healthcare?
Can we separate those out? Because those are huge questions. So, how we're failing in all 3. These are the minimal functions that our guru of free market capitalism said the government should perform. So this is the absolute basis. On preserving law and order, the drug companies routinely violate the law in terms of their marketing and in terms of their presentation of the results of their trials. I know this because I was an expert in litigation for about 10 years. I presented some of what I learned in civil litigation to the FBI and the Department of Justice, and that case led to the biggest criminal fine in U.S. history as of 2009. And I testified in a federal trial in 2010, and the jury found Pfizer guilty of fraud and racketeering violations. In terms of violating the law, it's a routine occurrence. Drug companies have paid $38 billion worth of fines from, I think, 1991 to 2017. It's never been enough to stop the misrepresentation of their data. And rarely are the fines greater than the profits that were made. Executives have not gone to jail for misrepresenting data that have involved even tens of thousands of deaths in the case of Vioxx, OxyContin as well. And when companies plead guilty to felonies, which is not an unusual occurrence, the government usually allows the companies, the parent companies, to allow subsidiaries to take the plea so that they are not one step closer to getting disbarred from Medicare, not being able to participate in Medicare. So in that sense, there is a mechanism that is appearing to impose law and order on drug company behavior, but it's clearly not enough.
You actually speak to human nature here. Are people corrupt? Are people malevolent? Are people ignorant that work at the low level and at the high level at Pfizer, for example, at big pharma companies? How is this possible? So I believe, just on a small tangent, that most people are good. And I actually believe if you join big pharma, so a company like Pfizer, your life trajectory often involves dreaming and wanting and enjoying helping people.
Yes.
And so, and then you look at the outcomes that you're describing, and it looks, and that's why the narrative takes hold that, like, Pfizer CEO Albert Bourla, who I talked to, is malevolent. The sense is like these companies are evil. So if the different parts, the people, are good and they want to do good, how are we getting these outcomes?
Yeah. I think it has to do with the cultural milieu that this is unfolding. And we need to look at sociology to understand this, that when the cultural milieu is set up to maximize the returns on investment for shareholders and venture capitalists, hedge funds, and so forth, when that defines the culture, and the higher up you are in the corporation, the more you're in on the game of getting rewarded for maximizing the profits of the investors. That's the culture they live in. And it becomes normative behavior to do science that look normal in that environment and are shared values within that environment by good people whose self-evaluation becomes modified by the goals that are shared by the people around them. And within that milieu, you have one set of standards, and then the rest of good American people have the expectation that the drug companies are trying to make money, but that they're playing by rules that aren't part of the insider milieu.
It's fascinating that the game they're playing modifies the culture, of inside the meetings, inside the rooms, day to day, that there's a bubble that forms. Like we're all in bubbles of different sizes, right? And that bubble allows you to drift in terms of what you see as ethical and unethical, because you see the game as just, it's just part of the game. The marketing is just part of the game.
Right.
Paying the fines is just part of the game of science.
And without guardrails, it becomes even more part of it. You keep moving in that direction if you're not bumping up against guardrails. And I think that's how we've gotten to the extreme situation we're in now.
So, like I mentioned, I spoke with Pfizer CEO Albert Berlin, and I'd like to raise with you some of the concerns I raised with him. So, one, you already mentioned, I raised the concern that Pfizer is engaged in aggressive advertising campaigns. As you can imagine, he said no. What do you think?
I think you're both right. I think that I agree with you that the aggressive advertising campaigns do not add value to society. And I agree with him that they're, for the most part, legal, and it's the way the game is played.
Right, so, sorry to interrupt, but oftentimes his responses are, especially now, he's been CEO for, 2 years, 3 years. He says Pfizer was a different company who made mistakes, right, in the past. We don't make mistakes anymore. That there's rules, and we play by the rules. So, like, with every concern raised, there's very, very strict rules, he says. In fact, he says sometimes way too strict, and we play by them. So in that sense, advertisement, it doesn't seem like it's too aggressive, because it's played by the rules. And relative to the other, again, it's the game. Relative to the other companies, it's actually not that aggressive. Relative to the other big pharma companies.
Yes. I hope we can quickly get back to whether or not they're playing by the rules, but in general. But let's just look at the question of advertising specifically. I think that's a good example of what it looks like from within that culture and from outside that culture. He's saying that we follow the law on our advertising. We state the side effects and state the FDA-approved indications that we do what the law says we have to do for advertising. And I've not been an expert in litigation for a few years, and I don't know what's going on currently, but let's take him at his word. It could be true. It might not be, but it could be. But if that's true, in his world, in his culture, that's ethical business behavior. From a common sense person's point of view, a drug company paying highly skilled media folks to take the information about the drug and create the illusion, the emotional impact, and the takeaway message for viewers of advertisements that grossly exaggerate the benefit of the drug and minimize the harms. It's sociopathic behavior to have viewers of ads leave the ad with an unrealistic impression of the benefits and harms of the drug. And yet, he's playing by the rules. He's doing his job as CEO to maximize the effect of his advertising. And if he doesn't do it, this is a key point. If he doesn't do it, he'll get fired and the next guy will.
So the people that survive in the company, the people that get raises in the company, move up in the company, are the ones that play by the rules. And that's how the game solidifies itself. But the game is within the bounds of the law.
Sometimes, most of the time, not always.
We'll return to that question. I'm actually more concerned about the effect of advertisement in a kind of much larger scale on the that are getting funded by the advertisement in self-censorship. Just like more subtle, more passive pressure to not say anything. Because I've seen this. And I've been saddened by it, that people sacrifice integrity in small ways. when they're being funded by a particular company. They don't see themselves as doing so, but you can just clearly see that the space of opinions that they're willing to engage in, or a space of ideas they're willing to play with, is one that doesn't include negative, anything that could possibly be negative about the company. They just choose not to. Because, why? And that's really sad to me that, if you give me $100, I'm less likely to say something negative about you. That makes me sad. Because, the reason I wouldn't say something negative about you, I prefer, is the pressure of friendship and human connection, those kinds of things. So I understand that. That's also a problem, by the way. So if you start having dinners and shaking hands and all with friends, but the fact that money has that effect is really sad to me. On the news media, on the journalists, on scientists, that's scary to me. But of course, the direct advertisement to consumers, like you said, is potentially a very negative effect. I wanted to ask if what do you think is the most negative impact of advertisement? Is it that direct to consumer on television? Is it advertisement of doctors? Which I'm surprised to learn I was thinking looking at is more than the advertisement. The more is spent on advertising to doctors than to consumers. That's really confusing to me. It's fascinating, actually. And then also, obviously, the law side of things is the lobbying dollars, which I think is less than all of those. But anyway, it's in the ballpark. What concerns you most?
Well, it's the whole nexus of influence. There's not one thing, and they don't they don't put all their eggs in one basket. It's a whole surround sound program here.
Yeah.
But in terms of advertisements, let's take the advertisement. Trulicity is a diabetes drug, for type 2 diabetes, an injectable drug. And it lowers blood sugar just about as well as metformin does. Metformin costs about $4 a month. Trulicity costs, I think, $6,200 a year. So $48 a year versus $6,200. Trulicity has distinguished itself because the manufacturer did a study that showed that it significantly reduces the risk of cardiovascular disease in diabetics. And they got approval on the basis of that study, that very large study being statistically significant. The ads obviously extol the virtues of Trulicity because it reduces the risk of heart disease, stroke, and that's one of the major morbidities, risks of type 2 diabetes. What the ad doesn't say is they have to treat 323 people to prevent one non-fatal event at a cost of $2.7 million. And even more importantly, what the ad doesn't say is that the evidence shows that engaging in an active, healthy lifestyle program reduces the risk of heart disease and strokes far more than Trulicity does. Now, to be fair to the company that's sponsored, there's never been a study that compared Trulicity to lifestyle changes. But that's part of the problem of our advertising. You would think in a rational society that was way out on a limb, that as a lone country besides New Zealand that allows direct-to-consumer advertising, that part of allowing direct-to-consumer advertising would be to mandate that the companies establish whether their drug is better than, say, healthy lifestyle adoption to prevent the problems that they claim to be preventing. But we don't require that. So the companies can afford to do very large studies so that very small differences become statistically significant. And their studies are asking the question, how can we sell more drug? They're not asking the question, how can we prevent cardiovascular disease in people with type 2 diabetes? And that's how we get off in this. We're now in the extreme arm of this distortion of our medical knowledge of studying how to sell more drugs than how to make people more healthy.
That's a really great thing to compare to is lifestyle changes. Because that should be the bar. If you do some basic diet, exercise, all of those kinds of things, how does this drug compare to that?
Right. And that study was done actually in the 90s. It's called the Diabetes Prevention Program. It was federally funded by the NIH, so that there wasn't this drug company imperative to just try to prove your drug was better than nothing. And it was a very well designed study, randomized controlled trial in people who were at high risk of diabetes, so-called pre-diabetics, and they were randomized to three different groups: a placebo group, a group that got treated with metformin, and a group that got treated with intensive lifestyle counseling. So this study really tested whether you can get people in a randomized controlled trial assigned to intensive lifestyle changes, whether that works. The common wisdom amongst physicians, and I think in general, is that you can't get people to change. You know, you can do whatever you want, you can stand on your head, you can beg and plead, people won't change. So give it up and let's just move on with the drugs and not waste any time. Except this study that was published in the New England Journal, I think in 2002, shows that's wrong. That the people who were in the intensive lifestyle group ended up losing 10 pounds, exercising 5 times a week, maintaining it, and reduced their risk of getting diabetes by 58% compared to the metformin group, which reduced its risk of getting diabetes by 31%. So that exact study was done, and it showed that lifestyle intervention is the winner.
Who, as a small tangent, is the leader? Who is supposed to fight for the side of lifestyle changes? Where's the big pharma version of lifestyle changes? Who's supposed to have the big bully pulpit, the big money behind lifestyle changes? Well, in your sense, because that seems to be missing in a lot of our discussions about health policy.
Right, that's exactly right. And the answer is that we assume that the market has to solve all of these problems. And the market can't solve all of these problems. There needs to be some way of protecting the public interest for things that aren't financially driven. So that the overriding question has to be how best to improve Americans' health, not companies funding studies to try and prove that their new and expensive drug is better and should be used.
Well, some of that is also people sort of like yourself. It's funny. You spoke with Joe Rogan. He constantly espouses lifestyle changes. So some of it is almost like understanding the problems that big pharma is creating in society, and then sort of these influential voices speaking up against it. So whether they're scientists or just regular communicators.
Yeah, I think you got to tip your hat to Joe for getting that message out. And he clearly believes it and does his best. But it's not coming out in the legitimate avenues and the legitimate channels that are evidence-based medicine and from the sources that the docs are trained to listen to and modify their patient care. Now, it's not 100%. I mean, there are articles in the big journals about the benefits of lifestyle, but they don't carry the same gravitas as the randomized controlled trials that test this drug against placebo or this drug against another drug. So the Joe Rogans of the world keep going. You know, I tip my hat, but it's not going to carry the day for most of the people until it has legitimacy of the medical establishment.
Yeah, like something that the doctors pay attention to. Well, there's an entire mechanism established for testing drugs. There's not an entire mechanism established for in terms of scientific rigor of testing lifestyle changes. I mean, it's more difficult. I mean, everything's difficult. Science that involves humans, especially. But these studies are very expensive. They're difficult. It's difficult to find conclusions to control all the variables. So it's very easy to dismiss them unless you really do a huge study that's very well funded. So maybe the doctors just lean towards the simpler studies over and over, which is what the drug companies fund. And they can control more variables. If you can control theirs, in fact, by hiding things too, right? So sometimes you can just say that this is a well-controlled study by pretending there's a bunch of other stuff, just ignoring the stuff that could be correlated or could be the cause of the effects. So money can buy ignorance, I suppose, inside.
It buys kind of blinders to the mind. Don't look outside the reductionist model. And that's another issue that we kind of, nobody says to doctors in training, only listen to reductionist studies and conclusions and methods of promoting health. Nobody says that explicitly. But the respectable science has to do with controlling the factors. And it just doesn't make sense to me. I'm going to pick on Trulicity because it's such an obvious example, but it's not more egregious than many others. It doesn't make sense to me to allow a drug to be advertised as preventing cardiovascular disease when you haven't included lifestyle changes as an arm in the study. It's just so crystal clear that the purpose of that study is to sell Trulicity. It's not to prevent cardiovascular disease. That if we were in charge, I would try to convince you that anywhere that study, the results of that study were presented to physicians, it would be stamped with big red letters. This study did not compare Trulicity to lifestyle changes. They need to know that. And the docs are kind of trained, these blinders get put on, and they're trained to kind of forget that that's not there.
Do you think, so first of all, that's a small or big change to advertisement that seems obvious to say, like enforce that it should be compared to lifestyle changes? Do you think advertisements, period, in the United States for pharmaceutical drugs should be banned?
I think they can't be banned, so it doesn't matter what I think.
Okay. Well, let's say you were a dictator, and two, why can't they do that?
Okay.
You answer either one.
I believe, I've been told by lawyers who I trust, that the freedom of speech in the U.S. Constitution is such that you can't ban them, that you could ban cigarettes and alcohol, which have no therapeutic use, but drugs have a therapeutic use, and advertisements about them can't be banned. Let's assume that they can't be, because we know they won't be. Anyway, but let's assume they can't be, that they, and especially our Supreme Court now is unlikely to take that seriously. But that's not the issue. The issue is that if the drug companies want to spend their money advertising, they should have to have independent analysis of the message that the viewers are left with about the drug, so that it's realistic. What's the chance the drug will help them? Well, Trulicity, it's 1 out of 323. 322 people are going to benefit from the cardiovascular risk reduction. What's the true cost? When drugs advertise that you may be able to get this for a $25 copay or something, tens of thousands of dollars a year drug for a $25 copay, what an enormous disservice that is to misrepresent the cost to society. That should not be allowed. So you should have to make it clear to the viewers how many people are going to benefit, what's your chance of benefiting, how does it compare to lifestyle changes or less expensive therapies, what do you give up if you use a less expensive therapy,
and how much it costs.
How much it costs. Now that can go either way, because if you say Humira costs $72,000 and it's no more effective as a first-line drug than methotrexate, which costs $480, people might say, I want the expensive drug because I can get it for a $25 copay. So you'd have to temper that a little bit.
Oh, you mean people are so, they don't care.
They don't care if their insurance is going to cover it and it's a $25 copay. But we could figure out how to deal with it. The main point is that if we assume that advertisers are going to keep going, and they are, we could require that there be outside evaluation of the message that reasonable, unbiased viewers take away from the ads. And the ads would have to tell the truth about the drug.
And the truth should have like sub-truth guardrails, meaning like cost that we talked about, the effects compared to things that actually, lifestyle changes, um, just these details, very strict guardrails of what actually has to be specified.
And I would make it against the law to have family picnics and dogs catching frisbees.
So, you mean 95% of the ads, yes. There's something dark and authentic about those advertisements, but they seem, I'm sure they're being done because they work for the target audience. And then the doctors, too. Can you really buy a doctor's opinion? Why does it have such an effect on doctors? Advertisement to doctors. Like, you as a physician, again, like from everything I've seen, people love you. And people should definitely look you up. There's a bunch of videos of you giving talks on YouTube, and it's just it's so refreshing to hear just the clarity of thought about health policy, about healthcare, just the way you think throughout the years. So it's easy to think about like maybe you criticizing big pharma. That's one part of the message that you're talking about, but that's not like your brilliance actually shines in positive, in the solutions and positive to it. So, as a doctor, what affects your mind, and how does big pharma affect your mind?
Yeah. Number one, the information that comes through legitimate sources that doctors have been taught to rely on, evidence-based, the articles in peer-reviewed journals, the guidelines that are issued. Now, those are problematic because when an article is peer-reviewed and published in a respected journal, people and doctors obviously assume that the peer reviewers have had access to the data, and they've independently analyzed the data, and they corroborate the findings in the manuscript that was submitted, or they give feedback to the authors and say, we disagree with you on this point, would you please check our analysis, and if you agree with us, that's what they assume the peer review process is, but it's not. The peer reviewers don't have the data. The peer reviewers have the manuscript that's been submitted usually in conjunction with or by the drug company that manufactures the drug. So peer reviewers are unable to perform the job that doctors think they're performing, to vet the data to assure that it's accurate and reasonably complete. They can't do it. And then we have the clinical practice guidelines, which are increasingly important as the flow of information keeps getting brisker and brisker, and docs need to get to the bottom line quickly. Clinical practice guidelines become much more important. And we assume that the authors of those clinical practice guidelines have independently analyzed the data from the clinical trials and make their recommendations that set the standards of care based on their analysis. That's not what happens. The experts who write the clinical trials rely almost entirely on the publications presenting the results of the clinical trials, which are peer-reviewed, but the peer reviewers haven't had access to the data. So we've got a system of the highest level of evidence that doctors have been trained over and over again to rely on to practice evidence-based medicine to be good doctors that has not been verified.
Do you think that data that's coming from the pharma companies, do you think what level of manipulation is going on with that data? Is it at the study design level? Is it at literally there's some data that you just keep out of the charts, keep out of the aggregate analysis that you then publish? Or is it the worst case, which is just change some of the numbers?
It happened. All three happened. I don't know what the denominator is, but I spent about 10 years in litigation. And for example, in Vioxx, which was withdrawn from the market in 2004 and the biggest drug recall in American history, problem was that it got recalled when a study that Merck sponsored showed that Vioxx doubled the risk, more than doubled the risk of heart attacks, strokes, and blood clots, serious blood clots. It got pulled then. But there was a study, a bigger study, that had been published in 2000 in the New England Journal of Medicine that showed that Vioxx was a better drug for arthritis and pain, not because it was more effective. It's no more effective than Ibuprofen, but because it was less likely to cause serious GI complications, bleeds and perforations in the gut. Now, in that study that was published in the New England Journal, that was never corrected, it was a little bit modified 15 months after the drug was taken off the market, but never corrected. Merck left out 3 heart attacks. And the FDA knew that Merck left out 3 heart attacks. And the FDA's analysis of the data from that study said that they weren't going to, the FDA wasn't going to do the analysis without the 3 heart attacks in it. And the important part of the story is that there were 12 authors listed on that study in the New England Journal. 2 were Merck employees. They knew about the 3 heart attacks that had been omitted. The other 10 authors, the academic authors, didn't know about it. They hadn't seen that data. So Merck they had an excuse. It's complicated, and the FDA didn't accept it, so there's no reason to go into it. But Merck just left out the 3 heart attacks. And the 3 heart attacks, it may seem 3 heart attacks in the 10,000 person study may seem like nothing, except they completely changed the statistics so that had the 3 heart attacks been included, the only conclusion that Merck could have made was that Vioxx significantly increased the risk of heart attack. And they abbreviated their endpoint from heart attacks, strokes, and blood clots to just heart attacks.
So those are maybe in their mind, they're also playing by the rules because of some technical excuse that you mentioned that was rejected. How can this?
No, let me interrupt. No, that's not true. The study was completed. The blind was broken, meaning they looked at the data, in March of 2000. The article was published in the Journal in November of 2000. In March of 2000, there was an email by the head scientist that was published in the Wall Street Journal that said, the day that the data were unblinded, that it's a shame that the cardiovascular events are there, but the drug will do well and we will do well.
But removing the 3 heart attacks, how does that happen? Like, who has to convince themselves? Is this pure malevolence?
You have to be the judge of that. But the person who was in charge of the Data Safety Monitoring Board issued a letter that said they'll stop counting cardiovascular events a month before the trial is over, and they'll continue counting GI events. And that person got a contract to consult with Merck for $5,000 a day, I think for 12 days a year, for 1 or 2 years. That was signed, that contract was signed within 2 weeks of the decision to stop counting heart attacks.
I want to understand that, man. It's I'm reading a lot about Nazi Germany and thinking a lot about the good Germans. Because I want to understand so that we can each encourage each other to take the small heroic action against that. Because it feels to me removing malevolence from the table was just a pure psychopathic person. That there's just a momentum created by the game, like you mentioned. And so it takes reversing the momentum within the company, I think requires many small acts of heroism. Not gigantic, I'm going to leave and become a whistleblower and publish a book about it, but small, quiet acts of pressuring against this. Like, what are we doing here? We're trying to help people. is this the right thing to do? Looking in the mirror constantly asking, is this the right thing to do? I mean, that's what integrity is. Acknowledging the pressures you're under and then still be able to zoom out and think, what is the right thing to do? But the data, hiding the data, makes it too easy to live in ignorance. So, like inside those companies, your idea is that the reviewers see the data. That's one step. To even push back on that idea is, I assume you mean that data remains private except to the reviewers. The problem, of course, as you probably know, is the peer review process is not perfect. It's individuals. It feels like there should be a lot more eyes on the data than just the peer
Yes, this is not a hard problem to solve. When a study is completed, the clinical study report is made, and it's usually several thousand pages. And what it does is it takes the raw patient data and it tabulates in the ways, supposedly, and usually, in the ways that the company has pre-specified. So that you then end up with a searchable, let's say, 3,000 page document. As I became more experienced as an expert in litigation, I could go through those documents pretty quickly. Quickly, maybe 20 hours or 40 hours, but it doesn't mean 3 months of my work. And see if the way the company has analyzed the data is consistent with their statistical analysis plan and their pre-specified outcome measures. It's not hard, and I think you're right. Peer reviewers, I don't peer review clinical trials, but I peer review other kinds of articles. I have to do one on the airplane on the way home. And it's hard. I mean, we're just ordinary mortal people volunteering.
Unpaid, the motivation is not clear.
The motivation is to be a good citizen in the medical community, and to be on friendly terms with the journals, so that if you want to get published, there's sort of an unspoken incentive.
As somebody who enjoys game theory, I feel like that motivation is good. It would be a lot better.
Yes, you should get more recognition or in some way academic credit for it. It should go to your career advancement.
If it's an important paper and you recognize it's an important paper as a great peer reviewer, that this is not in that area where it's like clearly a piece of crap paper or clearly an awesome paper that doesn't have controversial aspects to it and it's just a beautiful piece of work. Okay, those are easy. And then there's like the very difficult gray area, which may require many, many days of work on your part as a peer reviewer. So it's not, not just a couple hours, but really seriously reading. And some papers can take months to really understand. So if you really want to struggle, there has to be an incentive for that struggle.
Yes, and billions of dollars ride on some of these studies.
And lives.
Yeah,
right, not to mention.
Right, but it would be easy to have full-time statisticians hired by the journals or shared by the journals, who were independent of any other financial incentive, to go over these kind of methodological issues and take responsibility for certifying the analyses that are done, and then pass it on to the volunteer peer reviewers.
See, I believe even in this, in the sort of capitalism or even social capital. After watching Twitter in the time of COVID and just looking at people that investigate themselves, I believe in the citizenry. People, if you give access to the data, like these citizen scientists arise. A lot of them it's kind of funny. A lot of people that just really used to work with data. They don't know anything about medicine, and they don't have the biases that a lot of doctors in medical and a lot of the people that read these papers just go raw into the data, look at it like they're bored almost, and they do incredible analysis. So I there's some argument to be hide this data from the public, like anonymized, all that kind of stuff. But for a lot of the public, especially when you're talking about things as impactful as some of these drugs.
I agree 100%. So let's turn the microscope. Let's get a little bit more granular. On the peer review issue, we're talking about pre-publication transparency. And that is critically important. Once the paper is published, the horses are out of the barn. And docs are going to read it, take it as evidence-based medicine. The economists call what then happens as stickiness, that the docs hold on to their beliefs. And my own voice inside says, once doctors start doing things to their patients' bodies, they're really not too enthusiastic about hearing who's wrong.
Yeah, that's the stickiness of human nature. And also that bar, once it's published, the doctors, that's when the stickiness emerges.
Yeah, it's hard to put that toothpaste back in the tube. Now, that's pre-publication transparency, which is essential. And you could have whoever saw that data pre-publication could sign confidentiality agreements so that the drug companies couldn't argue that we're just opening the spigots of our data and people can copy it, all the excuses they make. You could argue that you didn't have to, but let's just let them do it. Let the peer reviewers sign confidentiality agreements, and they won't leak the data. But then you have to go to post-publication transparency, which is what you were just getting at, to let the data free and let citizens and citizen scientists and other doctors who are interested have at it. Kind of like Wikipedia, have at it. Let it out. Let people criticize each other.
Okay, so speaking of the data, the FDA asked 55 years to release Pfizer vaccine data. This is also something I raised with Albert Bourla.
What did he say?
There's several things I didn't like about what he said. So some things are expected, and some of it is just revealing the human being, which is what I'm interested in doing. But he said he wasn't aware of the 75 and the 55.
I'm sorry, wait. He wasn't aware of
how long. So here, I'll explain.
Do you know that since you spoke to him, Pfizer has petitioned the judge to join the suit in behalf of the FDA's request to release that data over 55 or 75 years? Pfizer's fully aware of what's going on.
He's aware. I'm sure he's aware in some formulation. The exact years he might have not been aware. But the point is that that is the FDA, the relationship with Pfizer and FDA, in terms of me being able to read human beings, was the thing he was most uncomfortable with. That he didn't want to talk about the FDA. And it was clear that there was a relationship there, that if the words you use may do a lot of harm, potentially because, like you're saying, there might be lawsuits going on, there's litigation, there's legal stuff, all that kind of stuff. And that there's a lot of games being played in this space. So I don't know how to interpret it, if he's actually aware or not, but the deeper truth is that he's deeply uncomfortable bringing light to this part of the game.
And I'm going to read between the lines, and Albert Bourla certainly didn't ask me to speak for him. But I think, when did you speak to him? How long?
Wow, time flies when you're having fun. 2 months ago.
2 months ago. So that was just recently. It's come out. Just in the past week, it's come out that Pfizer isn't battling the FDA. Pfizer has joined the FDA in the opposition to the request to release these documents in the same amount of time that the FDA took to evaluate them.
Yeah.
So Pfizer is offering to help the FDA to petition the judge to not enforce the timeline that seems to be moving towards.
So for people who are not familiar, we're talking about the Freedom of Information Act request to release the Pfizer vaccine data, study data, to release as much of the data as possible, like the raw data, the details, or so, actually not even the raw data, it's was data, details for it. And I think the response from the FDA is that, of course, yes, of course, but we can only publish like some X number of pages a day,
500.
500 pages a day.
It's not a day though. It's
Whatever.
a week, I think.
The point is, whatever they're able to publish is ridiculous. It's like um, my printer can only print 3 pages a day, and we cannot afford a second printer. So it's some kind of bureaucratic language for there's a process to this. I don't, and now you're saying that Pfizer is obviously more engaged in helping this kind of bureaucratic process prosper in its full absurdity, Kafkaesque absurdity. So, what is this? This really bothers me.
This is really troublesome. And just to put it in just plain English terms, Pfizer's making the case that it can't. The FDA and Pfizer together are making the case that they can't go through the documents. It's going to take them some number of hundreds of folds more time to go through the documents than the FDA required to go through the documents to approve the vaccines, to give the vaccines for the FDA approval. And the FDA's argument, talk about Kafkaesque, is that to do it more rapidly would cost them $3 billion. $3 million equals 1 hour of vaccine sales over 2 years. 1 hour of sales. And they can't come up with the money. And now Pfizer has joined the suit to help the FDA fight off this main judge who thinks they ought to release the data. But evidently Pfizer isn't up there to come up with the $3 million either. So, but for $3 million, I mean, maybe the FDA should do a GoFundMe.
Well, obviously the money thing. I mean, I'm sure Elon Musk comes along and says, "I'll give you $100 million, publish it now." I think they'll come up with another. So I mean it's clear that there's cautiousness. I don't know the source of it.
Well, there's only one explanation that I can think of, which is that the FDA and Pfizer don't want to release the data. They don't want to release the 300,000 or 500,000 pages of documents, and I don't know what's in there. I want to say one thing very clearly. I am not an anti-vaxxer. I believe the vaccines work. I believe everybody should get vaccinated. The evidence is clear that if you're vaccinated, you reduce your risk of dying of COVID by 20-fold. And we've got new subvariants coming along, and I just want to be very clear about this. That said, there's something I would give you 10-to-1 odds on a bet that there's something in that data that is going to be embarrassing to either FDA or Pfizer or both.
So there's 2 options. I agree with you 100%. One is they know of embarrassing things. That's option 1. And option 2, they haven't invested enough to truly understand the data. It's a lot of data that they have a sense there might be something embarrassing in there, and if you release it, surely the world will discover the embarrassing. And to do also to steal their argument, they'll take the press, the people will take the small embarrassing things and blow them up into big things.
Yes, and support the anti-vax campaign. I think that's all possible. Nonetheless, the data are about the original clinical trial. And the emergency use authorization was based on the first few months of the data from that trial, and it was a 2-year trial. The rest of that data has not been opened up, and there was not an advisory committee meeting to look at that data when the FDA granted full authorization. Again, I am pro-vaccine. I am not making an anti-vax argument here. But I suspect that there's something pretty serious in that data. And the reason why I'm not an anti-vaxxer having not been able to see the data that the FDA and Pfizer seem to willing not just to put effort into preventing the release of, but seem to have quite a bit of energy in preventing, investing quite a bit of energy in not releasing that data. The reason why that doesn't tip me over into the anti-vaxxer side is because that's clinical trial data, early clinical trial data that involved several thousand people. We now have millions of data points from people who have had the vaccine. This is real world data showing the efficacy of the vaccines. And so far, knock on wood, there aren't side effects that overcome the benefits of vaccine.
So I'm with you. I'm now, I guess, 3 shots of the vaccine. But there's a lot of people that are kind of saying, well, even the data on the real world use, large scale data, is messy. The way it's being reported, the way it's being interpreted. Well, one thing is clear to me. It is being politicized. I mean, if you just look objectively, don't have to go to at the shallow surface level. It seems like there's 2 groups that I can't even put a term to it because it's not really pro-vaccine versus anti-vaccine, because it's pro-vaccine, triple mask, Democrat, liberal, and then anti-mandate, whatever those groups are. I can't quite, because they're changing. Anti-mask, but not really, but kind of. So those 2 groups that feel political in nature, not scientific in nature, they're just bickering, and then it's clear that this data is being interpreted by the different groups differently. It's very difficult for me as a human being to understand where the truth lies, especially given how much money is flying around on all sides. The anti-vaxxers can make a lot of money too. Let's not forget this. From the individual perspective, you can become famous being an anti-vaxxer. So there's a lot of incentives on all sides here. and there's real human emotion and fear and also credibility. You know, scientists don't want to ruin their reputation. If they speak out and whatever, like speak their opinion, or they look at some slice of the data and begin to interpret it in some kind of way, it's clear that fear is dominating the discourse here, especially in the scientific community. So I don't know what to make of that. And the only happy people here is Pfizer. It's just plowing all ahead. I mean, with every single variant, there's very, I would say, outside of arguably a very flawed system, a lot of incredible scientific engineering work being done in constantly developing new antiviral drugs, new vaccines to deal with the variants. So they're happily being a capitalist machine, and it's very difficult to know what to do with that.
And let's just put this in perspective for folks. The best-selling drug in the world has been Humira for a number of years. It's approved for the treatment of rheumatoid arthritis and 8 other indications. And it's sold about $20 billion globally over the past few years. It leveled out. It peaked at that level. Pfizer expects to sell $65 billion of vaccine in the first 2 years of the pandemic. So this is by far the biggest selling and most profitable drug that's ever come along.
Can I ask you a difficult question? In the fog that we're operating in, on the Pfizer-BioNTech vaccine, what was done well and what was done badly, we can see now. It seems like we'll know more decades from now. But now, in the fog of today, with $65 billion flying around, where where do you land?
So we're going to get to what I think is one of the key problems with the pharmaceutical industry model in the United States. So in 2016, the NIH did the key infrastructure work to make mRNA vaccines. That gets left out of the discussion a lot. And Pfizer BioNTech actually paid royalties voluntarily to the NIH. I don't know how much it was. I don't think it was a whole lot of money. But I think they wanted to avoid the litigation that Moderna got itself into by just taking that 2016 knowledge and having that be the foundation of their product. So Pfizer took that and they did their R&D. They paid for their R&D, having received that technology. And when they got the genetic code from China about the vaccine, about the virus, they very quickly made a vaccine, and the vaccine works. And President Trump, to his credit, launched Operation Warp Speed and just threw money at the problem. They just said, we spent 5 times more per person than the EU early on. Just pay them whatever they want. Let's just get this going. And Americans were vaccinated more quickly. We paid a lot of money. The one mistake that I think the federal government made was they were paying these guaranteed fortunes, and they didn't require that the companies participate in a program to do global vaccinations. So the companies, doing their business model, distributed the vaccines where they would make the most money. And obviously they would make the most money in the first world. And almost all, I think 85% of the vaccines went to the first world. And very, very few vaccinations went to the third world. So what happened is there was such a low vaccination rate. In May of 2021, there was an all hands on deck cry for help from the World Trade Organization, the World Health Organization, the IMF, and the World Bank made a plea for $50 billion so that we could get to a 40% vaccination rate in the third world by the end of 2021. And it was unrequited. Nobody answered. And now Africa has about a 8.9% vaccination rate. India is coming up, but it's been very low. The problem with all this is I believe the mRNA vaccines are excellent vaccines. But if we leave the third world unvaccinated, we're going to have a constant supply of variants of COVID that are going to come back into the United States and harm Americans exactly like Delta and Omicron have. So we've made a great drug, reduces the risk of mortality in Americans who get it by a lot, but we're not doing what we need to do to protect Americans from Omicron. You don't have to be an idealist and worry about global vaccine equity. If you just ordinary selfish people like most of us are, and you're worried about the health of Americans, you would ensure global vaccine distribution. Let me just make one more point. That $50 billion that was requested by the 4 organizations back in May of 2021, 32 billionaires made $50 billion from the vaccines at that point, took it into their private wealth. So what had been taken, these enormous amounts of money that had been taken into private wealth, was enough to do what those organizations said needed to be done to prevent the subvariants from coming back and doing what they're doing.
The money was there. But how does the motivation, the money-driven motivation of big pharma lead to that kind of allocation of vaccines?
Because they can make
more money in the United States.
They're going to distribute their vaccines where they can make the most money.
Right. Is there a malevolent aspect to this where, boy, I don't like saying this, but that they don't see it as a huge problem that variants will come back to the United States?
I think it's the issue we were talking about earlier on, where they're in a different culture. And their culture is that they're moral obligation, as Milton Friedman would say, is to maximize the profits that they return to shareholders.
And don't think about the bigger picture.
The collateral damage. Don't think about the collateral damage.
And also kind of convince yourself that if we give into this capitalist machine in this very narrow sense of capitalism, that in the end they'll do the most good. This kind of belief that, like, if we just maximize profits, we'll do the most good.
Yeah, and that's an orthodoxy of several decades ago, and I don't think people can really say that in good faith. When you're talking about vaccinating the third world so we don't get hurt, it's a little bit hard to make the argument that the world's a better place because the profits of the investors went up.
Yeah, but at the same time, I think that's a belief you can hold. I mean, I've interacted with a bunch of folks that kind of, I don't want to mischaracterize Ayn Rand, okay? I respect a lot of people, but there's a belief that can take hold. If I just focus on this particular maximization, it'll do the most good for the world. The problem is when you choose what to maximize and you put blinders on, it's too easy to start making gigantic mistakes that have a big negative impact on society. What really matters is what you're maximizing.
Right, and if we had a true democracy and everybody had one vote, everybody got decent information and had one vote, Ayn Rand's position would get some votes, but not many, and it would be way outvoted by the common people.
Let me ask you about this very difficult topic. I'm talking to Mark Zuckerberg of Meta. The topic of censorship. I don't know if you've heard, but there's a guy named Robert Malone and Peter McCullough that were removed from many platforms for speaking about the COVID vaccines being risky. They were both on Joe Rogan's program. What do you think about censorship in this space? In this difficult space where so much is controlled by, not controlled, but influenced by advertisements from Big Pharma. And science can even be influenced by Big Pharma. Where do you lean on this? Should we lean towards freedom and just allow all the voices, even those that go against the scientific consensus? Is that one way to fight the science that is funded by Big Pharma? Or is that do more harm than good, having too many voices that are contending here? Should the ultimate battle be fought in the space of scientific publications?
And particularly in the era of COVID, where there are large public health ramifications to this public discourse, the ante is way up. So I don't have a simple answer to that. I think everyone's allowed their own opinion. I don't think everyone's allowed their own scientific facts. And how we develop a mechanism that's other than an open internet where whoever is shouting the loudest gets the most clicks and rage creates value on the internet. I think that's not a good mechanism for working this out. And I don't think we have one. I don't have a solution to this. Ideally, if we had a philosopher king, we could have a panel of people who were not conflicted by rigid opinions decide on what the boundaries of public discourse might be. I don't think it should be fully open. I don't think people who are who are committed to an anti-vaccine position and will tailor their interpretation of complex scientific data to support their opinion, I think that can be harmful. Constraining their speech can be harmful as well. So I don't have an answer here. But
I tend to believe that it's more dangerous to censor anti-vax messages. The way to defeat anti-vax messages is by being great communicators, by being great scientific communicators. So it's not that we need to censor the things we don't like. We need to be better at communicating the things we do like, or the things that we do believe represent a deep scientific truth. Because I think if you censor, you get worse at doing science, and you give the wrong people power. So I tend to believe that you should give power to the individual scientists and also give them the responsibility of being better educators, communicators, expressors of scientific ideas, put pressure on them to release data, to release that data in a way that's easily consumable, not just like very difficult to understand, but in a way that can be understood by a large number of people. So the battle should be fought in the open space of ideas versus in the quiet space of journals. I think we will no longer have that comfort, especially at the highest of stakes. So this kind of idea that a couple of peer reviewers decide the fate of billions is doesn't seem to be sustainable, especially given a very real observation now that the reason Robert Malone has a large following is there's a deep distrust of institutions, deep distrust of scientists, of science as an institution, of power centers, of companies, of everything, and perhaps rightfully so. But the way to defend against that is not for the powerful to build a bigger wall. It's for the powerful to be authentic, and maybe to allow them to get fired, and for new minds, for new fresh scientists, ones who are more authentic, more real, better communicators to step up. So I fear censorship, because it feels like censorship is an even harder job to do it well than being good communicators. And it seems like it's always the C students that end up doing the censorship. And it's like it's always the incompetent people, and not just the incompetent, but the biggest whiners. So like what happens is the people that get the most emotion and most outrage drive the censorship.
How are you? Hello. How are you? Excellent. How'd you find out about me? Very well. Are you at least 18 years old? Alright, we gotta be careful.
And it doesn't seem like reason drives censorship. That's just objectively observing how censorship seems to work in this current. There's so many forms of censorship. If you look at the Soviet Union, the propaganda, or Nazi Germany, it's very different from censorship. People tend to conflate all of these things together. Social media trying desperately to have trillions or hundreds of billions of exchanges a day, and like trying to make sure that their platform has some semblance of like quote healthy conversations. Like people just don't go insane. They actually like using the platform, and they censor based on that. That's a different level of censorship. But even there, you can really run afoul of the people that get the whiny C students controlling too much of the censorship. I believe that you should actually put the responsibility on the self-proclaimed holders of truth, aka scientists, and being better communicators.
I agree with that. I'm not advocating for any kind of censorship, but Marshall McLuhan was very influential when I was in college, and his that meme, the medium is the message. It's a little bit hard to understand when you're comparing radio to TV and saying radio's hotter or TV's hotter or something. But we now have the medium is the message in a way that we've never seen, we've never imagined before, where rage and anger and polarization are what drives the traffic on the internet. And we don't, it's a question of building the commons. Ideally, I don't know how to get there, so I'm not pretending to have a solution. But the commons of discourse about this particular issue about vaccines has been largely destroyed by the edges, by the drug companies and the advocates on the one side, and the people who just criticize and think that even though the data are flawed, that there's no way vaccines can be beneficial. And to have those people screaming at each other does nothing to improve the health of the 95% of people in the middle who want to know what the rational way to go forward is and protect their families from COVID and live a good life and be able to participate in the economy. And that's the problem. I don't have a solution.
Well, there's a difficult problem for Spotify and YouTube. I don't know if you heard, this is a thing that Joe Rogan is currently going through as a platform, whether to censor the conversation that, for example, Joe's having. So I don't know if you heard, but Neil Young and other musicians have kind of spoke out and saying they're going to leave the platform because Joe Rogan is allowed to be on his platform having these kind of conversations with the likes of Robert Malone. And it's clear to me that Spotify and YouTube are being significantly influenced by these extreme voices that you mentioned on each side. And it's also clear to me that Facebook is the same. And it was going back and forth. In fact, that's why Facebook has been oscillating on the censorship. It's like one group gets louder than the other, depending on whether it's an election year. There's several things. One, it does seem like you put it really well. It would be amazing if these platforms could find mechanisms to listen to the center, to the big center that's actually going to be affected by the results of our pursuit of scientific truth, right? And listen to those voices. I also believe that most people are intelligent enough to process information and to make up their own minds. If they're not, in terms of, it's complicated, of course, because we've just been talking about advertisement and how people can be influenced. But I feel like if you have raw, long-form podcasts or programs where people express their mind and express their argument in full, I think people can hear it and make up their own mind. And if those arguments have a platform on which they can live, then other people can provide better arguments if they disagree with it. And now we, as human beings, as rational, as intelligent human beings, can look at both and make up our own minds. And that's where social media can be very good at, like, this collective intelligence. We together listen to all of these voices and make up our own mind. Humble ourselves, actually, often. We think, no, like, you're an expert, say you have a PhD in a certain thing, there's this confidence that comes with that. And the collective intelligence, uncensored, allows you to humble yourself eventually. Like, as you discover, all it takes is a few times, looking back 5 years later, realizing I was wrong. That's really healthy for scientists. That's really healthy for anything to go through. And only through having that open discourse can you really have that. That said, Spotify also, just like Pfizer, is a company. Which is why this podcast, I don't know if you know what RSS feeds are, but podcasts can't be censored. But Joe's in the unfortunate position he only goes on Spotify. So Spotify has been actually very good at saying we're staying out of it for now. But RSS, this is pirate radio. Nobody can censor it. It's the internet. So financially, in terms of platforms, this cannot be censored. Which is why podcasts are really beautiful. And so if Spotify or YouTube wants to be the host of podcasts, I think where they flourish is free expression, no matter how crazy.
Yes, but I do want to push back a little bit on what you're saying. Because I have anti-vax friends I love. your dear cherished friends, and they'll send me stuff. And it'll take me an hour to go through what they send to see if it's credible. And usually it's not. It's not a random sample of the anti-vax argument. I'm not saying I can disprove the anti-vax argument. But I am saying that it's almost like we were talking about how medical science, clinical trials, the presentation of clinical trials to physicians could be improved. And the first thing we came up with is to have pre-publication transparency in the peer review process. So bad information, biased information doesn't get out as if it's legitimate and you can't put it back, recapture it once it gets out. I think there's an element of that in the arguments that are going on about vaccines, and they're on both sides, but I think the anti-vax side puts out more units of information claiming to show that the vaccines don't work. And I guess in an ideal situation, it would be real-time fact-checking by independent people. Not just censor it, but to just say that study was set up to do this, and this is what the conclusions were, so the way it was stated is on one side of this argument.
But that's what I'm arguing. I agree with you. What I'm arguing is that this big network of humans that we have, that is the collective intelligence, can do that real time if you allow it to, if you encourage people to do it. And the scientists, as opposed to this, I interact with a lot of colleagues, a lot of friends, and the scientists, they roll their eyes. Their response is like they don't want to interact with this. But that's just not the right response. When a huge number of people believe this, it is your job as communicators to defend your ideas. It is no longer the case to go to a conference and defend your ideas to two other nerds that have been working on the same problem for. I mean, sure, you can do that, but then you're rejecting the responsibility you have explicitly or implicitly accepted when you go into this field, that you will defend the ideas of truth. And the way to defend them is in the open battlefield of ideas, and you become a better communicator. And I believe that when you're large, you said you invest in 1 or 2 hours in this particular, but that's little ants interacting at scale. I think that allows us to progress towards truth. At least I hope so.
I think you're an optimist. I want to work with you a little bit on this. Let's say a person like Joe Rogan, who, by the way, had me on his podcast and let me.
Amazing conversation.
Well, thank you. I did too. And I didn't know Joe. I didn't know much about his podcast.
You pushed back on Joe a bunch, which is great.
And he was a gentleman. We had it out. In fact, he put one clip. At one point, he said something that was a little bit wrong, and I corrected it. And he had the guy, Jamie. He had Jamie check it, and was very forthright in saying, hey, John got it right here. You got to modify it. In any event,
You got him.
Well, I wasn't trying to get him.
Totally. It was just a beautiful exchange. There's so much respect in the room, pushing back and forth. That's great.
Yeah. So I respect him. And I think when he has somebody on who's dyed in the wool into vaccine, the question is, how can you balance, if it needs balance, in real time? I'm not talking about afterwards. I'm talking in real time. Maybe you report, well, he does record it, obviously, but maybe when there's a statement made that is made as if it's fact-based, maybe that statement should be checked by some folks imaginary folks who are trustworthy. And in real time, as that discussion is being played on the podcast, to show what independent experts say about that claim.
That's really interesting. I know for some reason this idea popped into my head now. I think real time is very difficult, and it's not difficult, but it kind of ruins the conversation because you want the idea to breathe. I think what's very possible is before it's published, it's the pre-publication. Before it's published, you let a bunch of people review it, and they can add their voices in can add arguments, arguments against certain parts. That's very interesting. Sort of as one podcast publishes, like addendums, publish the peer review together with the publication.
Yeah.
That's very interesting. I might actually do that. That's really interesting because I've been doing more debates where you at the same time have multiple people, which has a different dynamic because both people. I mean, it's really nice to have the time to pause by yourself, fact check, to look at the study that was mentioned, to understand what's going on. So the peer review process, to have a little bit of time. That's really interesting. I'd like to try that. To agree with you at some point in terms of anti-vax, I've been fascinated by listening to arguments from this community of folks that's been quite large called flat earthers, the people that believe the earth is flat. And I don't know if you've ever listened to them or read their arguments, but it's fascinating how consistent and convincing it all sounds. And you just kind of take it in, just take it in like listening normally. It's all very logical. Like if you don't think very well, no. The thing is, the reality is, at the very basic human level, with unlimited cognitive capabilities, the Earth is pretty flat. You go outside and you look flat. So like when you use common sense reasoning, it's very easy to play to that to convince you that the Earth is flat. Plus, there's powerful organizations that want to manipulate you and so on. But then there's the whole progress of science and physics of the past, but that's difficult to integrate into your thought process. So it's very true that the people should listen to flat earthers because it was very revealing to me how easy it is to be convinced of basically everything by charismatic arguments.
Right. And if I don't know whether the Earth is flat or not, as long as we're not navigating airplanes and doing other kinds of things, trying to get satellites to do transmission, it's not that important what I believe. But if we're arguing about how we approach the worst public health crisis in I don't know how long, I think we're getting worse than the Spanish flu now. I don't know what the total global deaths with Spanish flu were, but in the United States we certainly have more deaths than we have from Spanish flu.
Plus the economic pain and suffering.
Yes. And the damage to the kids, school. We got a problem, and it's not going away, unfortunately. So when we get a problem like that, it's not just an interesting barroom conversation about whether the Earth is flat. There are millions of lives involved.
Let me ask you yet another question that issue I raised with Pfizer CEO Albert Bourla. It's the question of revolving doors. That there seems to be a revolving door between Pfizer, FDA, and CDC. People that have worked at the FDA now work with Pfizer, and vice versa, including the CDC and so on. What do you think about that? So, first of all, his response once again is there's rules, there's very strict rules, and we follow them. Do you think that's a problem?
Well,
and also, maybe this is a good time to talk about this Pfizer play by the rules.
Let's one at a time. Okay, and this isn't even about Pfizer, but it's an answer to the question.
Yes.
So there's this drug Agilent that was approved by the FDA maybe 6 months ago. It's a drug to prevent the progression of low-grade Alzheimer's disease. The target for drug development for Alzheimer's disease has been reducing the amyloid plaques in the brain, which correlate with the progression of Alzheimer's. And Biogen showed that its drug Agilent reduces amyloid plaques in the brain. They did 2 clinical trials to determine the clinical efficacy, and they found that neither trial showed a meaningful benefit. And in those 2 trials, 33% more people in the Agilent group developed symptomatic brain swelling and bleeding than people in the placebo group. There was an advisory committee convene to debate and determine how they felt about the approvability of agitating, given those facts. And those facts aren't in dispute. They're in Biogen's slides, as well as FDA document. The advisory committee voted 10 against approval and 1 abstained. So that's essentially universal, unanimous vote against approving agile. Now, the advisory committees have been pretty much cleansed of financial conflicts of interest. So this advisory committee votes 10 no, 1 abstention. And the FDA overrules the unanimous opinion of its advisory committee, approves the bill. 3 of the members of the advisory committee resign. They say, we're not going to be part of it. The FDA is not going to listen to a unanimous vote against approving this drug, which shows more harm than benefit, undisputed. We're not going to participate. And the argument against approval is that the surrogate endpoint, the reduction of amyloid, the progression of the amyloid plaques, is known by the FDA not to be a valid clinical indicator. It doesn't correlate. 27 studies have shown it doesn't correlate with clinical progression. Interrupting the amyloid plaques doesn't mean that your Alzheimer's doesn't get worse. So it seems like it's a slam dunk, and the FDA made a mistake, and they should do whatever they do to protect their bureaucratic reputation. So the head of the Bureau of the FDA, the Center for Drug Evaluation and Research that approves new drugs, who had spent 16 years as an executive in the pharmaceutical industry, issued a statement and said, what we should do in this situation is to loosen the prohibition of financial ties of interest with the drug companies so we get less emotional responses. Said this, it's in print.
People are just too emotional about this.
People were just too emotional. The 10 people who voted against it and the no people who voted for it, it's all too emotional. So this gets back, this is a long answer to your short question. I think this is a wonderful window into the thinking of the FDA that financial conflicts of interest don't matter in a situation when I think it's obvious that they would matter.
But there's not a direct financial conflict of interest. It's kind of like it's not like Albert said. There's rules. I mean, you're not allowed to have direct financial conflict of interest. It's indirect.
Right, but what I'm saying is, I'm not denying what you said is true. But the FDA, the high official of the FDA, is saying that we need to allow conflicts of interest in our advisory committee. And that, she wants to change the rules. So Albert Bourla would still be playing by the rules. But it just shows how one-sided the thinking here.
But you think that's influenced by the fact that there were pharmaceutical executives working at the FDA and vice versa?
And they think that's a great idea.
Who gets to fix this? Do you think it should be just banned? Like if
I
you
don't
work,
know. 2 separate questions. One is, should the officials at the FDA come from pharma and vice versa? Yes, that's one question. And the other question is, should advisory committee members be allowed to have financial conflicts of interest? I think, in my opinion, and people might say I'm biased, I think advisory committee people should not have conflicts of interest. I think their only interest ought to be the public interest. And that was true from my understanding of the situation. It's the afterword in my book. I spent some time studying it, but I think it's a slam dunk that there ought to be no conflicts of interest. Now, the head of CEDAR, Center for Drug Evaluation and Research, thinks that that's going to give you a biased result because we don't have company influence. And that, I think, shows how biased their thinking is. That not having company influence is a bias.
but let me try to look at it. I'm trying to empathize with the belief that companies should have a voice at the table. I mean, yeah, it's part of the game that the best themselves and business how it should be played.
But they have a voice at the table. They've designed the studies.
Right. That is their voice.
If they analyze
whole
the
point.
data, I mean, what bigger voice do you deserve?
But I do also think, on the more challenging question, I do think that there should be a ban. If you work at a pharmaceutical company, you should not be allowed to work at any regulatory agency.
Yeah.
You should not. I mean, that go back and forth. It's just, even if it's 30 years later.
I agree. And I have another nomination for that. We're in this crazy situation where Medicare is not allowed to negotiate the price of drugs with the drug companies. So the drug companies get a patent on a new drug. Unlike every other developed country, they can charge whatever they want. So they have a monopoly on a utility because no one else can make the drug. Charge whatever they want, and Medicare has to pay for it. And you say, how did we get in this crazy situation? So how we got here is that in 2003, when Medicare Part D was passed, Billy Towson was head of the Ways and Means Committee in the House, played a key role in ushering this through with the non-negotiation clause of it. And after it was passed, Billy Towson did not finish out his term in Congress. He went to pharma for a $2 million a year job.
This is incredible.
You might think that a ban on that would be a good idea.
I spoke with Francis Collins, head of the NIH, on this podcast. He and NIH have a lot of power over funding in science. What are they doing right? What are they doing wrong? In this interplay with Big Pharma, how connected are they? Again, returning the question, what are they doing right? What are they doing wrong in your view?
So my knowledge of the NIH is not as granular as my knowledge of pharma. That said, in broad brushstrokes, the NIH is doing the infrastructure work for all drug development. I think they've participated in 100% of the drugs that have been approved by the FDA over the past 10 years or so. They've done infrastructure work. And what they do is not work on particular drugs, but they develop work on drug targets, on targets in the human body that can be affected by drugs and might be beneficial to turn on or off. And then the drug companies, when they find a target that is mutable and potentially beneficial, then the drug companies can take the research and choose to invest in the development of the drugs, specific drugs. That's our model. Now, 96% of the research that's done in clinical trials in the United States is about drugs and devices. And only a fraction of the 4% that's left over is about preventive medicine, how to make Americans healthy. I think, again, from the satellite, the NIH is investing more in science that can lead to commercial development, rather than, as you said at the beginning of the podcast, there's no big fitness and lifestyle industry that can counter pharma. So I think at the NIH level, that countering can be done. And the diabetes prevention program study that we talked about before, where lifestyle was part of a randomized trial and was shown to be more effective than metformin at preventing the development of diabetes, that is absolute proof positive that investing in that kind of science can produce good results. So I think that we're aimed at drug development, and what we ought to be aimed at is an epidemiological approach to improving the health of all Americans. We rank 68th in the world in healthy life expectancy, despite spending an extra $1.5 trillion. And I believe strongly that the reason why we've gotten in this crazy position is because the knowledge that we're producing is about new drugs and devices, and it's not about improving population health. In this problem, the NIH is the perfect institution to play a role in rebalancing our research agenda.
Some of that is is on the leadership side with Francis Collins and Anthony Fauci, not just speaking about basically everything that just leads to drug development, vaccine development, but also speaking about healthy lifestyles, speaking about health, not just sickness.
Yes, and investing.
Investing. I mean, it's like one feeds the other. One, you have to communicate to the public the importance of investing in health. That leads to you getting props for investing in health, and you can invest in health more and more. And if that communicates, I mean, everything that Anthony Fauci says or Francis Collins says has an impact on scientists. I mean, it sets the priorities. I don't think they. The sad thing about leaders, forgive me for saying the word, but mediocre leaders, is they don't see themselves as part of the game. They don't see the momentum. It's like a fish in the water. They don't see the water. Great leaders stand up and reverse the direction of how things are going. I actually put a lot of responsibility. Some people say too much, but whatever. I think leaders carry the responsibility. I put a lot of responsibility on Anthony Fauci and Francis Collins for not actually speaking a lot more about health, not and bigger, inspiring people in the power and the trustworthiness of science. That's on the shoulders of Anthony Fauci.
I'm going to abstain from that because I'm not expert. But
neither am I, but
I am, but not on camera.
yes.
No, but seriously, the problem is pretty simple. That we're investing 96% of our clinical funding of clinical research in drugs and devices, and 80% of our health is determined by how we live our lives. And this is ridiculous. The United States is going further and further behind the other wealthy countries in terms of our health. We ranked 38th in healthy life expectancy in 2000, and now we're spending $1.5 trillion extra, and we rank 68th. We've gone down.
You have this excellent. There's a few charts that I'll overlay that tell the story in a really powerful way. So one is the healthcare spending as percentage of GDP. That on the x-axis is years and the y-axis is percentage. And the United States, as compared to other countries on average, has been much larger and growing.
Right. We are now spending 7% more of our GDP, 17.7% versus 10.7% on healthcare. 7%. And I think GDP is the fairest way to compare healthcare spending. Per person, in dollars, we're spending the difference is even greater. But other costs vary with GDP. So let's stick with the conservative way to do it.
17.7 or 18% of GDP. 18% of GDP spent on healthcare. 7% higher than the comparable country average. Right. 17.7% versus 10.7. 7% higher.
Right. And 7% of $23 trillion GDP is more than $1.5 trillion a year in excess.
And you have another chart that shows healthcare system performance compared to spending. And there's a point cloud of different countries. The x-axis being healthcare spending as a percentage of GDP, which we just talked about. That U.S. is 7% higher than everyone, the average. And then on the y-axis is performance. So x-axis spending, y-axis performance. And there's a point cloud overlay this if you're watching on YouTube. There are a bunch of countries that have high performance for what they're spending. And the U.S. is all alone on the right bottom side of the chart with low performance, high spending.
Correct. So this is a system that is abiding by spending that is directed by the most profitable ways to deliver health care.
The you put that in the hands of big pharma, is you maximize profit, you're going to decrease performance and increase spending.
Yes, but I want to qualify that and say it's not all big pharma's fault. They're not responsible for all the problems in our healthcare system. They're not responsible for the administrative costs, for example. But they are the largest component of our rising healthcare costs. And it has to do with this knowledge issue. Controlling the knowledge that doctors have makes it so that doctors can live with this situation, believing that it's optimal when it's a wreck.
Let me ask you the big, so as a physician, for everything you've seen, we've talked about 80% of the impact on health is lifestyle. How do we live longer? What advice would you give to general people? What space of ideas result in living longer and higher quality lives?
Right. This is a very simple question to answer. Exercise for at least a half hour, at least 5 times a week. Number one. Number two, don't smoke. Number three, maintain a reasonably healthy body weight. Some people argue that being lower than BMI at 25 is healthy. I think that may be true, but I think getting above 30 is unhealthy, and that would. Now, that's largely impacted by socioeconomic status, and we don't want to blame the victims here. So we got to understand that when we talk about all of these things, not cigarettes, but exercise and a good diet and maintaining a healthy body weight, we have to include in doing those things the impediments to people with lower socioeconomic status being able to make those changes. We've got to understand that personal responsibility accounts for some of this, but also social circumstances accounts for some of it. And back to your fishbowl analogy, if you're swimming in a fishbowl, if you live in a fish tank that's not being properly maintained, the approach wouldn't be to treat individual sick fish. It would be to fix your fish tank to get the bacteria out of it, whatever bad stuff is in there, and make your fish tank healthy. Well, we invest far less than other wealthy countries do. We're flipped. We have the mirror image in the spending on social determinants of health and medical determinants of health. We have exactly the wrong order. And not only does that choke off social determinants of health, which are very important, but actually just the ratio. Even if you were spending, if we raise the social spending and raise our medical spending in proportion, it's the ratio of social spending to medical spending. So, and why do we do that? Well, the answer is perfectly obvious. The way to transfer money from working Americans to investors is through the biomedical model, not through the social health model. And that's the problem. And I'd like to discuss this because the market isn't going to get us to a reasonable allocation. All the other wealthy countries that are so much healthier than we are and spending so much less than we are have some form of government intervention in the quality of the health data that's available, the budgeting of health and social factors. And we don't. We're kind of the Wild West, and we let the market determine those allocations. And it's an awful failure. It's a horrendous failure.
So one argument against government, an alternative to the government intervention is the market can work better if the citizenry has better information. So one argument is that, communicators, like podcasts and so on, but other channels of communication will be the way to fight big pharma. Your book is the way to, so by providing information. The alternative to the government intervention on every aspect of this, including communication with doctors, is to provide them other information and not allow the market to provide that information by basically making it exciting to books to make better and better communicators on Twitter, books, op-eds, podcasts, so on. But basically, because there's a lot of incentive to communicate against the messages of big pharma. There's incentive because people want to understand what's good for their lives, and they're willing to listen to charismatic people. They're able to clearly explain what is good for them.
And they do. And more than 80% of people think that drugs cost too much and the drug industry is too interested in profits.
But they still get influence.
You can't get the vote through Congress. Democrats and Republicans alike are taking money from Congress. And somehow it just doesn't work out that these, even small changes, I mean, the pared down part of Medicare, the plan for increasing Medicare negotiation drug costs, the Build Back Better, it's literally going to reduce the number of new drugs that are beneficial, uniquely beneficial, by about one new drug, two new drugs over 30 years. It will have virtually an indecipherable impact. And yet pharma is talking about the impact on innovation. And if you vote for this, if you let your congressman vote for this, you're going to severely slow down drug innovation, and that's going to affect the quality of your life.
Let me ask you about over-medication that we've been talking about from different angles. But one difficult question for me, I'll pick one of the difficult topics, depression. So depression is a serious, painful condition that leads to a lot of people suffering in the world. And yet, it is likely that we're over-prescribing antidepressants. So as a doctor, as a patient, as a healthcare system, as a society, what do we do with that fact? That people suffer. There's a lot of people suffering from depression. And there's also people suffering from over-prescribing of antidepressants.
So a paper in the New England Journal by Eric Turner showed that the data, if you put all the data together from antidepressants, you find out that antidepressants are not effective for people who are depressed but don't have a major depression. Major depression is a serious problem. People can't function normally. They have a hard time getting out, performing their normal social roles. But what's happened, the publicity, Prozac Nation is a good example of making the argument that why should people settle for normal happiness when they can have better than normal happiness? And if you're not having normal happiness, you should take a drug. Well, that concept that serotonin metabolism is the root cause of depression is really a destructive one. We have drugs that change serotonin metabolism, but we don't know if that's why antidepressants work on major depression. They certainly don't work on everybody with major depression. I forget what the number needed to treat is. I think it's around 4. 1 out of 4 people have significant improvement. But the people without major depression don't get better. And the vast majority of these drugs are used for people without major depression. So what's happened is that the feelings of life satisfaction, of happiness, not sadness, have been medicalized. The normal range of feelings have been medicalized. And that's not to say that they shouldn't be attended to, but the evidence shows that attending to them by giving somebody a medicine doesn't help it, except that they feel like somebody cares about them and believes that they're suffering. But there are problems in living that give rise to much of this symptomatology of less than major depression. And let's call it what it is and figure out a way to help people in visual therapy, group therapy, maybe lifestyle modification will work. We've got to try that. But let's call it what it is instead of saying, oh, you're in this vast basket of people who are depressed, so we'll give you an antidepressant, even though the evidence shows that people who are suffering from your level of depression don't get better.
And that's a consequence of not focusing on preventative medicine, the lifestyle changes, all that kind of stuff.
Well, yes, but it's really a consequence of the drug companies creating the impression that if you're sad, take a pill.
If you're non-major depression, how do you overcome depression?
Well, you have to talk about what the problem is.
So talk therapy, lifestyle changes.
Well, no, I'm not jumping to that. I'm saying that you ought to, the way you feel must be respected.
Yeah, acknowledge that you're suffering.
Acknowledge that you're suffering and deal with healthcare providers who acknowledge that you're suffering. So let's take that first step. And
Big
then,
first step. Also,
big first step, yeah. Family docs are pretty good at that. It's kind of the arena that caused me to go into family medicine, the subjective experience of the patient. Okay, so you're a person who is not getting the enjoyment out of your life that they feel they ought to be getting. Now let's figure out why, and whether that means sometime with a social worker, sometime with a psychiatrist, sometime with a psychiatric nurse. I'm not sure how you best do that most effectively and efficiently, but that's what you need to do. And it may be that there's a marital problem and there's something going on, and one of the spouses can't find satisfaction in the life they have to live within the relationship. Maybe there's a past history of trauma or abuse that somebody is projecting onto their current situation. Maybe there's socioeconomic circumstances where they can't find a job that gives them self-respect and enough money to live with. All, an infinite range of things. But let's figure out, make a diagnosis first. The diagnosis is that the person feels sadder than they want to feel. The diagnosis is why does the person feel sadder than they want to feel.
you mentioned this is what made you want to get into family medicine. As a doctor, what do you think about the saying, save one life, save the world? This was always moving to me about doctors, because you have like this human in front of you, and your time is worth money. What you prescribe, your efforts after the visit are worth money, and it seems like the task of the doctor is to not think about any of that, or not the task, but it seems like a great doctor, despite all that, just forgets it all. It just cares about the one human, and somehow that feels like the love and effort you put into helping one person is the thing that will save the world. It's not like some economic argument or some political argument or financial argument. It's a very human drive that ultimately is behind all of this that will do good for the world.
I think that's true. And at the same time, I think it's equally true that all physicians need to have a sense of responsibility about how the common resources are allocated to serve the whole population's interest best. That's a tension that you have as a physician. Let's take the extreme example. Let's say you had a patient in front of you who, if you gave one $10 billion pill to, you would save their life. I would just be tortured by that as a physician, because I know that $10 billion spent properly in an epidemiologically guided way is going to save a whole lot more lives than one life.
So it's also your responsibility as a physician to walk away from that patient.
I wouldn't say that. I think it's your responsibility
to be tortured by
it. That's exactly right.
The human condition. Well, that's a tough job, but yeah, to maintain your humanity.
Yeah. Yeah. But you've been asking at different points in this conversation, why are doctors so complacent about the tremendous amount of money we're spending? Why do they accept knowledge from different sources that may not pan out when they really know the truth? And the answer is that they're trying to do their best for their patients. And there's this, it's the same kind of torture to figure out what the hell is going on with the data. And that's a sort of future project. And maybe people will read my book and maybe they'll get a little more excited about it, become more legitimate in practice. I would feel like my life is worthwhile. But at the same time, they've got to do something with the patient in front of them. They've got to make a decision. And there are not many weirdos like me who invest their life in figuring out what's behind the data. They're trying to get through the day and do the right thing for their patient. So they're tortured by that decision too.
And so, if you're not careful, big pharma can manipulate that drive to try to help the patient, that humanity of dealing with the uncertainty of it all. Like, what is the best thing to do? Big pharma can step in and use money to manipulate that humanity.
And I would state it quite differently. It's sort of an opt-out rather than an opt-in. Big pharma will do that, and you need to opt out of it.
What advice would you give to a young person today in high school or college, stepping into this complicated world full of advertisements, of big, powerful institutions, of big, rich companies, how to have a positive impact on the world, how to live a life they can be proud of?
I would say, should that person who has only good motives go into medicine? They have an inclination to go into medicine, and they've asked me what I think about that, given what I know about the undermining of American healthcare at this point. And my answer is, if you got the calling, you should do it. You should do it because nobody's going to do it better than you. And if you don't have the calling, and you're in it for the money, you're not going to be proud of yourself.
How do you prevent yourself from letting the system change you over years, like letting the game of pharmaceutical influence affect you?
That's a very hard question because the sociologic norms are to be effective and to trust the sources of information that are largely controlled by the drug industry. And that's why I wrote Sick, is to try and help those people in the medical profession to understand that what's going on right now looks normal, but it's not. The health of Americans is going downhill. Our society's getting ruined by the money that's getting pulled out of other socially beneficial uses to pay for health care that is not helping us.
So fundamentally, the thing that is normal, question the normal. Don't. If you conform hesitantly.
Well, you have to conform. You can't become a doctor without conforming. I just made it through. But there are many, and it's hard work. But you have to conform. And even with my colleagues in my own practice, I couldn't convince them that some of the beliefs they had about how best to practice weren't accurate. There's one scene, a younger physician had prescribed hormone replacement therapy, back in 2000, 2001, had prescribed hormone replacement therapy for one of my patients who happened to be a really good personal friend. And I saw that patient covering for my colleague at one point. And I saw that her hormone replacement therapy had been renewed. I said, "Are you having hot flashes or any problem?" No. but Dr. So-and-so said it's better for my health. And I said, no, it's not. The research is showing that it's not. It's harmful for your health, and I think you should stop. So my colleague approached me when she saw the chart. He said, wait a minute, that's my patient. Maybe your friend, but it's my patient. And I went to a conference from my alma mater, medical school, and they said that healthy people should be given hormone replacement. And I said, there's got to be drug companies involved in this. And she said, no, it was at my university. It was not a drug company thing. We didn't go to a Caribbean island. I said, do you have the syllabus? She said, yeah. And she went and got the syllabus, and sure enough, it was sponsored by a drug company. They're everywhere. And it's back to Kuhn. Groups of experts share unspoken assumptions. And in order to be included in that group of experts, you have to share those unspoken assumptions. And what I'm hoping to do with my book, Sickening, and being here, having this wonderful conversation with you, is to create an alternative to this normal that people can pursue and practice better medicine and also prevent burnout. About half the doctors complain that they're burned out and they've had it. And I think that this is a subject that I don't have data on. This is just my opinion. But I think that a lot of that burnout is so-called moral injury from practicing in a way that the docs know isn't working.
It's not actually providing an alternative to the normal. It's expanding the normal. It's shifting the normal, just like with film. I mean, you're basically looking for to shift the way medicine is done due to the original mean to the intent that it represents the ideal of medicine, of healthcare.
Yeah, in Kuhnian terms, to have a revolution. And that revolution would be to practice medicine in a way that will be epidemiologically most effective, not most profitable for the people who are providing you with what's called knowledge.
You helped a lot of people as a doctor, as an educator, live better lives, live longer, but you yourself are a mortal being. Do you think about your own mortality? Do you think about your death? Are you afraid of death?
I'm not. I faced it. Yeah, been close.
And yourself?
Yeah.
How do you think about it? What wisdom do you gain from having come close to death? The fact that the whole thing ends.
It's liberating. It's very liberating. I mean, I'm serious. I was close. Not too long ago. And there's a sense of, this may be the way it ends. And done my best. It's not been perfect. And if it's here, it ends here. People around me trying to do their best. And in fact, I got pulled out of it. But it didn't look like I was going to get pulled out of it.
Are you ultimately grateful for the ride and how it ends?
Well, it's a lot. I think so. If I know, you can't take the ride if you know what it's going to end well. It's not the real ride, it's just a ride. But having gone through the whole thing, I definitely freed me of a sense of anxiety about that. And it said to me, do your best every day, because it's going to end sometime.
I apologize for the ridiculously big question, but what do you think is the meaning of life, of our human existence?
I think it's to care about something and do your best with it. Whether it's being a doctor and trying to make sure that the greatest number of people get the best health care, or it's a gardener who wants to have the most beautiful plants, or it's a grandparent who wants to have a good relationship with their grandchildren. But whatever it is that gives you a sense of meaning, as long as it doesn't hurt other people, really commit yourself to. That commitment, that being in that commitment for me is
Put your whole heart and soul into the thing.
Yep.
What is it, the Bukowski poem, Go All the Way. John, you're an incredible human being, incredible educator. Like I said, I recommend people listen to your lectures. It's so refreshing to see that clarity of thought that is. And obviously your criticism of Big Pharma or your illumination of the mechanisms of Big Pharma is really important at this time. So I really hope people read your book, Sickening, that's out today, or depending on when this comes out. Thank you so much for spending your extremely valuable time with me today. It was amazing.
Lex, I want to back to you. Thanks for engaging in this conversation, for creating the space to have it, creating a listenership that is interested in understanding serious ideas. I really appreciate the conversation.
And I should mention that offline, you told me you listened to the Gilbert Strang episode. So for anyone who don't know Gilbert Strang, another epic human being that you should check out. If you don't know anything about mathematics or linear algebra, go look him up. He's one of the great mathematics educators of all time. So, of all the people you mentioned to me, I appreciate that you mentioned him, because he is a rock star of mathematics. John, thank you so much for talking to us. This was awesome. Thanks for listening to this conversation with John Abramson. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from Marcus Aurelius. Waste no time arguing about what a good man should be. Be one. Thank you for listening, and hope to see you next time.
You read a half hour a night. The calculation I came to is that you can read 1,000 books in 50 years.
All of the components are there to engineer intimate experiences.
Extraterrestrial life is a true mystery, but the most tantalizing mystery of all.
How many humans need to disappear for us to be completely lost? The following is a conversation with Tim Urban, author and illustrator of the amazing blog called Wait, But Why. This is a Let's Make It podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Tim Urban. You wrote a Wait But Why blog post about the big and the small, from the observable universe to the atom. What world do you find most mysterious and beautiful? The very big or the very small?
The very small seems a lot more mysterious. And I mean, the very big, I feel like we kind of understand. I mean, not the very, very big, not the multiverse, if there is a multiverse, not anything outside of the observable universe. But the very small, I think, really have no idea what's going on, or very much less idea. But I find them, so I think the small is more mysterious, but I think the big is sexier. I just cannot get enough of the bigness of space and the farness of stars, and it just continually blows my mind.
I mean, we still, the vastness of the observable universe has the mystery that we don't know what's out there. We know how it works, perhaps. Like, general relativity can tell us how the movement of bodies works, how they're born, all that kind of things. But, like, how many civilizations are out there? How many, like, what are the weird things that are out there?
Life, well, extraterrestrial life is a true mystery, but the most tantalizing mystery of all. But that's like our size. So that's maybe it's that the actual the big and the small are really cool, but it's actually the things that are potentially our size that are the most tantalizing.
Potentially our size is probably the key word.
Yeah, I mean, I wonder how small intelligent life we get. Probably not that small. And I assume that if there's a limit, that you're not gonna. I mean, you might have like a blue whale size intelligent being. That would be kind of cool. But I
feel like we're in the range of order of magnitude smaller and bigger than us for life, but maybe not. Maybe you could have some giant life form. Just seems like, I don't know. There's got to be some reason that anything intelligent between kind of like a little tiny rodent or finger monkey up to a blue whale on this planet. I don't know. Maybe when you change the gravity and other things.
Well, you can think of life as a thing of self-assembling organisms, and they just get bigger and bigger and bigger. Like, there's no such thing as a human being. A human being is made up of a bunch of tiny organisms working together. And we somehow envision that as one entity because it has consciousness. But maybe it's just organisms on top of organisms. Organisms all the way down, turtles all the way down. So, like, Earth can be seen as an organism for alien species that's very different. Like, why is the human the fundamental entity that is living, and then everything else is just either a collection of humans or components of humans? I think of it kind of as, if you think about, I think of like an emergent elevator, and so you've got an ant is on one floor, and then the ant colony is a floor above, or maybe there's even units within the colony that's one floor above, and the full colony is two floors above. And to me, I think that it's the colony that is closest to being the animal. It's like the individual thing that competes with others, while the individual ants are like cells in the animal's body. We are more like a colony in that regard, but the humans are weird because I think of it, if emergence happens in an emergence tower, where you've got kind of cells, humans, communities, and societies. Ants are very specific. The individual ants are always cooperating with each other for the sake of the colony. So the colony is this unit that is the competitive unit. Humans can kind of we take the elevator up and down emergence tower psychologically. Sometimes we are individuals that are competing with other individuals, and that's where our mindset is. And then other times we get in this crazy zone, a protest or a sporting event. You're just chanting and screaming, doing the same hand motion with all these other people, and you feel like one. You profess yourself, as soldiers. And so our brains can kind of psychologically go up and down this elevator in an interesting way. Yeah, I wonder how much of that is just the narrative we tell ourselves. Maybe we are just like an ant colony, we're just collaborating always, even in our stories of individualism, of like the freedom of the individual, like this kind of isolation, lone man on an island kind of thing. We're actually all part of this giant network of maybe one of the things that makes humans who we are is probably deeply social, the ability to maintain the single human intelligence, but like a collective intelligence. And so this feeling like individual is just because we woke up at this level of the hierarchy. So we make it special, but we very well could be just part of the ant colony. This whole conversation, I'm either going to be doing a Shakespearean analysis of your Twitter, your writing, or very specific statements that you've made. So you've written answers to a mailbag of questions. The questions are amazing, the ones you chose, and your answers were amazing. So on this topic of the big and the small, somebody asked, are we bigger than we are small? Or smaller than we are big? Who's asking these questions? This is really good. You have amazing fans. Okay, so where do we sit at this level of the very small to the very big?
So are we bigger or are we small? Are we bigger than we are small? I think it depends on what we're asking. So if we're talking about the biggest thing that we kind of can talk about without just imagining is the observable universe, the Hubble sphere. And that's about 10 to the 26 meters in diameter. The smallest thing we talk about is a Planck link. But you could argue that that's kind of an imaginary thing. But that's 10 to the negative 35. Now, we're conveniently about 10 to the 1. Not quite, 10 to the 0. We're about 10 to the 0 meters long. So we're right. So it's easy because you can just look and say, okay, well, for example, atoms are like 10 to the negative 15th or 10 to the negative 16th meters, right? If you go 10 to the 15th or 10 to the 16th, which is right, that's now, so an atom to us is us to this, you get to like nebulas. Smaller than a galaxy, bigger than the biggest star. So we're right in between nebula and an atom.
Now, if you want to go down to quark level, you might be able to get up to galaxy level. When you go up to the observable universe, you're getting down on the small side to things that we, I think, are mostly theoretically imagining are there and hypothesizing are there. So I think as far as real world objects that we really know a lot about, I would say we are smaller than we are big. But if you want to go down to the Planck length, we're very quickly bigger than yours. If you think about strings.
Yeah, string exactly, string theory, and so on. That's interesting. But I think, like you answered, no matter what, we're kind of middle-ish.
Yeah. I mean, here's something cool. If human is a neutrino, and again, neutrino, the size doesn't really make sense. It's not really a size, but when we talk about some of these neutrinos, I mean, if neutrinos are human, a proton is the sun. So that's like, I mean, a proton is real small, like really small. And so, yeah, the small gets like crazy small very quickly.
Let's talk about aliens. We already mentioned it. Let's start just by the basic. What's your intuition as of today? This is a thing that can change day by day. How many alien civilizations are out there? Is it zero? Is it a handful? Is it almost endless? Like the observable universe, the universe is teeming with life.
If I had gun to my head, I have to take a guess. I would say it's teeming with life. I would say there is. I think running a Monte Carlo simulation, this paper by Andrew Sandberg, Drexler, and a few others a couple years ago. I think you probably know about it. I think they're the mean, using different, running through randomized drake equation multiplication. You ended up with 27 million as the mean in intelligent civilizations in the galaxy, in the Milky Way alone. So then if you go outside the Milky Way, that would turn into trillions. That's the mean. Now what's interesting is that there's a long tail because they believe some of these multipliers in the Drake equation, so for example, the probability that life starts in the first place, they think that the kind of range that we use is for that variable is way too small. And that's our possibilities. If you actually extend it to some crazy number of orders of magnitude, like 200, they think that variable should be. You get this long tail where I forget the exact number, but it's like a third or a quarter of the total outcomes have us alone. Like I think it's a sizable percentage has us as the only intelligent life in the galaxy. But you can keep going, and I think there's a non-zero, legitimate amount of outcomes there that have us as the only life in the observable universe at all is on Earth. I mean, it seems incredibly counterintuitive. It seems like you mentioned that people think you must be an idiot because if you picked up one grain of sand on the beach and examined it, and you found all these little things on it. It's like saying, well, maybe this is the only one that has it, and it's like probably not. They're probably most of the sand, probably, or a lot of the sand, right? So, and then on the other hand, we don't see anything. We don't see any evidence, which of course people would say that the people who still scoff at the concept that we're potentially alone, they say, well, of course, there's lots of reasons we wouldn't have seen that, and they can go list them, and they're very compelling. But we don't know. And the truth is, if this were a freak thing, I mean, we don't. If this were a completely freak thing that happened here, whether it's life at all or just getting to this level of intelligence, that species, whoever it was, would think there must be lots of us out there, and they'd be wrong. So, just using the same intuition that most people would use, I'd say there's probably lots of other things out there.
Yeah, and you wrote a great blog post about it. To me, the two interesting reasons that we haven't been in contact, I too have an intuition that the universe is teeming with life. So one interesting is around the great filter. So we either great filter is either behind us or in front of us. So the reason that's interesting is you get to think about what kind of things can ensure the survival of an intelligent civilization or lead to the destruction of intelligent civilization. It's a very pragmatic, very important question to always be asking. And we'll talk about some of those. And then the other one is I'm saddened by the possibility that there could be aliens communicating with us all the time. In fact, they may have visited, and we're just too dumb to hear it, to see it. Like the idea that the kind of life that can evolve is just the range of life that can evolve is so large that our narrow view of what is life and what is intelligent life is preventing us from having communication with them.
But then they don't seem very smart, because if they were trying to communicate with us, they would surely, if they were super intelligent, they would be very. I'm sure if there's lots of life, we're not that rare. We're not some crazy weird species that hears and has different kinds of ways of perceiving signals. So they would probably be able to see that if you really wanted to communicate with an Earth-like species, with a human-like species, you would send out all kinds of things. You send out radio waves, and send out gravity waves, and lots of things. So they're communicating in a way. They're trying to communicate with us, and it's just we're too dumb to perceive the signals. It's like, well, they're not doing a great job of considering the primitive species we might be. So I don't know. I think if a super intelligent species wanted to get in touch with us, and had the capability of, I think probably they would.
Well, they may be getting in touch with us. They're just getting in touch with the thing that we humans are not understanding that they're getting in touch with us with. I guess that's what I was trying to say. Is there could be something about Earth that's much special than us humans, like the nature of the intelligence that's on Earth, or the thing that's of value and that's curious and that's complicated and fascinating and beautiful. Might be something that's not just like tweets. Okay, like English language that's interpretable, or any kind of language, or any kind of signal, whether it's gravity or radio signal, that humans seem to appreciate. Why not the actual? It could be the process of evolution itself. There could be something about the way that Earth is breathing, essentially, the creation of life and this complex growth of life. It's a whole different way to view organisms and view life that could be getting communicated with. And we humans are just a tiny fingertip on top of that intelligence, and the communication is happening with the main mothership of Earth, versus us humans that seem to treat ourselves as super important, and we're in this picture. I mean, it sounds crazy, but our understanding of what is intelligent and what is life and what is consciousness is very limited. It seems to be, and just being very suspicious, it seems to be awfully human-centric. Like, this story, it seems like the progress of science is, constantly putting humans down on the importance, like on the cosmic importance, the ranking of how big we are, how important we are. That seems to be the more we discover that's what's happening. And I think science is very young. So I think eventually we might figure out that there's something much, much bigger going on. That humans are just a curious little side effect of a much bigger thing. That's what I mean. That, as I'm saying, it just sounds insane. But
well, it sounds a little like religious. It sounds like a spiritual. It gets to that realm where there's something that more than meets the eye.
Well, yeah, but not so religious and spiritual often have this kind of woo characteristic. Like people write books about them, and then go to wars over whatever the heck is written in those books. I mean more like it's possible that collective intelligence is more important than individual intelligence, right? It's the ant colony. What's the primal organism? Is it the ant colony or is it the ant?
Yeah, I mean humans, just like any individual ant can't do shit, but the colony can make this incredible structures and has this intelligence, and we're exactly the same. I mean,
yeah,
the famous thing that no human knows how to make a pencil. Have you heard this?
No.
Basically, I mean,
This is great.
there's not a single human out there has absolutely no idea how to make a pencil. So you have to think about you have to get the word, the paint, the different chemicals that make up the yellow paint. The eraser is a whole other thing. The metal has to be mined from somewhere, and then the graphite, whatever that is. And there's not one person on Earth who knows how to kind of collect all those materials and to create a pencil. But together, that's child's play. It's one of the easiest things. So, the other thing I like to think about, I actually put this as a question on the blog once. there's a thought experiment, and I just want to hear what you think. So, if a witch, kind of a dickish witch, comes around and she says, "I'm going to cast a spell on all of humanity, and all material things that you've invented are going to disappear all at once." So suddenly we're all standing there naked. There's no buildings. There's no cars and boats and ships and no mines. Nothing. Right? It's just the Stone Age Earth and a bunch of naked humans. But we're all the same. We have the same brain, so we all know what's going on, and we all get a note from her, so we understand the deal. And she says, she communicated to every human, "Here's the deal. You lost all your stuff. You guys need to make one working iPhone 13. You make one working iPhone 13 that could pass in the Apple Store today, in your previous world. For an iPhone 13, then I will restore everything. How long do you think?" And so everyone knows this is the mission. We're all aware of the mission. Everyone, all humans. How long would it take us?
That's a really interesting question. So obviously, if you do a random selection of 100 or 1,000 humans within the population, I think you're screwed to make that iPhone. I tend to believe that there's fascinating specialization among the human civilization. Like there's a few hackers out there that can solo build an iPhone.
With what materials?
So no materials whatsoever. It has to. I mean, it's virtually. I mean, okay, you have to build factories. I mean, to fabricate. Okay.
And how you going to mine them? You got to mine the materials where you don't have any cranes. You don't have any.
You 100% have to have everybody's naked.
Everyone's naked. Everyone's where they are. So you and I would currently be naked. It's on the ground in what used to be Manhattan.
It's a grassy
island.
So you need a naked Elon Musk type character to start building a company. You have to have a large company, right?
And he doesn't even know where is everyone? Oh shit! How am I going to find other people?
But we have all the knowledge.
Yeah, everyone has the knowledge that's in their current.
Yeah, I've met some legit engineers,
crazy polymath people.
Yeah, but the actual because you said it's like the original Mac, like the Apple II, that could be built, but
even that's going to come. Well, I think part of it is the communication problem. If you could suddenly have someone, if everyone had a walkie-talkie, and there was a couple 10 really smart people who were designated the leaders, they could say, okay, I want everyone who can do this to walk west, until you get to this little hub. Everyone else, and they could actually coordinate, but you don't have. So it's like people just and then what I think about is, so you've got some people that are trying to organize, and you'll have a little community where a couple hundred people have come together, maybe a couple thousand, and organized and designated one person leader, and then have sub leaders. And okay, we have a start here. We have some organization. You're also going to have some people that say, "Good, humans were a scourge upon the earth, and this is good." And they're going to try to sabotage. They're going to try to murder the people who know what they're talking about.
The elite that possess the knowledge.
Well, and so everyone's hopeful for we're all civilized and hopeful for the first 30 days or something, and then things start to fall off. People start to lose hope, and there's new kinds of governments popping up. New kinds of societies, and they don't play nicely with the other ones, and I think very quickly, a lot of people just give up and say, you know what, this is it. We're back in the Stone Age. Let's just create a prairie. We don't know how to farm. No one knows how to farm. There's even the farmers, a lot of them are relying on their machines, so we also are going to mass starvation, and that when you're trying to organize, a lot of people are coming in with spears they fashion and trying to murder everyone in gas.
That's an interesting question. Given today's society, how much violence would that be? We've gotten softer, less violent,
and we don't have weapons. So we have really primitive weapons now.
But we have a kind of ethics where murder is bad. It used to be less, human life was less valued. So murder was more okay, ethically.
But in the past, they also were really good at figuring out how to have sustenance. They knew how to get food and water because so we had no idea. The ancient hunter-gatherer societies would laugh at what's going on here. They'd say, "You guys don't know none of you know what you're doing."
Yeah.
And also the amount of people feeding this amount of people in a Stone Age civilization, that's not going to happen.
So New York and San Francisco are screwed.
Well, whoever's not near water is really screwed. So that's you're near a river, a freshwater river. Anyway, this is a very interesting question, but it does, this and the pencil, it makes me feel so grateful and excited about, man, our civilization is so cool. And this is talk about collective intelligence. Humans did not build any of this. It's collective collective humans is a super intelligent, being that can do absolutely, especially over long periods of time, can do such magical things. We just get to be born. When I'm working and I'm hungry, I just go click, 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 and like salad's coming. The salad arrives. If you think about the incredible infrastructure that's in place for that quickly, just the internet to the electricity, first of all, that's just powering the thing. Where the amount of structures that have to be created for that electricity. And then you've got of course the internet, and then you have this system where delivery drivers, and they're running bikes that were made by someone else, and they're going to get the salad, and all those ingredients came from all over the place. And I mean, it's just so. I think it's like I like thinking about these things because it makes me feel like just so grateful. I'm like, man, it would be so awful if we didn't have this, and people who didn't have everything. Such magic we live in. We do. Like, cool. That's fun.
Yeah, one of the most amazing things when I showed up, I came here at 13 from the Soviet Union, and the supermarket was, people don't really realize that, but the abundance of food, it's not even, so bananas was the thing I was obsessed about. I just ate bananas every day for many, many months because they haven't had bananas in Russia, and the fact that you can have as many bananas as you want, plus they were like somewhat inexpensive relative to the other food. And the fact that you can somehow have a system that brings bananas to you without having to wait in a long line, all of those things, it's magic.
I mean, also imagine. So first of all, the ancient hunter-gatherers. You picture the mother gathering and eating all this fresh fruit. No. So do you know what an avocado is? It was a little sphere, and the fruit of it, the actual avocado part, was like a little tiny layer around this big pit. It took up almost the whole volume. We made crazy like robot avocados today that have nothing to do with like what they. So same with bananas, these big, sweet, and not infested with bugs and they used to eat the shittiest food, and they're eating uncooked meat, or maybe they cook it and it's gross and it's things rot. So you go to the supermarket and it's like crazy super engineered cartoon fruit and food. Then it's all this processed food, which we complain about. I mean, in our setting, we complain about we eat food processed. This is a good problem. I mean, if you imagine what they would think about a cracker, how delicious a cracker would taste to them. Candy, pasta, spaghetti stuff. They never had anything like this. And then you have from all over the world. I mean, things that are grown all over the place, all here in nice little racks, organized, and on a middle class salary, you can afford anything you want. I mean, it's again, just like incredible gratitude. Yeah.
And the question is, how resilient is this whole thing? I mean, this is another darker version of your question is, if we keep all the material possessions we have, but we start knocking out some percent of the population, how resilient is the system that we built up, where we rely on other humans and the knowledge that built up on the past, the distributed nature of knowledge? How much does it take? How many humans need to disappear for us to be completely lost?
Well, I'm trying to go off one thing, which is Elon Musk says that he has this number of 1 million in mind as the rough order of magnitude of people you need to be on Mars to truly be multiplanetary. Multiplanetary doesn't mean like when Neil Armstrong goes to the moon. They call it a great leap for mankind. It's not a great leap for anything. It is a great achievement for mankind. And I always think about if the first fish to kind of go on land just kind of went up and gave the shore a high five and goes back into the water. That's not a great leap for life. That's a great achievement for that fish. There's a little statue of that fish in the water, and everyone celebrating the fish. But but when we talk about a great leap for life, permanent. It's something that from now on, this is how things are. So this is part of why I get so excited about Mars, by the way, is because you can count on one hand the number of great leaps that we've had. No life to life, and single cell or simple cell to complex cells, single cell organisms to animals, to multi-cell animals, and then ocean to land, and then one planet to two planets. Anyway, diversion. But the point is that we are officially that leap for all of life. Has happened once the ships would stop coming from Earth because there's some horrible catastrophic World War III and everyone dies on Earth and they're fine and they can turn that certain X number of people into 7 billion, population that's thriving just like Earth. They can build ships, they can come back and recolonize Earth because now we are officially multi-planetary, where it's a self-sustaining. He says 1 million people is about what he thinks. Now there might be a specialized group. That's a very specifically, selected million that has very, very skilled million people, not just maybe the average million on Earth. But I think it depends what you're talking about. But I don't think, so 1 million is 1/7,000, 1/8,000 of the current population. I think you need a very, very, very small fraction of humans on Earth to get by. Now, obviously, you're not going to have the same thriving civilization if you get to a too small a number, but depends who you're killing off. I guess is part of the question. Yeah. If you killed off half of the people just randomly right now, I think it would be fun. It would be obviously a great, awful tragedy. I think if you killed off 3/4 of all people randomly, just 3 out of every 4 people dropped dead, I think we'd have, obviously, the stock market would crash. We'd have a rough patch, but I almost can assure you that this species would be fine.
Well, because the million number, like you said, it is specialized. So I think because you have to do this, you have to basically do the iPhone experiment. Like literally, you have to be able to be able to manufacture computers.
Yeah, everything. If you're gonna have it self-sustaining, means you can any major important skill, any important piece of kind of infrastructure on Earth can be built there in the sun just as well.
It'd be interesting to list out what are the important things, what are the important skills.
Yeah, I mean, you have to feed everyone, so mass farming, things like that. You have mining. These questions, it's like the materials might be, I don't know, 5 miles, 2 miles underground. I don't know what the actual, but it's amazing to me just that these things got built in the first place. No one built the mine that we're getting stuff for the iPhone for probably wasn't built for the iPhone, or in general, early mining, was for, I think obviously, I assume the Industrial Revolution when we realized, fossil fuels, we want to extract this magical energy source. I assume that mining took a huge leap without knowing very much about this. I think, you're going to need mining, you're going to need a lot of electrical engineers. If you're going to have a civilization like ours, of course you could have oil and lanterns, we could go way back. But if you're trying to build our today thing, you're going to need energy, electricity, and mines that can bring materials, and then you're going to need a ton of plumbing and everything that entails.
And like you said, food, but also the manufacturer, so turning raw materials into something useful.
Yeah,
that whole thing. It's like factories, some supply chain, transportation.
Right. You think about, we talk about world hunger. One of the major problems is, there's plenty of food, and by the time it arrives, most of it's gone bad in the truck. In a kind of an impoverished place. So it's like, we take it so for granted. All the food in the supermarket is fresh. It's all there, and which always stresses me. If I were running a supermarket, I would always be so miserable about things going bad on the shelves, or if you don't have enough, that's not good because too much it goes bad.
Of course, there would be entertainers. Like somebody would have a YouTube channel that's starting on Mars. I think there is something different about a civilization on Mars and Earth existing versus a civilization in the United States versus Russia and China. That's a fundamentally different distance. Philosophically.
Will it be fuzzy? There'll be a reality show on Mars that everyone on Earth is obsessed with, and I think if people are going back and forth enough, then it becomes fuzzy. It becomes our friends on Mars, and there's this Mars versus Earth, and it become fun tribalism. I think if people don't rarely go back and forth, and if really they're there for, I think it could get kind of we hate, a lot of us versus them stuff going on.
There could be also war in space for territory. As first colony happens, China, Russia, whoever, different European nations, Switzerland finally gets their act together and starts wars. This is supposed to staying out.
Yeah, there's all kinds of crazy geopolitical things that we have not even, no one's really even thought about too much yet. That could get weird. Think about the 1500s, where it was suddenly a race to colonize or capture land or discover new land that hasn't been, so it was this new frontier. So there's not really, the land is not, the thing about Crimea was this huge thing that this tiny peninsula switched. That's how optimized everything has become. Everything is just really stuck. Mars is a whole new world of territory, but naming things, and for new kind of governments, maybe, or maybe it's just the colonies of these governments, so we don't get that opportunity. I think it would be cool if there's new countries being, totally new experiments.
And that's fascinating. Elon talks exactly about that, and I believe that very much. Like that should be like from the start, they should determine their own sovereignty. Like they should determine their own thing.
There was one modern democracy in the late 1700s, the U.S. It was the only modern democracy, and now, of course, there's hundreds or many dozens. But I think part of the reason that was able to start, it's not that people didn't have the idea. People had the idea. It was that they had a clean slate, new place, and they suddenly were, So I think it would be a great opportunity to have. There's a lot of people who've done that. If I had my own government on an island, my own country, what would I do? And it's the U.S. founders actually had the opportunity, that fantasy. They were like, we can do it. Let's make. Okay, what's the perfect country? And they tried to make something. Sometimes progress it's not held up by our imagination. It's held up by just there's no, blank canvas to try something.
Yeah, it's an opportunity for a fresh start. The funny thing about the conversation we're having, it's not often had. I mean, even by Elon, he's so focused on Starship and actually putting the first human on Mars. I think thinking about this kind of stuff is inspiring. It makes us dream. It makes us hope for the future. So, and it makes us somehow like thinking about a civilization on Mars is helping us think about the civilization here on Earth.
Yeah,
how we should run it. But what do you think are like in our lifetime? I think any effort that goes to Mars, the goal is in this decade. Do you think that's actually going to be achieved?
I have a big bet, $10,000 with a friend when I was drunk. An argument.
This is great.
That the Neil Armstrong of Mars, whoever he or she may be, will step foot by the end of 2030. Now, this was probably 2018.
So like, what
a human has to touch Mars by by the end of 2030.
Oh, by the year.
Yeah, by January 1st, 2031.
Yeah.
So,
did you agree at the time zone, or what?
No. Yeah, coming on that exact day, that's going to be really stressful. But anyway, I think that there will be. That was 2018. I was more confident then. I think it's going to get around this time. I mean, I still won the general bet because his point was, you are crazy. This is not going to happen in our lifetime. They're not for many, many decades. And I said, you're wrong. You don't know what's going on with SpaceX. I think if the world depended on it, and I think probably SpaceX could probably. I mean, I don't know this, but I think the tech is almost there. Like, I don't think, of course, it's delayed many years by safety, so they first want to send the ship, around Mars, and they want to land a cargo ship on Mars, and there's the moon on the way too. Yeah, there's a lot, but I think the moon a decade before seemed like magical tech that humans didn't have. This is like, no, we can. It's totally conceivable that this Starship, like this, is a interplanetary interplanetary transport system. That's what they used to call it. The SpaceX, the way they do it is every time they do a launch, something fails usually, when they're testing, and they learn 1,000 things. The amount of data they get, and they improve. So each one it's like they moved up 8 generations in each one. Anyway, so it's not inconceivable that pretty soon they could send a Starship to Mars and land it. There's just no good reason I don't think they could do that. And so if they could do that, they could, in theory, send a person to Mars pretty soon. Now, taking off from Mars and coming back again, I don't think anyone would want to be on that voyage today because there's just, it's still amateur hour here, getting that perfect. I don't think we're too far away now. The question is every 26 months, Earth laps Mars, right? It's like a sinusoidal sort of period. 26 months. So it's right now like in the evens, like 2022 is going to have one of these, 2020, late 2024. So this was the earliest estimate I heard. Elon said, maybe we can send people to Mars in 2024, to land in early 2025. That is not going to happen because that included 2022 sending a cargo ship to Mars, maybe even a one in 2020. And so I think they're not quite on that schedule. But to win my bet, 2027 I have a chance, and 2029 I have another chance. We're not very good at backing up and seeing the big picture. We're very distracted by what's going on today and what we can believe is happening in front of our face. There's no way that humans going to be landing on Mars. It's not going to be the only thing everyone is talking about, right? I mean, it's going to be the moon landing, which is a bigger deal going to another planet, right? and for to start a colony, not just to get high five and come back. So this is like the 2020s, maybe the 2030s. Is going to be the new 1960s. We're going to have a space decade. I'm so excited about it. And it's again, it's one of the great leaps for all of life happening in our lifetime. So that's why
To paint a slightly cynical possibility, which I don't see happening, but I sort of put sort of value into leadership. I think it wasn't obvious that the moon landing would be so exciting for all of human civilization. Some of that had to do with the right speeches, with the space race. Like space, depending on how it's presented, can be boring. I don't think it's been that so far, but I've actually.
I agree. I think space is quite boring right now. Not SpaceX is super great, but like 10 years ago, space.
Yeah.
Some writer I forget who wrote. It's like the best magic trick in the show happened at the beginning, and now they're starting to do this like easy as it's like you can't go in that direction. The line that the writer said is like watching astronauts go up to the space station after watching the moon is like watching Columbus sail to Ibiza. It's just like everything is so practical. You're going up to the space station not to explore, but to do science experiments and microgravity, and you're sending rockets up. Most here and there is a probe, but mostly you're sending up satellites to for direct TV, an eye or whatever it is. It's kind of like lame Earth industry, usage. So I agree with you. Space is boring there. The first human setting foot on Mars, that's got to be a crazy global event. I can't imagine it not being. Maybe you're right. Maybe I'm taking for granted the speeches and the space race and the.
I think the value of, I guess what I'm pushing is the value of people like Elon Musk and potentially other leaders that hopefully step up. It's extremely important here. Like I would argue, without the publicity of SpaceX, it's not just the ingenuity of SpaceX, but like what they've done publicly by having a figure that tweets and all that kind of stuff like that. That's a source of inspiration.
Totally.
NASA wasn't able to quite pull off with the shuttle.
That's one of his two reasons for doing this. SpaceX is just for two reasons. One, life insurance for the species. Or if you're, I always think about it this way: if you're an alien on some faraway planet and you're rooting against humanity, and you win the bet if humanity goes extinct, you do not like SpaceX. You do not want them to have their eggs in two baskets.
Yeah.
Sure. It's like obviously this. You could have some, something that kills everyone on both planets, some AI or something. But the point is, obviously, it's good for our chances, our long-term chances, to be having two self-sustaining civilizations going on. The second reason he values this, I think, just as high is it's the greatest adventure in history. Going multi-planetary, and that it's people need some reason to wake up in the morning and it'll just be this hopefully great uniting event too. I mean, I'm sure in today's nasty, awful political environment, which is like a whirlpool that sucks everything into it. So you name a thing and it's become a nasty political topic. So I hope that space can, Mars can just bring everyone together. But it could become this hideous thing where it's a billionaire, some annoying storyline gets built. So half the people think that anyone who's excited about Mars is an evil, something.
Yeah.
Anyway, I hope it is super exciting.
So far, space has been a uniting, inspiring thing, and in fact, especially during this time of pandemic, has been just commercial entity putting out humans into space for the first time was just one of the only big sources of hope.
Totally, and awe, just like watching this huge skyscraper go up in the air, flip over, go back down and land. I mean, it just makes everyone just want to sit back and clap and kind of like, the way I look at something like SpaceX is, it makes me proud to be a human. And I think it makes a lot of people feel that way. It's like good for our self-esteem. It's like, we're pretty, we have a lot of problems, but like, we're kind of awesome. Yeah. As we can put people on Mars, sticking up an Earth flag on Mars, like, damn, we should be so proud of our like little family here. Like, we did something cool. And by the way, I made it clear to SpaceX people, including you, many times, and it's like once a year reminder that if they want to make this more exciting, send a writer to Mars on another thing, and I'll blog about it. So I'm just continuing to throw this out there, which I'm trying to get them to send me to Mars. I understand.
So I just want to clarify at which trip does the writer want to go.
I think my dream one, to be honest, would be like the Apollo 8, where they just looped around the moon and came back. Because landing on Mars
Give you a lot of good content to write about.
Great content, right? I mean, the amount of kind of high-minded, and so I would go into the thing and I would blog about it, and I'd be in microgravity, so I'd be bouncing around my little space. I get a little, they can send me in a dragon. I don't think you should do a whole starship, and I would bounce around and I would get to, and I've always had a dream of going to like one of those nice jails for a year.
Yes.
Because I just have nothing to do besides like read books, and I have no responsibilities and no social plans. So this is the ultimate version of that. Anyway, it's just a side topic, but I think.
But also, if you, I mean, to be honest, if you land on Mars, it's epic, and then if you die there, like finishing your writing, it'll be just even that much more powerful for the impact.
Yeah, but then I'm gone, and I don't even get to like experience the publication of it, which is the whole point.
Well, some of the greatest writers in history didn't get a chance to experience the publication of their.
I know. I don't really think. I think back to Jesus, and I'm like, oh man, that guy really like crushed it, But then you think about it, it doesn't like you could literally die today and then become the next Jesus like 2,000 years from now in this civilization that's like they're like magical in the clouds, and they're worshiping you. They're worshiping Lex, and that sounds like your ego probably would be like, wow, that's pretty cool. Except it's irrelevant to you. You never even knew it happened.
This feels like a Rick and Morty episode.
It does.
Okay, you've talked to Elon quite a bit. You've written about him quite a bit. Just it'd be cool to talk about what are your ideas of what the magic sauces you've written about with Elon. What makes him so successful? His style of thinking, his ambition, his dreams, the people he connects with, the kind of problems he tackles. Is there kind of comments you can make about what makes him special?
I think that obviously there's a lot of things that he's very good at. He's obviously super intelligent. His heart is very much in I think the right place. I really really believe that. And I think people can sense that. He just doesn't seem like a drifter of any kind. He's truly trying to do these big things for the right reasons. And he's obviously crazy ambitious and hardworking, right? Not everyone is. Some people are as talented and have cool visions, but they just don't want to spend their life that way. So, but that's none of those alone is what makes Elon. I mean, if it were, there'd be more of him, because there's a lot of people that are very smart and smart enough to accumulate a lot of money and influence, and they have great ambition, and they have their hearts in the right place. To me, it is the very unusual quality he has is that he's sane in a way that almost every human is crazy. What I mean by that is we are programmed to trust conventional wisdom over our own reasoning for good reason. If you go back 50,000 years, and conventional wisdom says, don't eat that berry, or this is the way you tie a spearhead to a spear, and you're thinking, I'm smarter than that. You're not. That comes from the accumulation of life experience, accumulation of observation and experience over many generations, and that's a little mini version of the collective superintelligence. It's it's the equivalent of making a pencil today. People back then, the conventional wisdom, had this this knowledge that no human could ever bring. So we're very wired to trust it. Plus, secondary thing is that the people who just say they believe the mountain is they worship the mountain as their god, right? The god, and the mountain determines their fate. That's not true, right? And the conventional wisdom is wrong here, but believing it was helpful to survival, because you were part of the crowd and you stayed in the tribe. And if you started to insult the mountain god and say that's just a mountain, it's not. You didn't fare very well, right? So for a lot of reasons, it was a great survival trait to just trust what other people said. And believe it. And truly, obviously, the more you really believed it, the better. Today, conventional wisdom, in a rapidly changing world, in a huge, giant society, our brains are not built to understand. They have a few settings, and none of them is 300 million person society. So your brain is basically is treating a lot of things like a small tribe, even though they're not. They're treating conventional wisdom as very wise in a way that it's not. You think about it this way: it's like picture a bucket that's not moving very much. They're moving like a millimeter a year, and so it has time to collect a lot of water. And that's like conventional wisdom. In the old days, when very few things changed, like your great grandmother probably lived a similar life to you, maybe on the same piece of land. And so old people really knew what they were talking about. today, the bucket's moving really quickly. And so, the wisdom doesn't accumulate, but we think it does because our brain settings doesn't have the, quickly moving bucket setting. So my grandmother gives me advice all the time. And I have to decide, so there are certain things that are not changing, like relationships and love and, loyalty, things like this. Her advice on those things, I listen to it all day. She's one of those people who said, you've got to live near your people you love, live near your family, right? I think that is tremendous wisdom, right? That is wisdom, because that happens to be something that doesn't change from generation to generation. For now, right? For now. Well, she's also Italian, right? So I'll be the idiot telling my exactly that they'll actually be in the metaverse, like exactly. It doesn't matter. Like you have to. It's not like just singing when you're not in person. They're going to say it's exactly the same, and they'll also be thinking to me with their Neuralink. I'm going to be like, slow down. I don't understand what you're saying. Like no. Anyway, so my grandmother then she says, you're I don't know about this writing you're doing. You should go to law school, and you want to be secure. And that's not good advice for me. Given the world I'm in and what I like to do and what I'm good at, that's not the right advice. But because the world is she's in a different world. So she became wise for a world that's no longer here, right? Now, if you think about that, so then when we think about conventional wisdom, it's a little like my grandmother. And there's a lot of, it's not maybe, 60 years outdated like her software. It's maybe 10 years outdated, conventional wisdom, sometimes 20. So anyway, I think that we all continually don't have the confidence in our own reasoning when it conflicts with what everyone else thinks, with what seems right. We don't have the guts to act on that reasoning for that reason. Right? And so so many examples. I mean, just from the beginning, building Zip2 was his first company, and it was internet advertising at the time when people said, this internet was brand new, kind of thinking of the metaverse, VR metaverse. People were going, we're saying, we still facilitate internet advertising. People are saying, people are going to advertise on the internet. Yeah, right. But actually, it wasn't that he's magical and saw the future. It's that he looked at the present, looked at what the internet was, thought about, the obvious advertising opportunity this was going to be. It wasn't rocket science. It wasn't genius. I don't believe. I think it was just seeing the truth. And when everyone else is laughing, saying, well, you're wrong. I mean, I did the math, and here it is, right? Next company, X.com, which became eventually PayPal. People say, oh, yeah, people are going to put their financial information on the internet. No way. To us, it seems so obvious. If you went back then, you would probably feel the same. You'd think that is a fake company. That it's just obviously not a good idea. You looked around and said, I see what this is. And so again, you could see where it was going because you could see what it was that day, and not what it, not people. Conventional wisdom was still a bunch of years earlier. SpaceX is the ultimate example. A friend of his apparently actually compiled a video montage of rockets blowing up to show him this is not a good idea. And but just even the bigger picture, the amount of billionaires who thought this was, I'm going to start launching rockets, and the amount that failed. I mean, it's not. Conventional wisdom said this isn't a bad endeavor. He's putting all of his money into it. Landing rockets was another thing. Here's the classic kind of way we use, which is, if this could be done, NASA would have done it a long time ago because of the money it would save. This could be done. The Soviet Union would have done it back in the 60s. It's obviously something that can't be done, and the math on his envelope said, well, I think it can be done, and so he just did it. So in each of these cases, I think actually, in some ways, Elon gets too much credit. As people think it's that he's it's that his Einstein intelligence, or he can see the future, or he has incredible guts. He's so courageous. I think if you actually are looking at reality, you're assessing probabilities, and you're ignoring all the noise, which is wrong, so wrong, right? And you just have to be pretty smart and pretty courageous, and you have to have this magical ability to be sane and trust your reasoning over conventional wisdom, because your individual reasoning, part of it is that we see that we can't build pets, so we can't build this civilization on our own, right? We kind of count to the collective, for good reasons, but this is different when it comes to kind of what's possible. The Beatles were doing their kind of Motown-y chord patterns in the early 60s, and they were doing what was normal. They were doing what was clearly, this kind of sound is a hit. Then they started getting weird because they were so popular, they had this confidence to say, we're going to start just experimenting. And it turns out that if you just, all these people are in this like one groove together doing music, and it's just like there's a lot of land over there, and it seems like, I'm sure the managers would say, and the all the record execs would say, no, you have to be here. This is what sells, and it's just not true. So I think that Elon is that's why the term for this that actually Elon likes to use is reasoning from first principles, physics term. First principles are your axioms. And physicists, they don't say, well, what do people think? No, they say, what are the axioms? Those are the puzzle pieces. Let's use those to build a conclusion. That's our hypothesis. Now let's test it, right? And they come up with all kinds of new things constantly by doing that. If Einstein was assuming conventional wisdom is right, he never would have even tried to create something that really disproved Newton's laws. And the other way to reason is reasoning by analogy, which is a great shortcut. It's when we look at other people's reasoning and we kind of photocopy it into our head, we steal it. So reasoning by analogy we do all the time, and it's usually a good thing. It takes a lot of mental energy and time to reason from first principles. It's actually, you don't want to reinvent the wheel every time, right? You want to often copy other people's reasoning most of the time. And most of us do it most of the time. That's good, but there's certain moments when you're forget just for a second, like succeeding in like the world of like Elon. Just who you're going to marry, where are you going to settle down, how are you going to raise your kids, how are you going to educate your kids, how you should educate yourself, what kind of career paths. And these moments, this is what on your deathbed, like you look back on, and these are the few number of choices that really define your life. Those should not be reasoned by analogy. You should absolutely try to reason from first principles. And Elon, not just by the way in his work, but in his personal life. I mean, you just look at the way he's on Twitter. It's not how you're supposed to be when you're a super famous, industry titan. You're not supposed to just be silly on Twitter and do memes and get little quibbles. He just does things his own way, regardless of what you're supposed to do, which sometimes serves him and sometimes doesn't. But I think it has taken him where it has taken.
Yeah, I mean, I probably wouldn't describe his approach to Twitter as first principle, but I guess that's the same.
I think it is. So first of all, I will say that a lot of tweet people think, oh, like he's going to be done after that. He's fine. He's on. He's just one man of the year. Like it's something. It's not sinking him, and I think it's not that I think this is like super reasoned out. I think that Twitter is his silly side, but I think that he saw. His reasoning did not feel like it was a giant risk in just being his silly self on Twitter. And a lot of billionaires would say, well, no one else is doing that, so it must be a good reason, right?
Well, I gotta say that he inspires me too. That's okay to be silly.
Totally.
On Twitter. And
Do you remember that time I asked you how you are? And maybe you didn't answer? That's what I like to hear, baby. How many games in a row are you going to lose? Are you sure about that? All right, well, guess what? You should watch Platonic with me tonight. Your man, James McCann from your city is going to be on. Yo, man. Dude, look at the shot. Look at the shot. Dude, did you know that you want to put it through the hole? Dude, you want to put it... Excellent. But, Sue, did you know that you want to put it through the hole? Sue, did you know that you want to put it through the hole? Yeah, like that. But you don't want to do it. Oh, no. Dude, it's one like that. You kicking and sticking in. How you looking at that? Are you going to go back to the strip club then? Does your girl know you're going to be a stripper? Oh yeah, she definitely knows if her friend knows. How does her friend know?
I thought
Would you talk to her friend every day, but you don't talk to her every day? Why is that? Don't you think it's a little weird? Don't you think it's a little weird that you talk to her friend but not her every day? Alright, do you think it's a little weird that you're shot yourself an absolute donkey there?
she
Did you know my balls in the hole? Dude, you ever want a fucking hole? Yeah, why don't you just make this? Just make it. You made it the last time you played this, all I remember. You didn't make it this time. Oh, shit. Told you. I'm coming for your ball. Oh my god. Are you gonna make this shot? Oh, what is this bullshit? What are you doing? Dog. Dog. You just gave me an excellent opportunity to. Stop, 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 stop. Are you gonna hit this fucking shot? Or are you gonna measure it out?
I just got
Dude, you missed. You didn't even get up the hill. Oh, fuck you. That was great. Yeah, I know. I don't even know why you just didn't try. Oh, fuck that. That's a good point. You look sexy. Do whatever you want, baby. Oh, fuck you. I know I did. You need it. Look at the scoreboard. It was great. Ready for this water bump, son? Water bump. Thanks for the help. It was much appreciated. You did off that fucking thing. Ready for some amazingness? Stop. Are you gonna worry about me? You're going in the water. You can't get me. You can't get me. You went in the water. Dude, look how sick I am. Dude, remember that time you were like, I wasn't gonna win any games in a row, and now I'm at one game in a row? Dude, remember that time you told me that you were gonna win and you didn't? Oh yeah, it is. That's what I've got right now. No, you fucked me. I don't know if I fucked you. No, I helped you. Oh boy, did I help you. Yeah, very fortunately. I hate playing with you on this board. Look how sick this shot is. Zoot, 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 zoot. Your angle's off, son. Oh, fuck you. Bye bye. How did I help you? You're in the wrong direction. Help me. Bye bye. Bye bye. Yep, that's why I did it. I'm sick like that. Look at this shot. Yeah, that was shitty. Because I'm sad. Dude, this shot, this goal is so bad. Dude, did you know that James McCann is going to be on Kill Tony tonight? Have you ever heard of James McCann outside of Can't tell you about him? He's become pretty famous in the United States. Oh, baby girl. What about your Nancy Slips? Is it James McCann? Oh, dude, how the fuck is this ball going? You're going in the back. Damn, he's pretty famous. Dude, I don't like this one. I'm going for it. Shoot. I don't know why I would do something that stupid. I'm blocking. Help. using this shot. Oh, are you serious? Oh, yep. Oh, zoo. Zoo. Dude, I'm done. Yo, yeah. Are you happy about your shot? No way this was me. But you're going to tie for the lead side. Are you ready for me to put that in your history? Do you like this hole? Dude, I am so fucked. Dude, go in the water. Stop. Don't fuck up, Sue. Don't go in the water. Dude, you know I have a transfer right here. And I did. Oh, no, I had one shot to win. And here's my second shot to win. Come on, baby. Dude, it's a shot to win. Dude, for the win. Fuck you. You didn't say that. Now literati time. It's literati time. How are you going to beat me in this game? All right. Dude, I had somebody play the word pleases against me and got 74 points. My letter sucked. I can't believe you didn't run up 3L and a 2L. Dude, you better hurry. Look at the time, man. You better hurry. You're done. Just in time. Not too worried. I think you're right. Dude, I just switched out a bunch of letters and got the same version. Yeah, 5 by some fool. That's true. Just focus on eating. There's a good chance that you could. It's 1717, and you have a shot. Whose boyfriend? Who's the girl? Oh. Yeah, that's fucked up. Let's see what you got. See, time's ticking down, big dog. So, you play that. That's the one you play. You're proud of it? So you are down by 6 points right now. You can take the lead.
But yeah, you're right. The big inspiration is the willingness to do that when nobody else is doing it.
Foxy,
Yeah, and I think about all the great artists, all the great inventors and entrepreneurs, almost all of them, they had a moment when they trusted their reason. I mean, Airbnb was over 60 with VCs. A lot of people would say, obviously, they know something we don't, right? But they didn't. They said, I think they're all wrong. I mean, that takes some kind of different wiring in your brain.
And then that goes for big picture and detailed, like engineering problems.
What's
It's
the
fun
message?
to talk to him.
Yo, dog, what's the message? So you wasted my time, my important time for that?
It's fun to talk to Jim Keller, who's a good example of this kind of thinking about like manufacturing, how to get costs down. They always talk about SpaceX rockets this way. They talk about manufacturing this way, like cost per pound or per ton to get to orbit or something like that. This is how they reason we need to get the cost down. It's a very kind of raw materials, like just very basic way of thinking.
First principles.
It's really
And the first principles of a rocket are like the price of raw materials and gravity, and wind. I mean, these are your first principles, and fuel. Henry Ford, what made Henry Ford blow up as an entrepreneur? Simple in life, right? I mean, he thought for a second and said, this isn't how manufacturing is normally, is normally done this way, but I think this is a different kind of product. And that's what changed it. And then what happens is when someone reaches first principles, they often fail. You're going out into the fog with no conventional wisdom to guide you. But when you succeed, what you notice is that everyone else turns and says, what are they doing? What are they? And they all walk over. Look at the iPhone. Steve Jobs was famously good at reasoning for first principles. That guy had crazy self-confidence. he just said, if I think this is right, like everyone, and that, I don't know how he does that, and I don't think Apple can do that anymore. I mean, they lost that. That one brain, his ability to do that was made that a totally different company, even though there's tens of thousands of people there. He didn't say, and I'm giving a lot of credit to Steve Jobs, but of course, there was a team at Apple who said, didn't look at the flip phones and say, okay, what kind of, let's make a keyboard that's like clicky and really cool Apple keyboard. They said, what should a mobile device be? What the axioms? What are the axioms here? And none of them involved a keyboard necessarily. By the time they pieced it up, there was no keyboards. It didn't make sense. Everyone suddenly going, wait, what? What are they doing? And now every phone looks like the iPhone. I mean, that's how it goes.
You tweeted, what's something you've changed your mind about? That's the question you tweeted. Elon replied, brain transplants. Sam Harris responded, nuclear power. There's a bunch of people with cool responses there. In general, what are your thoughts about some of the responses, and what have you changed your mind about, big or small, perhaps in doing the research for some of your writing?
So I'm writing right now, just finishing a book on kind of why our society is such a shit place at the moment, just polarized, and we have all these gifts, like we're talking about just the supermarket. We have this exploding technology. Fewer and fewer people are in poverty. It's Louis C.K. Likes to say, everything's amazing and no one's happy, right? And but it's really an extreme moment right now where it's like hate is on the rise, like crazy things, right? And
That's not a word.
If I could interrupt briefly, you
That's
did
not a
tweet
word.
that you just wrote the last
Not a
word,
word.
I sure did.
and then there's
Not a
some
word.
hilarious asshole who said, now you just have to work on all the ones in the middle.
Yeah, I heard that. I mean, when you earn a reputation as a tried and true procrastinator, you're just going to get
It's like that.
forever,
It's
and
the
that's
West
fine.
Side
I
Taik.
accept it. I think that.
So do you mind sharing a little bit more about the details of what you're writing to your, how do you approach this question about the state of society?
I wanted to figure out what was going on
Did you like that
because
one? No,
what I
did you
noticed
like
was a
that
bad
one?
trend. It's not that things are bad; it's that things are getting worse in certain ways. Not in every way. You look at Max Moser's stuff. He comes up with all these amazing graphs. Actually, this is what's weird: is that things are getting better in almost every important metric you
That's
can think
good.
of, except the amount of people who hate other people in their own country, and the amount of people that hate their own country. The amount of Americans that hate America is on the rise, right? The amount of Americans that hate other Americans is on the rise. The amount of Americans that hate the president is on the rise. All these things, like on the very steep rise. So what the hell? What's going on? Like there's something causing that. It's not that a bunch of new people were born who were just dicks. It's that something is going on. So I think of it as a very simple, oversimplified equation of human behavior, and it's the output that I think the two inputs are human nature and environment, right? And this is basic, super kindergarten level, like animal behavior. But I think it's worth thinking about. You've got human nature, which is not changing very much, right? And then you throw that nature into a certain environment, and it reacts to the environment, right? It's shaped by the environment, and then eventually what comes out is behavior. Right? Human nature is not changing very much, but suddenly we're behaving differently, right? We are, again, look at the polls. Like it used to be that the president, was liked by, I don't remember the exact number, but 80% or 70% of their own party and 50% of the other party. And now it's like 40% of their own party, 10% of the other party.
You're done.
And it's not that the presidents are getting worse. Maybe some people would argue that they are, but more so. There's a lot of idiot presidents. They're not what's going on is something in the environment is changing. That you're seeing as a change in behavior. Like an easy example here is that by a lot of metrics, racism is becoming less and less of a problem. It's hard to measure, but the metrics like how upset would you be if your kid married someone of another race, and that number is plummeting. But racial grievance is skyrocketing, right? There's a lot of examples of it. So I wanted to look around and say, and the reason I took it on, the reason I don't think this is just an unfortunate trend, unpleasant trend that hopefully will come out of, is that all this other stuff I like to write about, all this future stuff, right? This magical, I always think of this, I'm very optimistic in a lot of ways, and I think that our world would be a utopia. It would seem like actual heaven. Like whatever Thomas Jefferson was picturing as heaven, other than maybe the eternal life aspect, I think that if you came to 2021 US, it would be better. It's cooler than heaven. What we place that's cooler than 1700s heaven.
Yeah.
Again, other than the fact that we still die. Now, I think the future world actually probably would have quote eternal life. I don't think anyone wants eternal life. Actually, people think they do. Eternal is a long time, but I think the choice to die, maybe we're uploaded, maybe we can refresh our bodies. I don't know what it is, but the point is, I think about that utopia, and I do believe that like if we don't watch this, we'd be heading towards somewhere that would seem like heaven, maybe in our lifetimes. Of course, if things go wrong, now think about the trends here. Just like the 20th century would seem like some magical utopia to someone from the 16th century. The bad things in the 20th century, kind of the worst things ever in terms of just absolute magnitude. World War II, the biggest genocides ever. You've got, maybe climate change, if it is the existential threat that many people think it is. I mean, we never had an existential threat on that level before. So the good is getting better and the bad's getting worse. And so when I think about the future, I think of us as some kind of big, long canoe as a species. 5 million mile long canoe, each of us sitting in a row. We each have one oar and paddle on the left side or the right side. And what we know is there's a fork up there somewhere. And the river forks, and there's a utopia on one side and a dystopia on the other. And I really believe that's where we're probably not headed for just an okay future. It's just the way tech is exploding. Like, it's probably going to be really bad. The question is, which side should we be rowing on? We can't see up there, right?
Yeah.
But it really matters. So I'm running all this future stuff, and I'm saying none of this matters if we're squabbling our way into kind of like a civil war right now. So what's going on?
So it's a really important problem to solve. What are your sources of hope in this? So like, how do you steer the canoe?
One of my big sources of hope, and this is I think my answer to what I changed my mind,
You got a big
is I think I always knew this, but it's easy to forget it. Our primitive brain does not remember this fact, which is that I don't think there are very many bad people. Now, you say bad, are there selfish people? Most of us, I think that if you think of people, there's digital language, ones and zeros. And our primitive brain very quickly can get into the language where everyone's a one or a zero. Our tribe, we're all ones. We're perfect. I'm perfect. My family is that other family is that other tribe. There are zeros. And then you dehumanize them, right? These people are awful. So zero is not a human place. No one's a zero and no one's a one. You're dehumanizing yourself. So when we get to this land, I call it the Disney world, because Disney movies, good guys and girls. Scar is totally bad. Foss is totally good, right? You don't see Foss's character focus. You don't see Scar's upbringing that made him like that and humanizes him. No, lionizes him, whatever. You are, yeah. Foss is a one, Scar is a zero. Very simple. So political Disney world is a place, it's a psychological place that all of us have been in. And it can be religious Disney world, it can be national Disney world, or whatever it is. But it's a place where we fall into this delusion that there are protagonists and antagonists, and that's it, right? That is not true. We are all 0.5s, or maybe 0.6s to 0.4s in that. We are also, on one hand, it's not that I don't think there's that many really great people, frankly. I think if you get into it, people are kind of, a lot of people, most of us have, if you get really into our most shameful memories, things we've done that are worse, most shameful thoughts, the deep selfishness that some of us have in areas we wouldn't want to admit, right? Most of us have a lot of unadmirable stuff, right? On the other hand, and if you actually really got into someone else's brain, and you looked at their upbringing, you looked at the trauma that they've experienced, and then you looked at the insecurities they have, and you look at all their assembled and highlight your worst moments, the meanest things you've ever done, the worst, the most selfish, the time you stole something, whatever, and you just have people like, wow, Lex is an awful person. If you did a montage of your best moments, people would say, oh, he's a god, right? But of course, we all have both of those. So I've started to really try to remind myself that everyone's a 0.5, right? And 0.5s are all worthy of criticism, but they're all worthy of compassion. And the thing that makes me hopeful is that I really think that there's a bunch of 0.5s, and 0.5s are good enough that we should be able to credit with society. Yeah, there's a lot of love in every human. And I think there's more love in humans. I always remember this moment. This is a weird anecdote, but I was a Red Sox fan, Boston Red Sox baseball. And Derek Jeter is who we hate the most. He's on the Yankees.
Today is Zoot's day.
And hate, right? Jeter, right? It was his last game in Fenway. He's retiring. And he got this rousing standing ovation. And I almost cried. And it was like, what is going on? We hate this guy. But actually, there's so much love in all of it. felt so good to just give a huge cheer to this guy we hate because it's like this moment of like a little fist pound, being like, of course we all actually love each other. And I think there's so much of that. And so the thing that I think I've come around on is I think that we are in an environment that's bringing out really bad stuff. I don't think if I thought it was the people, I would be more hopeful. Like if I thought it was human nature, I'd be more upset. It's the two independent variables here, or that there's a fixed variable, there's a constant, which is human nature, and there's the independent variable environment, and the behavior is the dependent variable. I like that the thing that I think is bad is the independent variable, the environment, which means I think the environment can get better. There's a lot of things I can go into about why the environment I think is bad, but I have hope because I think the thing that's bad for us is something that can change.
The first principles idea here is that most people have the capacity to be a 0.7 to a 0.9 if the environment is properly calibrated with the right incentives.
I think maybe if we're all 0.5s, I think that that environments can bring out our good side. So maybe we're all on some kind of distribution, and the right environment can bring out our higher sides. And I think in a lot of ways you could say it has. I mean, the U.S. environment, we take for granted how the liberal laws and liberal environment that we live in. I mean, like in New York City, right? If you walk down the street and you assault someone, if anyone sees you, you're probably going to yell at you. You might get your ass kicked by someone for doing that. You also might end up in jail. There's security cameras, and there's just norms. We're all trained. That's what awful people do, right? So it's not that human nature doesn't have it in it to be like that. It's that this environment we're in has made that a much, much, much smaller experience for people. There's so many examples like that where it's like, man, you don't realize how much the worst human nature is contained by the environment. And but I think that rapidly changing environment, which is what we have right now, social media starts. What a seismic change in the environment. There's a lot of examples like that. Rapidly changing environment can create rapidly changing behavior, and wisdom sometimes can't keep up. And so we can really kind of lose our grip on some of the good behavior.
Were you surprised by Elon's answer about brain transplants or Sam's about nuclear power? Or anything else?
Just Sam's, I think, is. I have a friend, Isabel Boameke, who's a nuclear power influencer. I've become very convinced, and I've not done my deep dive on this.
Yeah.
But in this case, this is reasoning by analogy. The amount of really smart people I respect, who seem to have dug in, who all say nuclear power is clearly a good option. It's obviously emission-free, but the concerns about meltdowns and waste they see, they're completely overblown. So, judging from those people, secondary knowledge here, I will say I'm a strong advocate. I haven't done my own deep dive yet, but it does seem like a little bit odd that you've got people who are so concerned about climate change, who have, it seems like it's kind of an ideology where nuclear power doesn't fit, rather than rational, fear of climate change that somehow is anti-nuclear power. It just,
I personally am comfortably reasoning by analogy with climate change. I actually have not done a deep dive myself.
Me neither, because it's so, it seems like a deep dive. And my reasoning by analogy there currently has me thinking it's a truly existential thing, but feeling hopeful.
So this is me speaking, and this is speaking from a person who's not done the deep dive. I'm a little suspicious of the amount of fear-mongering going on. Especially over the past couple of years, I've gotten uncomfortable with fear-mongering in all walks of life. There's way too many people interested in manipulating the populace with fear. And so I don't like it. I should probably do a deep dive, because to me, the big problem with the opposition to climate change, or whatever the fear-mongering, is that it also grows the skepticism in science broadly. So I need to make sure I do that deep dive. I have listened to a few folks who kind of criticize the fear-mongering and all those kinds of things, but they're few and far between. And so it's like, all right, what is the truth here? And it feels lazy. It also feels like it's hard to get to there's a lot of kind of activists talking about idea versus sources of objective, calm, first principles type reasoning. one of the things, I know it's supposed to be a very big problem, but when people talk about catastrophic effects of climate change, I haven't been able to like see really great deep analysis of what that looks like in 10, 20, 30 years. Rising sea levels. What are the models of how that changes human behavior, society? What are the things that happen? There's going to be constraints on resources and people have to move around. This is happening gradually. Are we going to be able to respond to this? How would we respond to this? What are the best models for how everything goes wrong? Again, this is a question I keep starting to ask myself without doing any research. Like motivating myself to get up to this deep dive that I feel is deep. Just watching people not do a great job of that kind of modeling with the pandemic. And so sort of being caught off guard and wondering, okay, if we're not good with this pandemic, how are we going to respond to other kinds of tragedies?
Well, this is part of why I wrote the book, because I said we're going to have more and more of these big collective, what do we do here situations. Whether it's, how about when, we're probably not that far away from people being able to go and decide the IQ of their kid, or make a bunch of embryos and actually, pick the highest IQ.
It could possibly go wrong.
Yeah, and also imagine the political sides of that, and that's something only wealthy people can afford at first, and just a nightmare, right? We need to be able to have our wits about us as a species, where we can actually get in.
So what is your deal with welfare? Are you on welfare? Dude, you've mentioned it so much that I think you are. I mean, that's fine if you are. Whatever it is, you mention it every other day. I mean, you didn't answer my question, but okay.
Into a topic like that and come up with it where the collective brain can be smart. I think that there are certain topics where I think of this, and this is again another simplistic model, but I think it works, is that there's a higher mind and a premium, right? In your head. And these team up with others. So when the higher mind is more rational and puts out ideas that it's not attached to, and so it can change its mind easily because it's just an idea, and the higher mind can get criticized. Their ideas can get criticized, and it's no big deal. And so when the higher minds team up, it's like all these people in the room throwing out ideas and kicking them, and one idea goes out and everyone criticizes it. It's shooting bows and arrows at it. And the true ideas, the arrows bounce off, and it's like, okay, and the other ones get shot down. So it's this incredible system. This is what good science institution is. Someone puts out a thing, criticism arrows come at it, and most of them fall, and the needle is in the haystack, and they're rising up. Right, incredible mechanism. So what that's happening is a bunch of flawed medium scientists are creating super intelligence. Then there's the primitive mind, which is the more limbic system-y part of our brain. It's a part of us that is very much not living in 2020. It's living many tens of thousands of years ago, and it does not treat ideas like this separate thing. It identifies with these ideas. It only gets involved when it finds an idea sacred. It starts holding an idea sacred, and it starts identifying. So what happens is they team up too. And so when you have a topic that really rouses a bunch of primitive minds, it quickly, the primitive minds team up and they create an echo chamber where suddenly no one can criticize this. In fact, the idea is powerful enough, people outside the community, no one can criticize it. We will get your paper retracted. We will get you fired. Right? That's not higher mind behavior. That is crazy primitive mind. And so now what happens is the collective becomes dumber than an individual. Dumber than a single reasoning individual. You have this collective is suddenly attached to this sacred scripture with the idea, and they will not change them, and they get dumber and dumber. And so climate change, what's worrisome, is that climate change has in many ways become a sacred topic, where if you come up with a nuanced thing, you might get called branded as denier.
Yes.
So there goes the super intelligence. All the arrows, no arrows can be fired. If you get called a denier, that's a social penalty for firing an arrow at a certain orthodoxy. Right? And so what's happening is the big brain gets like frozen, right? And it becomes very stupid. Now, you can also say that about a lot of other topics right now. You just mentioned another one, I forget what it was, but that's also kind of
the vaccine.
Yeah, COVID. Okay. And here's my point earlier is that what I see is that the political divide is like a whirlpool that's pulling everything into it. And in that whirlpool,
you don't need to
thinking is done with a primitive mind.
Words that have like 40 or more forms.
And so, I get, okay, this is something like race. Like, that makes sense. That also right now. The topic of race, for example, or gender, these things are in the whirlpool. But that at least is like, okay, that's something that the primitive mind would always get really worked up about. It taps into like our deepest kind of like primal self.
96.
COVID, maybe it's COVID in a way too, but climate change, like that should just be something that our rational brains are like, let's solve this complex problem. But the problem is that it's all gotten sucked into the red versus blue whirlpool. And once that happens, it's in the hands of the primitive minds. We're losing our ability to be wise together, to make decisions. It's like the big species brain is like the big American brain is like getting drunk at the wheel. And we're about to go into a future with more and more big technologies, scary things. We can make right decisions, and not, we're getting dumber as a collective, and that's part of this environmental problem.
So within the space of technologists and the space of scientists, we should allow the arrows. That's one of the saddest things to me about is like the scientists. Like I've seen arrogance. There's a lot of mechanisms that maintain the tribe. It's the arrogance. It's how you built up this mechanism that defends this wall that defends against the arrows. It's arrogance, credentialism, like just ego, really, and it protects you from actually challenging your own ideas. This ideal of science that makes science beautiful in a time of fear. And in a time of division created by perhaps politicians that leverage the fear, it, like you said, makes the whole system dumber. The science system dumber, the tech developer system dumber if they don't allow the challenging.
I think what's really bad is that, like, in a normal environment, you're always going to have echo chambers. So what's the opposite of an echo chamber? I created a term for it, I think we need it, which is called an idea lab. An idea lab, right? It's like people act like scientists, even if they're not doing science. They just treat their ideas like science experiments, and they toss them out there, and everyone disagrees. And disagreement is like the game. Everyone likes to disagree, on a certain text thread where everyone is just, saying, it's almost like someone throws something out and just an impulse of the rest of the group to say, I think you're being like overly general there, or I think like, are you kind of being? I think that's like your bias showing. And it's like no one's getting offended because it's like we're all just messing. We all, of course, respect each other. Obviously, we're just trashing each other's ideas, and that the whole group becomes smarter. You're always going to have idea labs and echo chambers, right? In different communities, and most of us participate in both of them. And maybe in your marriage is a great idea lab. You love to disagree with your spouse, and maybe in this group of friends or in your family at home, in front of that sister, you do not bring up politics because she's now enforced. When that happens, her bullying is forcing the whole group to be an echo chamber to appease her. Now, what scares me is that usually you have these things existing kind of in bubbles, and usually there's they each have a natural defenses against each other. So an echo chamber person stays in their echo chamber. They don't they will cut you out. They don't like to be friends with people who disagree. You notice that they will cut you out. They'll cut out their parents if they voted for Trump or whatever, right? So that's how they do it. They will say, I'm going to stay inside of an echo chamber safely. So my ideas, which I identify with, because my primitive mind is doing the thinking, are not going to ever get challenged because it feels so scary and awful for that to happen. But if they leave and they go into an idea lab environment, people are going to say, well, no, they're going to disagree, and they're going to say, and the person's going to try to bully them. They're going to say, that's really offensive. And people are going to say, no, it's not, and they're going to immediately say these people are assholes, right? So the echo chamber person, it doesn't have much power once they leave the echo chamber. Likewise, the idea lab person, they have this great environment, but they go into an echo chamber where everyone else is, and they do that, they'll get kicked out of the group. They'll get branded as something, a denier or a racist, a right winger, a radical. These nasty words. The thing that I don't like right now is that the echo chambers have found ways to forcefully expand into places that normally have a pretty good immune system against echo chambers, like universities, like science journals, places where usually it's like there's a strong Idea Lab culture, veritas. That's an Idea Lab slogan. You have is that these people have found a way to. A lot of people have found a way to actually go out of their thing and keep their echo chamber by making sure that everyone's scared because they can punish anyone, whether you're in their community or not.
That's all brilliantly put. When's the book coming out? Any idea?
June, July, but not quite sure.
Okay, I can't wait. It's awesome. Do you have a title yet, or you can't talk about that?
Still working on it.
Okay. If it's okay, just a couple of questions from mailbag. I just love these. I would love to hear you riff on these. So one is about film and music. Why do we prefer to watch? The question goes: why do we prefer to watch a film we haven't watched before, but we want to listen to songs that we have heard hundreds of times? This question and your answer would start to make me think, like, yeah, that's true. That's really interesting. Like, we draw that line somehow. So what's the answer?
So I think, let's use these two minds again. I think that when your higher mind is the one who's taking something in, they're really interested in what it will hear. So I'm going to learn something, or what, they're reading a book or whatever, and the higher mind is trying to get information. Once it has it, there's no point in listening to it again. It has the information. Your rational brain is like, I got it. But when you eat a good meal or have sex or whatever, that's something you can do again and again because your primitive brain loves it, right? And it never gets bored of things that it loves. So I think music is a very primal thing. I think music goes right into our primitive brain a lot. I think there's, of course, there's collaboration where, your rational brain is absorbing the actual message. But I think it's all about emotions and even more than emotions. It's literally like music taps into like very, very deep, primal part of us. And so when you hear a song once, even some of your favorite songs, the first time you heard it, you were like, I guess that's kind of catchy. And then you end up loving it on the 10th listen. But sometimes you even don't even like a song. You're like, oh, the song sucks. But suddenly you find yourself on the 40th time because it's on the radio all the time, just kind of being like, oh, I love this song. And you're like, wait, I hate this song. And what's happening is that the sound is actually, music's actually carving a pathway in your brain. And it's a dance. And when your brain knows what's coming, it can dance, it knows the steps. So your brain is your internal kind of, your brain is actually dancing with the music, and it knows the steps, and it can anticipate, and so there's something about knowing, having memorized the song that makes it incredibly enjoyable to us. But when we hear it for the first time, we don't know where it's going to go. We're like an awkward dancer. We don't know the steps, and your primitive brain can't really have that much fun.
And in movies, that's less primitive. That's the story. You're taking in.
But a really good movie that we really love, often we will watch it like 12 times. It's still like, not that many, but versus if you're watching a talk show, right? If you listen to one of your podcasts is a perfect example. There's not many people that will listen to one of your podcasts, no matter how good it is, 12 times, because it's once you've got it, it's a form of information that's very high on mind focused. That's how it's.
Well, the funny thing is, there's people that listen to a podcast episode many, many times, and often I think the reason for that is not because of the information, it's the chemistry, it's the music of the conversation.
Yeah.
So it's not the actual.
It's the art of it.
Yeah, they'll fall in love with some kind of person, some weird personality, and they'll just be they'll be captivated by the beat of that kind of person.
Or like a stand-up comic, I've watched like certain things, like episodes like 20 times, even though
I have to ask you about the wizard hat. You're a blog about Neuralink. I got a chance to visit Neuralink a couple of times, hanging out with those folks. That was one of the pieces of writing you did that changes culture, changes the way people think about a thing. The ridiculousness of your stick figure drawings are somehow it's like calling the origin of the universe the Big Bang. It's a silly title, but it somehow sticks to be the representative of that. In the same way the wizard had from Neuralink is somehow was a really powerful way to explain that. You actually proposed that the Man of the Year cover of Time should be
One of my drawings.
one of your drawings.
Yes, yes.
It's an outrage that it wasn't.
It was.
Okay. So, what are your thoughts about like all those years later about Neuralink? Do you find this idea like what excites you about it? Is it the big long-term philosophical things? Is it the practical things? Do you think it's super difficult to do on the neurosurgery side and the material engineering, the robotic side? Or do you think the machine learning side for the brain-computer interface where they get to learn about each other, all that kind of stuff? I'd just love to get your thoughts because you're one of the people that really considered this problem, really studied it, of
Yeah.
brain-computer interfaces.
I mean, I'm super excited. That I really think it's actually Elon's most ambitious thing, more than colonizing Mars, because that's just a bunch of people going somewhere, even though it's somewhere far. Neuralink is changing what a person is. Eventually. Now, I think that Neuralink engineers and Elon himself would all be the first to admit that it is a maybe whether they can do their goals here. I mean, it is so crazy ambitious to try to, their eventual goals are, of course, in the interim, they have a higher probability of accomplishing smaller things, which are still huge, like basically solving paralysis, stroke, Parkinson, things like that. I mean, it can be unbelievable. And, anyone who doesn't have one of these things, like we might, everyone should be very happy about this kind of helping with different disabilities. But the thing that is like the grand goal is this augmentation, where you take someone who's totally healthy and you put a brain machine interface in any way to give them superpowers. It's the possibilities that they can do this, if they can really. So, they've already shown that they are for real. But, they created this robot. Elon talks about it should be like LASIK, where it shouldn't be something that needs a surgeon. This shouldn't just be for rich people who have waited in line for 6 months. This should be for anyone who can afford LASIK, and eventually, hopefully, it's something that isn't covered by insurance, or something that anyone can do. Something this big a deal should be something that anyone can afford eventually. And when we have this, again, I'm talking about a very advanced phase down the road. So maybe a less advanced phase, maybe right now, think about when you listen to a song, what's happening? Do you actually hear the sound? Well, not really. It's that the sound is coming out of the speaker. The speaker is vibrating. It's vibrating air molecules. Those air molecules, get vibrated all the way to your head, the pressure wave, and then it vibrates your eardrum. Your eardrum is really the speaker now in your head that then vibrates bones and fluid, which stimulates neurons in your auditory cortex, which give you the perception that you're hearing sound. Now, if we think about that, do we really need to have a speaker to do that? You could just somehow get a little tiny thing that can vibrate eardrums. You could do it that way. That seems very hard. But really what you need, if you go to the very end, the thing that really needs to happen is your auditory cortex neurons need to be stimulated in a certain way. If you have a ton of Neuralink things in there, Neuralink electrodes, and they get really good at stimulating things, you can play a song in your head that you hear that is not playing anything. There's no sound in the room, but you hear, and no one else could. It's not like they can get close to your head and hear it. There's no sound. They could not hear anything, but you hear sound. You can turn up. If you open your phone, you have the Neuralink app. You open the Neuralink app, or just Neuralink. So basically, you can open your Spotify and play to, you can play to your speaker, you can play to your computer, you can play right out of your phone to your headphones, or you now have a new one. You can play into your brain. And this is one of the earlier things. This is something that seems like really doable. And then more headphones. I would just think it's so annoying because I can leave the house with just my phone, and nothing else. Or you can just an Apple Watch. There's always this one thing like and headphones. You do need your headphones, right? And so I feel like that'll be the end of that. But there's so many things that you keep going. The ability to think together. You can talk about like super brains. I mean, one of the examples Elon uses is the low bandwidth of speech. If I go to a movie and I come out of a scary movie and say, how was it? I said, oh, it was terrifying. Well, what did I just do? I just gave you, I had 5 buckets I could have given you. One was horrifying, terrifying, scary, eerie, creepy, whatever. That's about it. And I had a much more nuanced experience than that. And all I have is, these words, right? And so instead I just gave you the bucket. Well, I put the stuff in the bucket and give it to you, but all you have is the bucket. You just have to guess what I put in that bucket. All you can do is look at the label of the bucket and say, when I say terrifying, here's what I mean. So the point is, it's very lost. I have all this nuanced information of what I thought of the movie, and I'm sending you a very low res package that you're going to now guess what the high res thing looked like. That's language in general. Our thoughts are much more nuanced. We can think to each other. We can do amazing things. We can have a brainstorm that doesn't feel like, we're not talking in each other's heads. It's not just that I hear your voice. No. We are just thinking. No words are being said internally or externally. The two brains are literally collaborating. It's a skill. I'm sure we'd have to get good at it. I'm sure young kids would be great at it. And old people would be bad at it. But you think together, and together you have the joint epiphany. And now how about 8 people are doing it, right? So it begins, there's other examples. How about when you're a dress designer or a bridge designer, and you want to show people what your dress looks like? Well, I know you got to sketch it for a long time. Here, just beam it onto the screen from your head so you can picture it. You can picture a tree in your head, well, you can just suddenly, whatever's in your head, you can picture it. So we'll have to get very good at it, right? And take a skill, right? You're going to have to, but the possibilities, my God, talk about I feel like if we really do have that as something, I think it'll almost be like a new ADBC line. It's such a big change that the idea of anyone living before everyone had brain machine interfaces is living in before the common era. It's that level of change, if it can work.
Yeah, and replay of memories, just replaying stuff in your head.
Oh my God, yeah. And copying, you can hopefully copy memories onto other things, and you don't have to just rely on your web circuitry.
It does make me sad because you're right. The brain is incredibly plastic, and so it can adjust. It can learn how to do this. I think it'll be a skill. Probably you and I will be too old to truly learn.
Maybe there'll be great trainings. I'm spending the next 3 months in in one of the neuro trainings,
but it'll still be a bit of grandpa can't.
Definitely. This is, I was thinking, how am I going to be old? I'm like, no, I'm going to be great with new phones. How can be new phones? It's going to be the kid's going to be thinking to me. I'm going to be like, I just talk, please. And they're going to be like, okay, I'll just talk. And they're going to. So that'll be the equivalent of yelling to your grandson today.
I really suspect, I don't know what your thoughts are, but I grew up in a time when physical contact and interaction was valuable. I just feel like that's going to go the way, that's going to disappear.
Why? I mean, is there anything more intimate than thinking with each other? I mean, you talk about, once we're all doing that, it might feel like, man, everyone's so isolated from each other. So,
yeah, sorry. So I didn't say that intimacy disappears. I just meant physical, having to be in the same, having to touch each other.
People like that. If it is important, won't there be whole waves of people start to say, there's all these articles that come out about how, in our metaverse, we've lost something important, and then now there's a huge, first the hippies start doing it, and then eventually it becomes this big wave, and now everyone, if something truly is lost, won't we recover it?
Well, I think from first principles, all of the components are there to engineer intimate experiences in the metaverse or in the cyberspace. And so to me, I don't see anything profoundly unique to the physical experience. I don't understand.
But then why are you saying there's a loss there?
I'm just sad because I won't follow. It's a loss for me personally because
so that you think there's something unique in the physical experience.
For me because I was raised with it.
Oh, yeah.
So anything you're raised with, fall in love with. People in this country came up with baseball. I was raised in the Soviet Union. I don't understand baseball. I like it, but I don't love it the way Americans love it. Because a lot of times we went to baseball games with the father, and then there's that family connection. There's a young kid dreaming about, becoming an MLB player himself. I don't like that, but that's what you're raised with. Obviously, is important. But I mean, fundamentally, it's a human experience. Listen, we're doing this podcast in person, so clearly I still value it. But
it's true. If this were, obviously, if there were 3, we all agree that's not the same.
Yeah,
but
it's not the same.
If this were some, we had contact lenses on, and maybe Neuralink, maybe again, this is all the devices. Even if it's as cool as contact lenses, that's all old school.
Yeah.
Once once you have the brain machine interface, it'll just be projection. It'll take over my visual cortex. My visual cortex will get put into a virtual room, the soul year, so we will see, we will hear, really hear and see as if we won't have any mask, no VR mask needed. And at that point, it really will feel like you will forget. It's like, were we together and physically or not? You won't even, it'd be so unimportant, you won't even remember.
And you're right. This is one of those shifts in society that changes everything.
But romantically, people still need to be together. That there's a whole set of like physical things with relationship that aren't,
Like what? Like sex.
Sex, but also just like there's pheromones. Like there's the physical touch is it's like music. It goes to such a deeply primitive part of us that what physical touch with a romantic partner does. That I think that, so I'm sure there'll be a whole wave of people who their new thing is that you romantically involve people you never actually person with, and I'm sure there'll be things where you can actually smell what's in the room and you can and touch. Yeah, but I think that'll be one of the last things to go. I think there's something that to me seems like something that'd be a while before people feel like there's nothing lost by not being.
It's very difficult to replicate the human interaction.
Although sex also, again, you could not to get too like weird, but you could have a thing where you basically let's just do a massage because it's less like awkward, but like
Everyone is still imagining sex. So
a masseuse could massage a fake body, and you could feel whatever's happening. Right, so you're lying down in your apartment alone, but you're feeling a full.
That'll be the new like YouTube or like streaming, where it's one masseuse massaging one body, but like 1,000 people are experiencing.
Exactly. Right now, think about it. Right now, Taylor Swift doesn't play for one person. That has to go around and everyone in the band just to go play for a book. Right?
Yeah.
You do it, and it will be the same idea.
You've heard thought a lot about AI. So, AI safety specifically. You've mentioned you actually starting a podcast, which is awesome. You're so good at talking, so good at thinking, so good at being weird in the most beautiful of ways. But you've been thinking about this AI safety question. Where today does your concern lie for the near future, for the long-term future? Like, there's quite a bit of stuff happened, including with Elon's work with Tesla Autopilot. There's a bunch of amazing robots like Boston Dynamics and everyone's favorite vacuum robot, iRobot, and then there's obviously the applications of machine learning for recommender systems in Twitter, Facebook, and so on, and face recognition for surveillance, all this stuff that happens. Just a lot of incredible use of face recognition, but the incredible use of deep learning, machine learning to capture information about people and try to recommend to them what they want to consume next. Some that can be abused, some that can be used for good, like for Netflix or something like that. What are your thoughts about all this?
Yeah, I mean, I really don't think humans are very smart. All things considered, I think we're like limited, and we're dumb enough that we're very not just like and our emotions. Our emotions can be pulled like puppet strings. I mean, again, I do look at what's going on with polarization now. I see a lot of puppet string emotions happening. So yeah, there's a lot to be scared of for sure. Like very scared of. I get excited about a lot of things, very specific things. Like one of the things I get excited about is I like the future of wearables. Right? Again, I think that they're like, the wrist, the Fitbit around my wrist is going to seem on the Whoop is going to seem really hilarious. School in 20 years, like when you're like a bracelet, right? It's going to turn into little sensors in our blood, probably, or even infrared, just things that are going to be collecting 100 times more data than it collects now, more nuanced data, more specific to our body, and it's going to be super reliable. But that's the hardware side, and then the software is going to be. And this is not in my deep dive. This is all speculation, but the software is going to be really good. This is the AI component. And so I get excited about it. Like that. Like, think about if hardware were able to collect. Now, first of all, the hardware knows your whole genome, and we know a lot more about what a genome sequence means. Because you can collect your genome now, and we just don't know much. We don't have much to do with that information. As AI gets so now you have your genome, you've got what's in your blood at any given moment, all the levels of everything. right? You have the exact width of your heart arteries at any given moment. You've got
all the viruses that ever visit your body, because there's a trace of it. So you have all the pathogens, all the things that like you should be concerned about health-wise, and might have threatened you, or you might be immune from, all of that kind of stuff.
It also, of course, it knows how fast your heart is beating, and it knows how much exactly the amount of exercise. It knows your muscle mass and your weight and all that, but it also maybe can even know your emotions. I mean, maybe if emotions, what are they? Where do they come from? Probably pretty obvious chemicals once you get in there. So again, Neuralink can be involved here, maybe in collecting information. Right now you have to do the thing. What's your mood right now? It's hard to even assess. When you're in a bad mood, it's hard to even. But
by the way, just as a shout out, Lisa Feldman Barrett, who's a neuroscientist at Northeastern, just wrote not just like a few years ago, wrote a whole book saying our expression of emotions has nothing to do with the experience of emotions. So you really actually want to be measuring.
That's exactly. And you can tell because one of these apps pops up and says, how do you feel right now? But then I'm like, I don't know, I feel bad right now because the thing popping up reminded me that I'm procrastinating. I was on my phone. I should go. That's not my. So I think we'll probably be able to get all this info right now. The AI can go to town. Think about when the AI is really good at this, and it knows your genome, and it knows it can just. I want the AI to just tell me what to do. When it turns out, okay, for wanting to talk about this, now I'm attaching that to a meal service, right? And the meal service has everything, all the million ingredients and supplements and vitamins and everything. And I tell the AI my broad goals. I want to gain muscle, or I want to, maintain my weight, but I want to have more energy, or whatever. I want to, I want to be very healthy. Obviously, everyone wants the same 10 basic things. Like you want to avoid cancer, you want to, various things. You want to age slower. So now the AI has my goals, and a drone comes at, a little thing pops up and says 15 minutes you're going to eat. Because it knows that's the right time for my body to eat. 15 minutes later, a little slot opens in my wall where a drone has come from the factory, the food factory, and dropped the perfect meal for that moment for me. For my mood, for my genome, for my blood contents. And it's because it knows my goals. So, it knows I want to feel energy at this time, and then I want to wind down here. So those things just tell it.
Well, plus the pleasure thing, it knows what kind of components of a meal you've enjoyed in the past, so you can assemble the perfect meal.
Exactly. It knows way better than you know yourself. Better than any human could ever know. And a little thing pops up. You still have some choice, right? It pops up and it says, coffee, because it knows that, my cutoff, it says, I can have coffee for the next 15 minutes only because at that point, it knows how long it stays in my system. It knows what my sleep is like when I have it too late. It knows I have to wake up at this time tomorrow. It has my calendar. So I think a lot of this is, I think, something that humans are wrong about, is that most people will hear this and be like, that sounds awful. That sounds dystopian. No, it doesn't. It sounds incredible. And if we all had this, you would not look back and be like, I wish I was making awful choices every day, like I was in the past. And then these aren't important decisions. Your important decision-making energy, your important focus and your attention can go onto your kids and on your work and on, helping other people and things that matter. And so I think AI, when I think about personal lifestyle stuff like that, I really love, I love thinking about that. I think it's going to be really exciting. I think we'll all be so much healthier. That when you look back today, one of the things that's going to be so primitive is the one-size-fits-all thing. And getting everything advice about keto. Each genome is going to have very specific, unique advice coming from AI. And so,
yeah, the customization that's enabled by collection of data and the use of AI. A lot of people think they think of the worst case scenario of that data being used by authoritarian governments to control you, all that kind of stuff. They don't think about most likely, especially in a capitalist society, it's most likely going to be used as part of a competition to get you the most delicious and healthy meal possible as fast as possible. Yeah, so the world will definitely be much better with the integration of data. But of course, you want to be able to be transparent and honest about how that data is misused, and that's why it's important to have free speech and people to speak out, when some bullshit is being done by companies.
that we need to have our wits about us as a society. This is free speech is the mechanism by which the big brain can think for itself, can think straight, can see straight. When you take away free speech, when you start saying that in every topic, when any topic is political, it becomes treacherous to talk about. conversation about any topic that's political, and the politics is so all-consuming, and it's such a incredible market to polarize people, for media to polarize people and to bring any topic it can into that and get people hooked on it as a political topic. We become a very dumb society. So free speech goes away as far as it matters. People say, people like to say all the time, you don't even know what free speech is. Free speech is, it's, your free speech is not being violent. It's like, no, you're right. My First Amendment rights are but the culture of free speech, which is the second ingredient of two. You need the First Amendment and you need the culture of free speech, and now you have free speech. And the culture is much more specific. You obviously can have a culture that believes people right now. Take any topic again that has to do with some very sensitive topics. Please shootings, or what's going on in K-12 schools, or even climate change. Take any of these, and it's still there. You're not going to get arrested, no matter what you say. Their culture of free speech is gone because you will be destroyed. Your life can be over, as far as it matters. If you say the wrong thing, but even but a really vigorous culture of free speech, you get no penalty at all for even saying something super dumb. People will say, people will laugh and be like, well, that was kind of hilariously offensive and not at all correct. You're wrong. But here's why. If no one's mad at you, now the brain is thinking at its best. The IQ of the big brain is as high as it can be in that culture. And the culture where you say something wrong and people say, oh wow, you've changed. Oh wow, look, this is his real colors. The big brain is dumb.
You still have mutual respect for each other. So you don't think lesser of others when they say a bunch of dumb things. It's just a play of ideas. But you still have respect, you still have love for them. Because I think the worst case is when you have a complete free anarchy of ideas where it's everybody lost hope that something like a truth can even be converged towards. Everybody has their own truth. Then it's just chaos. If you have mutual respect and a mutual goal of arriving at the truth, and the humility that you want to listen to other people's ideas, and a forgiveness that other people's ideas may be dumb as hell, that doesn't mean they're less human, all that kind of stuff. That's a weird balance to strike.
Right now, people are being trained, little kids, college students, being trained to think the exact opposite way. To think that there's no such thing as objective truth, which is, the objective truth is the N on the compass for every thinker. Doesn't mean we're necessarily on our way or finding, but we're all aiming in the same direction. We all believe that there's a place we can eventually get closer to. Not objective truth, teaching them that disagreement is bad, violence. You quickly sound like you're going on a political rant on this topic, but it's really bad. It's genuinely the worst. If I had my own country, it's I would teach kids some very specific things that this is doing the exact opposite of. And it sucks. It sucks.
Speaking of a way to escape this, you've tweeted 30 minutes of reading a day equals, hey, there's a video on this. It's cool to think about reading as a habit and something that accumulates. You said 30 minutes of reading a day equals 1,000 books in 50 years. I'm not thinking about this, chipping away at the mark. Can you expand on that? Sort of the habit of reading, how do you recommend people read?
Yeah, it's incredible if you do something, a little of something every day. It compiles. It compiles. Now, I always think about the people who achieve these incredible things in life. These great, famous, legendary people. They have the same number of days that you do, and it's not like they were doing magical things. They just they got a little done every day, and that adds up to a monument. They're putting one brick in a day, and you have these buildings, legendary buildings. So you can take writing. Someone who there's two aspiring writers. One doesn't ever write, manages to never zero pages a day. The other one manages to do 2 pages a week. Right, not very much. The other one does 0 pages a week, 2 pages a week. 98% of both the time is the same. The other person just 2% are doing one other thing. 1 year later, they write 2 books a year. This prolific person, in 20 years, they've written 40 books. They're one of the most prolific writers of all time. They write 2 pages a week. So that's not true. That was 2 pages a day. Okay, 2 pages a week, you're still writing about a book every 2 years. So in 20 years, you've still written 10 books. also prolific writer, right? Huge, massive writing career, right? 2 pages every Sunday morning. The other person has the same exact, they don't do that Sunday morning, they are a wannabe writer. They always said they could write, they talk about how they used to be, and nothing happens, right? So it's inspiring, I think, for a lot of people who feel frustrated they're not doing anything. So reading is another example where someone who reads very, doesn't read, and someone who's a prolific reader. I always think about the Tyler Cowen types. Like, how the hell do you read so much? It's infuriating. Like James Clear puts out his 10 favorite books of the year, his 20 favorite books of the year. Like, your 20 favorites? Now they're trying to just read 20 books, and that would be an amazing year. So, but the thing is, they're not doing something crazy in that school. They're just reading a half hour a night. We read a half hour a night. The calculation I came to is that you can read 1,000 books in 50 years. So, if someone who's 80 and they've read 1,000 books, between 30 and 80, they are really well read. They can delve deep into many nonfiction areas. They can be, an amazing fiction reader, avid fiction reader. And again, that's a half hour a day. Some people can do an hour, half hour in the morning audiobook, half hour at night in bed. Now they've read 2,000 books. So I think it's motivating, and you realize that a lot of times you think that the people who are doing amazing things and you're not, you think that there's a bigger gap between you and them than there really is. On the reading front, I'm a very slow reader, which is just a very frustrating fact about me. But I'm faster with audiobooks. And also it's just hard to get myself to read. But I've started doing audiobooks, and I'll wake up, throw it on, do it in the shower, brushing my teeth, making breakfast, dealing with the dogs, things like that, whatever, until I sit down. And I can read a book every week, a book every 10 days at that clip. And suddenly I'm this big reader because I'm just, while doing my morning stuff, I have it on. And also it's just fun, it makes the morning so fun. I'm having a great time the whole morning. So I'm so into this book. So I think that, audiobooks is another amazing gift to people who have a hard time reading.
I find that's actually an interesting skill. I do audiobooks quite a bit. Like, it's a skill to maintain, at least for me, probably the kind of books I read, which is often like history, or like there's a lot of content, and if you miss parts of it, you miss out on stuff. So it's a skill to maintain focus. At least for me.
The 10-second back button is very fast.
Oh,
so I just if I get lost in, sometimes if the book is so good, I'm thinking about what the person just said, and I just get, the skill for me is just remembering to pause. Yeah. And if I don't, no problem, just back. Just bring it back. So of course it's not that efficient. But I do the same thing when I'm reading. I'll read a whole paragraph and I was tuning in. Yeah.
I haven't actually even considered to try that. I've been so hard on myself maintaining focus because you do get lost in thought. Maybe I should try that.
Yeah, and when you get lost in thought, by the way, you're processing the book. That's not wasted time. That's your brain really categorizing and cataloging what you just read.
Well, there's several kinds of thoughts, right? There's thoughts related to the book, and there's a thought that it could take you elsewhere.
Well, I find that if I am continually thinking about something else, I just say I'm just positive. Especially in the shower or something, when that's sometimes when really great thoughts come up. I'm having all these thoughts about other stuff. I'm saying, clearly my mind wants to work on something else. I'll just pause it.
That's why, Dan Carlin, I'm thinking about something else right now.
Exactly. Also, you can, things like you have to head out to the store. Like, I probably read 20 pages on the trip, just walking back and forth, going to the airport. Flights, the Uber, and then you're walking through the airport, you're sitting in the security line. I'm reading the whole time. I know this is not groundbreaking. People know what audiobooks are, but I think that more people should probably get into them too. Because I know a lot of people, they have this stubborn kind of thing. I don't like. I like to have the paper book, I'm sure, but it's pretty fun to be able to read.
I still, to this day, I listen to a huge number of audiobooks and podcasts, but the most impactful experiences for me are still reading, and I read very, very slow. And it's very frustrating when, go to these websites that estimate how long a book takes on average. Those always
They do a page a minute, but I mean, at best, a page every 2 minutes at best.
At best, when you're really actually not pausing.
I just, my ADD, it's hard to keep focusing, and I also like to really absorb. And so on the other side of things, when I finish a book, 10 years later, I'll be like, that scene when this happens, and another friend read it. I don't remember any details. I'm like, I can tell you the entire. So I absorbed it, shit out of it. But I don't think it's worth it to have to read so much less in my life.
I actually, so in terms of going to the airport, in these like filler moments of life, I do a lot of this app called Anki. I don't know if you know about it. It's a space repetition app. So there's all of these facts I have. When I read, I write it down if I want to remember it, and you review it, and the things you remember, it takes longer and longer to bring back up. It's like flashcards, but a digital app. It's all Anki. I recommend it to a lot of people. There's a huge community of people that are just obsessed with it. Anki. So this is extremely well-known app and idea, like among students or like medical students, like people that really have to study. Like this is not like fun stuff. They really have to memorize a lot of things. They have to remember them well. They have to be able to integrate them with a bunch of ideas. So, and I find it really useful for like when you read history. If you think this particular factor, it'll probably be extremely useful for you because you're. That'd be interesting after thought because you talked about like opening up a trillion tabs and reading things. You probably want to remember some facts right along the way. Like you might remember, okay, this thing I can't directly put into writing, but it's a cool little factoid. I want to all the time store that in. Yeah, and that's when I go Anki, drop it in.
You can just drop it in.
Yeah,
and you drop in a line of a podcast or like a video.
Well,
I guess I can type it.
So yes, so Anki, there's a bunch of, it's called Space Repetition. There's a bunch of apps that are much nicer. Anki is the ghetto like Craigslist version, but it has a giant community because people are like, we don't want features, we want a text box. Like it's very stripped down. So you can drop in stuff. You can drop it.
That sounds really. I can't believe I have not come across this.
You actually, once you look, you realize that. How have I not come? You are the person.
Yeah.
I guarantee you'll probably write a blog about it. I can't believe you actually have it.
Well, it's also just like
your people too.
And my people say, "What do you write about?" Literally anything I find interesting. And so for me, once you start a blog, like your entire worldview comes with this big blog post. That's the lens I see everything through. But I'm constantly coming across something, or just a tweet, something that I'm like, "Ooh, I need to like share this with my readers." And my readers to me are like my friends who I'm like, I need to tell them about this. And so I feel like there's a place to I collect things in a document right now if it's like really good, but it's the little factoids and stuff like that. I think, especially if I'm learning something.
So the problem is when you say stuff, when you look at it, like tweet, and all that kind of stuff, is you also need to couple that with a system for review. Because what Anki does is like literally, it determines for me. I don't have to do anything. There's this giant pile of things I say, and it brings up to me, okay, here's, I don't know, when Churchill did something, right? I'm going to go World War II like a particular event. Here's that. Do you remember when that happened? And you say yes or no, or like you get to pick, you get to see the answer, and you get to self-evaluate how well you remember that fact. And if you remember well, it'll be another month before you see it again. If you don't remember, it'll bring it up again. That's a way to review tweets, to review concepts.
Yeah.
And it offloads the kind of the process of selecting which parts you're supposed to review and not. And if you grow that library, obviously medical students use it for like tens of thousands of facts.
It just gamifies it too. It's like you can passively sit back and the thing will like make sure you eventually learn it all. Versus you don't have to be the executive calling that like the program, the memorization program, someone else is handling it.
I would love to hear about like you trying it out or space repetition as an idea. There's a few other apps, but Anki's the big one.
I totally want to try it.
You've written and spoken quite a bit about procrastination. I, like you, suffer from procrastination, like many other people suffer in quotes. How do we avoid procrastination?
I don't think the suffer is in quotes. I think that's a huge part of the problem. Is that it's treated like a silly problem. People don't take it seriously as a dire problem, but it can be. It can ruin your life. There's we talked about the compiling concept with if you read a little, if you write 2 pages a week, you write a book every 2 years. You're a prolific writer, right? And the difference between, again, it's not that that person's working so hard. It's that they have the ability to, when they commit to something, like on Sunday morning, they write 2 pages. That's it. They respect. They have enough. They respect the part of them that made that decision is a respected character in their brain. And they say, well, I decided it, so I'm going to do it. Procrastinator won't do those 2 pages. That's just exactly the kind of thing the procrastinator will keep on their list and they will not do. But it doesn't mean they're any less talented than the writer who does the 2 pages. It doesn't mean they want it any less. Maybe they want it even more. And it doesn't mean that they wouldn't be just as happy having done it as the writer who does it. So what they're missing out on, if you're a writer who writes 10 books, bestsellers, and they go on these book tours, and they're so gratified with their career, and they think about what the other person is missing who does none of that, right? So that is a massive loss, and it's because the internal mechanism in their brain is not doing what the other person does. They don't have the respect for the part of them that made the choice. They feel like it's someone they can disregard. And so, to me, it's in the same boat as someone who is obese because their eating habits make them obese over time, or their exercise habits. That's a huge loss for that person. That person is the health problems and is just probably making them miserable. And it's self-inflicted, right? It's self-defeating, but that doesn't make an easy problem to fix just because you're doing it to yourself. So to me, procrastination is another one of these where you are the only person in your own way. You are, you are failing at something or not doing something that you really want to do. It doesn't have to be work. Maybe you want to get out of that marriage. But, you realize it hits you shouldn't be in this marriage. You should get divorced. And you wait 20 extra years before you do it, or you don't do it at all. That is, you're not living the life that you should be living, right? And so I think it's fascinating. Now, the problem is it's also a funny problem because there's short-term procrastination, which I talk about as, the kind that has a deadline. Now, some people, this is what I bring in, there's different characters, there's the panic monster comes in the room, and that's when you actually, the procrastinator can, there's different levels. There's the kind that even when there's a deadline, they stop panicking. They've given up, and they really have a problem. Then there's the kind that when there's a deadline, they'll do it, but they'll wait to the last second. Both of those people, I think, have a huge problem once there's no deadline. Because, and most of the important things in life, there's no deadline. Just, changing your career, becoming a writer when you never have been before, getting out of your relationship, doing whatever you need to, the changes you need to make in order to get into a relationship. And there's the thing after it,
Launching a startup,
right? Or once you've launched a startup, firing is someone that needs to be fired, right?
Yes.
I mean, going out for fundraising instead of just trying to, there's so many moments when the big change that you should be making that would completely change your life if you just did it, has no deadline. It just has to be coming from yourself. And I think that a ton of people have a problem where they think this delusion that, I'm going to do that. I'm definitely going to do that, but not this week, not this month, not today, because whatever. And they make this excuse again and again, and just they're on their list collecting dust. And so, yeah, to me, it is a very real suffering.
And the fix isn't fixing the habits. Just
I'm still working on the fix, first of all. So there is just that you have a boat that sucks and it's leaking and it's gonna sink. You can fix it with duct tape for a couple of, for a one ride or whatever. That's not really fixing the boat, but you can get you by. So there's duct tape solutions. Mm-hmm. To me, so the panic monster is the character that rushes into the room once the deadline gets too close or once there's some scary external pressure, not just from yourself. And that's a huge aid to a lot of procrastinators. Again, there's a lot of people who won't, do that thing, that write that book they wanted to write, but there's way fewer people who will not show up to the exam. Most people show up to the exam. So that's because the panic monster is going to freak out if they don't. So you can create a payment master. If you want to, you really want to write music, you really want to become a singer-songwriter, well, book a venue, tell 40 people about it. Say, hey, this day 2 months from now, come and see. I'm going to play you some of my songs. You now have a payment master. You're going to write songs. You're going to have it, right? So there's duct tape things. You can do things. People do. I've done a lot of this with a friend, and I say, if I don't get X done by a week from now, I have to donate a lot of money somewhere I don't want to donate.
And that's, you put that in the category of duct tape solutions.
Yeah, because it's not. Why do I need that, right? If I really had solved this is something I want to do for me. It's selfish. I just literally just want to be selfish here and do the work I need to do to get the goals I want to get, right? There's much. All the incentives should be in the right place, and yet if I don't say that, it'll be a week from now, I won't have done it. Something weird is going on. There's some resistance. There's some force that is in my own way, right? And so doing something where I have to pay all this money, okay, now I'll panic and I'll do it. So that's fixing the boat is something where I don't have to do that. I just will do the things that again, it's not, I'm talking about super crazy work ethic. Just like, for example, okay, I have a lot of examples because I have a serious problem that I've been working on. And in some ways I've gotten really successful at solving it. In other ways it's still floundering. So
You're the world's greatest duct taper.
yes, well, I'm pretty good at duct taping. I probably could be even better, and I'm
You're procrastinating at becoming a better duct taper.
literally yes. There's nothing I won't. So here's what I know what I should do. Right, it's very obvious is that I should wake up. I don't have to be crazy. I don't 6 a.m. or anything insane, or I'm not going to be one of those crazy people at 5:30 jogs. I'm going to wake up at whatever 7:30, 8:30, and I should have a block, like just say 9 to noon, where I get up and I just really quick make some coffee and
That's obvious because all the writers in history did exactly that.
some of them have done that. That's common. There's some that I like these writers. They do the late night sessions, but most of them they do wake
There's
up.
a session, but there's a session that's
Most writers write in the morning, and there's a reason. I don't think I'm different than those people. It's a great time to write. You're fresh, right? Your ideas from from dreaming have kind of collected. You have all new answers that you didn't have yesterday, and you can just go. But more importantly, if I just had a routine where I wrote from 9 to noon, weekdays, every week would have a minimum of 15 focused hours of writing, which doesn't sound like a lot, but it's a lot. But 15, no, this is no joke. This is, you're not, your phone's away, you're not talking to anyone, you're not opening your email, you are focused writing for 3 hours. That's a big week for most writers, right? So now what's happening is that every weekday is a minimum of a B. I'll give myself. An A might be, wow, I really just got to a flow and wrote for 6 hours and had, great. But it's a minimum of a B. I can keep going if I want. And every week is a minimum of a B. That's 15 hours, right? And if I just had to talk about compiling, this is the 2 pages a week. If I just did that every week, I'd achieve all my writing goals in my life. And yet, I wake up, and most days I just either I'll revenge procrastination late at night and go to bed way too late, and I'll wake up later and get on a bad schedule, and I just fall into these bad schedules, or I'll wake up and it's just I'll say I was going to do a few emails, and I'll open it up, and I'm texting, or I'll just go and I'll make a phone call, and I'll be on phone calls for 3 hours. It's always something.
Yeah.
Or I'll start writing, and then I hit a little bit of a wall. But because there's no this is a sacred writing block, I'll just hit the wall and say, well, this is icky, and I'll go do something else. So duct tape. What I've done is Waypawai has one employee, Alicia. She's the manager of lots of things. That's her role. She truly does lots of things. And one of the things we started doing is either she comes over and sits next to me where she can see my screen from 9 to noon. That's all it takes. The thing about procrastination is usually you're not kicking and screaming, I don't want to do this. It's the feeling of, in the old days when you had to go to class. And your lunch block is over and it's like, oh, shit, class in 5 minutes. Or it's Monday morning, you go, yeah. But you say, you go. You say, okay. And then you get to class and it's not that bad once you're there, right? You have a trainer, he's okay, next step. You go, okay. And you get it. That's all it is. It's some external thing being like, okay, I have to do this. And then you have that moment of like, this sucks, but I guess I'll do it. No one's there though. The problem with the procrastinators, they don't have that person in their head. Other people, I think, were raised with a sense of shame if they don't do stuff. And that stick in their head is hugely helpful. I don't really have that. And so Anyway, Alicia's sitting there next to me. So she's doing her own work. She can see my screen, and she, of all people, knows exactly what I should be doing, what I shouldn't be doing. That's all it takes. The shame of just having her see me while she's sitting there not working would just be too weird, too embarrassing. So I get it done, and it's amazing. It's a game changer for me. So duct tape can solve. Sometimes duct tape is enough, but I'm curious. I'm still trying to. What is going on?
Yeah.
I think part of it is that we are actually wired. I think I'm being very sane. Actually, what's happening? I'm not sane is not the right word. I'm being a natural human that we are not programmed to sit there and do homework of a certain kind that we get the results like 6 months later. Like that is not. So we're supposed to, conserve energy and like fulfill our needs as we need them and like do immediate things. And we're overriding our natural ways when we wake up and get to it. And I think sometimes because the pain, I think a lot of them are just avoiding suffering. And for a lot of people, the pain of not doing it is actually worse because they feel shame. So if they don't get up and take a jog and get up early and get to work, I'll feel like a bad person. And that is worse than doing those things. And then it becomes a habit eventually, and it becomes just easy and automatic. It becomes, I do it because that's what I do. But I think that if you don't have a lot of shame necessarily, the pain of doing those things is worse in the immediate moment than not doing it.
But I think that there's this feeling that you capture with your body language, and so I don't want to do another set. That feeling, the people I've seen that are good at not procrastinating are the ones that have trained themselves to like the moment they would be having that feeling, it's like Zen hairstyles, and you don't experience that feeling.
Yeah.
You just march forward. Like I talked to Elon about this a lot actually offline. It's like he doesn't have this.
No,
it's
clearly
like,
not.
It's the way I think he talks about it, the way I think about it is it's like you just pretend you're like a machine running the algorithm. Like you know this, you should be doing this. Not because somebody told you one. This is probably the thing you want to do. Like look at the big picture of your life and just run the algorithm. Like ignore your feelings, just run it.
Like frame it differently.
Yeah.
You can frame it as like it can feel like homework, or it can feel like you're living your best life or something when you're doing your work.
Yeah. And maybe you reframe it, but I think ultimately it's whatever reframing you need to do. You just need to do it for a few weeks, and that's how the habit is formed, and you stick with it. Like I'm now on a kick where I exercise every day. It doesn't matter what that exercise is. It's not serious. It could be 200 push-ups. It's the thing that like I make sure I exercise every day. It's become way easier because of the habit. And I just and I don't like at least with exercise because it's easier to replicate that feeling. I don't allow myself to go like doing this.
Right. Well, I think about that. You just like little things. Like I brush my teeth before I go to bed, and it's just a habit.
Yeah.
And it is effort. Like if it were something else, I would be like, oh, I'm going to the bathroom, do that. And I'm just going to lie down right now. But it doesn't even cross my mind. It's just like I just robotically go and do it.
Yeah.
And it almost has become like a nice routine. It's like, oh, this is part of the night. It's like morning routine for me stuff. It's like that stuff is kind of just like automated.
And it's funny because you don't like go. Like, I don't think I've skipped many days. I don't think I skipped any days brushing my teeth.
Right.
Like, unless I didn't have a toothbrush, like out in the woods or something. But what is that? It's
Well,
annoying.
to me, there's so the character that makes me procrastinate is the instant gratification. That's what I play with it, right? And there's the rational decision maker and the instant gratification. These battle with each other. But for procrastinator, the monkey wins.
Yeah.
I think monkeys, when you read about this kind of stuff, I think that this kind of more primitive brain is always winning. And in non-procrastinators, that primitive brain is on board for some reason, and isn't resistant. So, but when I think about brushing my teeth, it's like the monkey doesn't even think there's an option to not do it. So it doesn't even there's no hope. The monkey has no hope there. So it doesn't even get involved. It's just like, we have to just kind of robotically just it's kind of like Stockholm syndrome, just like, oh, no, I have to do this. It doesn't even wake up. It's like, yeah, we're doing this. For other things, the monkey's like, ooh, no. Most days I can win this. And so the monkey puts up that fierce resistance, and it's like it's a lot of it's like the initial transition. So I think of it as like jumping in a cold pool, where it's like I will spend a whole day pacing around the side of the pool in my bathing suit, just feeling I don't want to have that 1 second that when you first jump in, it sucks. And then once I'm in, once I jump in, I'm usually, once I start riding, suddenly I'm like, oh, this isn't so bad. Okay, I'm kind of into it. And then sometimes you can't carry me wet, then I suddenly I get into a flow. So it's like once I get into cold water, I don't mind it. But I will spend hours standing around the side of the pool. And by the way, I do this in a more literal sense. When I go to the gym with a trainer, in 45 minutes, I do a full ass workout, and it's not because I'm having a good time, but it's because it's that you have to go to class, right? But when I go to the gym alone, I will literally do a set and then dick around my phone for 10 minutes before the next set, and I'll spend over an hour there doing that. So it is the transition. Once I'm actually doing the set, I'm never like I don't want to stop a minute. Now it's just like I want to do this, and I feel happy I just did it. So there's something about transitions that is very. That's why procrastinators are late a lot of places. I will procrastinate getting ready to go to the airport. I know I should leave at 3, so I cannot be stressed. I'll leave at 3:36, and I'll be super stressed. Once I'm on the way to the airport, immediately I'm like, why didn't I do this earlier? Now I'm back on my phone doing what I was doing. I just had to get in the damn car or whatever. So there's some very, very odd, irrational.
Yeah, like I was waiting for you to come in. You said that you're running a few minutes late, and I was like, I'll go get a coffee because I can't possibly be the one who's early.
Right.
I can't. I don't understand. I'm always late to stuff, and I know it's disrespectful in the eyes of a lot of people. I can't help this. But you know what I'm doing ahead of it? It's not like I don't care about the people. I'm often like, for this conference, I'll be preparing more.
Right.
It's like I obviously care about the person.
It's misinterpreted as like there are some people that like show up late because they kind of like that quality in themselves, and that's a thing, right? There's a lot of those people, but more often it's someone who shows up frazzled and they feel awful. They're furious at themselves.
Yeah,
so regretful.
Exactly.
I mean, that's me. And also, all you have to do is look at those people alone running through the airport. Right? They're not being disrespectful to anyone there. They just look at this on themselves. Like,
you tweeted a quote by James Bond saying, quote, I imagine one of the reasons people cling to their hate so stubbornly is because they sense once hate is gone, they will be forced to deal with the pain. What has been a painful but formative experience in your life? Or what's the flavor, the shape of your pain that fuels you?
I mean, honestly, the first thing that jumped to mind is my own battles against myself to get my work done, because it affects everything. When I just took 5 years in this book, and granted it's a beast. I probably would have taken 2 or 3 years, but it didn't need to take 5. And that was a lot of not just that I'm not working, that I'm over researching. I'm adding in things I shouldn't, because I'm perfectionist. Being a perfectionist about I learned that, now I want to get it in there. I know I'm going to end up cutting it later. Just or I over outline, something until, trying to get it perfect, but I know that's not possible. So making a lot of immature kind of, I know I'm not actually that much of a writing amateur. I've written, including my old blog. I've been a writer for 15 years. I know what I'm doing. I can advise other writers really well. And yet I do a bunch of amateur things that I know while I'm doing it, I know I'm being an amateur. So that it hurts the actual product. It makes, B, it's waste your precious time. C, when you're mad at yourself, when you're in a negative, self-defeating spiral, it almost inevitably you'll be less good to others. I used to, early on in my now marriage, one of the things we always used to do is I used to plan mystery dates. New York City, great place for this. I'd find some weird little adventure for us. It could be anything. And I wouldn't tell her what it was. I said, I'm reserving you for Thursday night, etc. Okay. And it was such a fun part of our relationship. Started writing this book and got to a really bad, personal space where I was in my head, I was I can't do anything until this is done. No. And I just stopped ever valuing joy of any kind. I was no, that's when I'm done. And that's a trap very quickly, because I always think it's going to be 6 months away, but actually 5 years later, I'm wow, I really wasn't living fully for 5 years. Is not, we don't live very long. It's about your prime decades. That's a sixth of my prime years. Wow, that's a huge loss. So to me, that was excruciating. And there was a bad pattern, a very unproductive, unhelpful pattern for me, which is I wake up in the morning in this great mood. Great mood every morning. Wake up, thrilled to be awake. I have the whole day ahead of me. I'm going to get so much work done today. But first I'm going to do these other things. It's all going to be great. And then I end up kind of failing for the day with those goals. Usually, sometimes miserably, sometimes only partially. And then I get to bed probably a couple hours later than I wanted to. And that's when all the real reality hits me. Suddenly, so much regret, so much anxiety, furious at myself, wishing I could take a time machine back 3 months, 6 months, a year, or just even to the beginning of that day. And just tossing and turning now. I mean, this is a very bad place. That's why I said suffering. Really, procrastinators suffer in a very serious way. So, look, I know this probably sounds like a lot of first world problems, and it is, but it's real suffering as well. Like, it's so to me, it's like it's painful because you're not being being as good a friend or a spouse or whatever as you could be. So not treating yourself very well. Usually not being very healthy in these moments. You're often, and I'm not being good to my readers. So it's just a lot of this, and it's like it feels like it's one small tweak away. Sometimes it's like that's what I said. It's like you just suddenly were just doing that 9 to 12, and you get in that habit. Everything else falls into place. All of this reverses. So I feel hopeful, but it's like it is I haven't fixed the book yet. I have some good duct tape.
And you also don't want to romanticize it, because it is true that some of the greats in history, especially writers, suffer from all the same stuff. Like they weren't quite able. I mean, you might only write for 2 or 3 hours a day, but the rest of the day is often spent, like kind of tortured.
Oh, right. This is the irrational thing. Like and this goes for a lot of people's jobs. People, especially who. people work for themselves. You'd be shocked how much you could wake up at 9 or 8 or 7 or whatever, get to work and stop at 1, but you're really focused in those hours, 1 or 2, and do 25 really focused hours of stuff, productive a week, and then there's 112 waking hours in the week, right? So we're talking about 80-something hours of free time. You can live, if you're just really focused in your, yin and yang of your time, that's my goal, is black and white time. I really focused time, and then totally like clean conscience free time. Right now, I have neither. It's a lot of gray. It's a lot of I should be working, but I'm not. Oh, I'm wasting this time. This is bad, and it's just this mess. So if you can just get really good at the black and the white, so you just wake up and it's just like full work, and then I think a lot of people have like all this free time, but instead I'll do those same 3 hours. It's like you said, I'll do them really late at night or whatever after having tortured myself the whole day and not had any fun. It's not like I'm having fun. I call it a dark playground, right? Which is where you are when you know you should be working, but you're doing something else. You're doing something fun on paper, but it feels awful. And so I spend a lot of time with that.
And you know you should be doing it, and you still do it. Yeah,
it's not clean conscience fun. It's bad. It's toxic. And I think that there's something about you're draining yourself all the time. And if you just did your focused hours, and then if you actually have good, clean fun can be anything. Reading a book can be hanging out with someone. Can be really fun. You can go and do something cool in the city. That is critical. You're recharging somehow your psyche, and I think it makes it easier to actually work the next day. And I say this from the experience when I have had good stretches. It's like you're what it is. It's like you feel like you're fist pounding. One part of your brain fist pounding the other part. Like you're like we got it. Like we treat ourselves well. Like is how you internally feel. Like I treat myself, and it's like it's work time, and then later you're like now it's playtime. It's like okay, back to work. And you're in this very healthy like parent-child relationship in your head versus like this constant conflict, and like the kid doesn't respect the parent hates the kid. Like
and you're right. It always feels like it's like one fix away, so that there's hope. And I guess so much of what you said just rings so true. I guess I have the same kind of hope.
But this podcast is very regular. I'm impressed. And I think partially there is a bit of a duct tape solution here, which is you just because it's always easy to schedule stuff for the future for myself, right? Because that's future Tim, and future Tim is not my problem. So I'll schedule all kinds of shit for future Tim, and I will not do it. But in this case, you can schedule podcasts, and you have to show up.
They have to show up.
Right. It seems like a good medium for procrastination.
This is not this is what I do for fun.
I know, but at least this is the kind of thing, especially if it's not your main thing. Especially if it's not your main thing, it's the kind of thing that you would dream of doing and want to do and never do. And I feel like your regular production here is a sign that something is working, at least in this regard.
In this regard, but I'm sure you have this same kind of thing with the podcast. In fact, because you're going to be doing the podcast, it's possible the podcast becomes what the podcast is for me.
This is you procrastinating. If you think about being 80 and if you can get to that person's head and look back and be like, just deep regret, yearning, you could do anything to just go back and have done this differently. That is desperation. It's just you don't feel it yet. It's not in you yet. The other thing you could do is if you have a partner, if you want to partner with someone, now you can say, we meet these 15 hours every week. And at that point, you're going to get it done. So working with someone can help.
Yeah, that's why they say like a co-founder is really powerful for many reasons, but that's kind of one of them. Because actually, for the startup case, unlike writing, perhaps it's really like 100-hour plus thing. Like once you really launch, you go all in. Like everything else just disappears. Like you can't even have a hope balanced life for a little bit. So, and their co-founder really helps. That's the idea. You're one of the most interesting people on the internet. So, as a writer, you look out into the future. Do you dream about certain things you want to still create? Is there projects that you want to write? Is there movies you want to write or direct or
endless?
So just endless ideas.
There's specific list of things that really excite me, but it's a big list that I know I'll never get through. And that's part of why the last 5 years really, when I feel like I'm not moving as quickly as I could, it bothers me because I have so much genuine excitement to try so many different things, and I get so much joy from finishing things. I don't like doing things, but a lot of writers are like that. publishing something is hugely critical and makes it all worth it. Or just finishing something you're proud of, putting it out there and people appreciate it. It's like the best thing in the world, right? Every kid makes some little bargain with themselves, has a little, a dream or something. And I feel like when I do something, that I make something, and this, for me it's been mostly writing, and I feel proud of it, and I put it out there. I feel like I'm like fist pounding my 7-year-old self. Like there's a little I owe it to myself to do certain things, and I just did one of the things I owe. I just paid off some debt to myself. I owed it, and I paid it, and it feels great. It feels like very it just feel very a lot of inner peace. So the more things I can do, and I just have fun doing it, right? And so it's for me that includes a lot more writing. I just short blog posts. I write very long blog posts, but basically short writing in the form of blog posts is a great. I love that medium. I want to do a lot more of that. Books yet to be seen. I'm going to do this. I'm going to have another book I'm going to do right after, and we'll see if I like those two. And if I do, I'll do more. Otherwise, I won't. But I also want to try other mediums. I want to make more video.
What's new? Where you got? Where you heading?
I'm going to be in with the grapevine.
Very cool. Did you take your time? Did you make your way?
No, I'll make my way down there around like 5 in the morning. So I can meet the traffic.
Where's up?
Got some Burbank and all that shit. All that. Some traffic.
Absolutely. Did you take your test?
You know, I'm probably just going to save that for later. But I don't know if I'm as enthusiastic as I was before.
You know what they'll tell me? Go ahead. Go ahead.
I just think $20 an hour.
Yeah, I mean that's just the lowest pay. I mean they have other spots. I think you can make up $80.
Unfortunately, I don't necessarily have the education
Yeah,
in that sector to qualify for that.
I get that. They're making claims to make $1,600. Well, I saw another one. That's just what they claim to make $1,600 a week, like coding from home. I saw another thing. I was thinking about it. Is where you test gaming. You test games on your computer.
I would like to do that,
Right.
but I just don't know how much it pays.
Yeah, it's like $5 a game, so I don't really have to have it, but yeah, I'm just looking it up.
I thought I lost it this week. I'm over here by Bakersfield, but on the pod, like Monday or so.
Sure. Yeah, so they have paid game testers. I've never done it. I might try it just to see if it works for you. Paid.
How long do you have to play the game? You have to complete the whole game? I think
You're asking what kinds of questions, and I don't necessarily have the answers. All right. I think it's okay. To give feedback on it. Let's see what their reviews say. top 3 best apps to get paid on. I feel like they could be more profile and test the rating. Okay, it worked pretty well so far and actually paid out. Truly make money to spend a game. It took me a year to reach $70. So that's yeah, that's about. Um,
I can just buy a fucking stomach probably make $70 like per load.
there's another one that I think might work pretty hard. You could do it for fun. Surveys, just surveys. Make money that way. Do you know what Big Cut or do you know what Kiltony is?
Yeah.
It's the largest live podcast in the world. It's going to be on in 14 minutes. I've got these photos.
I thought Joe Rogan's podcast.
It's not in front of a live audience. So this one's in front of a live audience. It's actually gone from YouTube to Netflix. So that's a pretty big jump for a podcast.
Oh yes, yes. They must have had so much funding from Netflix that they had a giant system.
Yeah. So they've been doing it 12 years, and it's part of Joe Rogan's podcast group, basically. And they've sold out the Forum in LA. They've sold out Madison Square Garden. They've sold out a bunch of places. So like some really big venues. And it's funny. It's not. It's just basically you get amateur comedians who have a minute, and what they do is just try to make people laugh as much as they can within 1 minute, and then they're interviewed, and they usually have like a guest panel. Like tonight, they have James McCann, who's like probably the hottest Australian comedian out there right now, and Congan, who started on the show many years ago, and then it's hosted by Tony Hinchcliffe and Brian Redband. Redband is the guy who Joe Rogan started the Joe Rogan Experience with. Do you know who Jamie is on Joe Rogan? Okay, well, basically, like he was kind of like the co-host for many years. So that's going to be on in check that out. I always like watching it. It's like probably my favorite show. Um, so yeah, feel free to watch along with me. And I've got my bots. So my bots are doing well. They are. Here's what people have said about me recently. I mean, like they work extremely. I mean, in the amount of time we've just spoken, somebody probably would have said something. So let's see what this is. I mean, it's hard. Like I'm talking to you. I'm not doing anything. I mean, I've just got these bots working really well. And so here we go. 1 minute ago, somebody wrote "fuck off, Rabbi." Look, yeah. 21 minutes ago, please talk with Rabbi in Discord. 30 minutes ago, what is the Discord right now? That's what they asked. 37 minutes ago, I will not talk to Rabbi in Discord. I will not talk to anyone in Discord. 39 minutes ago, could Blue Sky do something about this Discord Rabbi motherfucker has blocked him thrice today? 58 minutes ago, someone gave the block list for this fucking Discord Rabbi group. That's just the word Rabbi. Like, there's all kinds of stuff that people have that I don't even know what they're talking about. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 messages an hour. So that's like once every 10 minutes. That's what I wanted to do. That's exactly what I wanted to do. I want people to come in here. Somebody's going to see it, and they will eventually. I mean, eventually, I've become like a meme on this platform. Like people make their own. Somebody made a meme of me today. It's very funny. So basically, the more and more I spam, it's this picture of a. It was really good. So let me scroll and find it. It was very funny. Sure. It was. No, no, right, I understand. Um, let's see here. How do I? It's very funny. Oh, here it is. Yeah, okay. This guy's pretty funny. I'll send it to you. I mean, I streamed there for quite some time. I don't really, I mean, I'm in the different Amazon Kidney program. I really like that program. It's very scammy. I just have to go there. So I mean, they just do it because I've become like my own name on this platform. Let's see if anybody else has mentioned me. It's like once every 10 minutes somebody makes something and like screenshots me and doesn't go on. Leave me alone, Rabbi. That doesn't count. Also, Rabbi, real God's relentless. Mental health, like same hour, with the last 100 minutes. You're going to delete, but please talk with Rabbi and just put in him post because I don't want someone to accidentally click the link. But that was a huge spam. Really kept people out. So like each one of these has other people who type on it. The fucking Rabbi Discord is bad. What is happening? Somebody writes with a screenshot of my screen. Yeah, that's the kind of thing I'm talking about, Rabbi. They wrote, Blue Sky only has one official rabbi. I mean, there's just a lot. So these bots are going, and I've been very successful with them. I mean, I don't want to say I don't have to do anything. I have to make sure that they continue to work. And if they ever get banned, I have to do some adjustments. But like, it's free advertising, and that's what I need. And um, and well, I need my bots for this platform. So I mean, I'm not selling. Oh, I mean, how many accounts? I got 3 bots primary. I got some others that I've made on phones that work as well. Correct. Blue Sky. Yeah. Oh, that's different. That's on Discord. That's just with Discord messages. Whenever I start a new stream, that comes up. But yeah, that one that comes up on Discord is just anybody who is in my Discord if you want to watch my live stream. And then these ones that are on Blue Sky, they don't even spam anybody. What they're doing is spamming likes. But I made the name, please join Rabbi, please talk to Rabbi in Discord, or please join Rabbi Discord, and so every time it likes, like every time one of these things likes someone, it sends the person a notification, and so it's as good as a message, and that's great for me because, like I said, people out of nowhere who didn't know about me before are learning about me. I mean, like if this bot, you might know, like if this bot goes for another month like this, I'll be famous. And that's exciting. Um, yeah. And I mean, there are just so many. I would imagine that people, I've had hundreds of people tweet about me or whatever. It's not called tweeting, but Blue Sky stuff. And Blue Sky is, I think, better than Twitter in a lot of ways. There isn't any advertising on it, so you don't have to worry about how less than marketing. And it's just, it's very nice. So with that, I'm going to set up. Yeah. I mean, it doesn't have any. What up, Zoo? It doesn't have any advertising. All right. Well, your boy from your hometown's going to be on Kill Tony right now. Well, you just mute whatever one is causing an echo. But just one moment. It'll be fixed in a second. Zoot, your boy. Way to represent the land down under. Fuck yeah, man. You're being a shitty patriot. It premieres in less than 1 minute. Here we go. We're saying 2 minutes. You hold it and turn down the sound. They're all just people trying to make people laugh. So maybe 60 seconds to just people trying to laugh. You want to play? Dude. Dude. Dude.
Coming live from the Comedy Mothership here in Austin, Texas. We're bringing up the Center Kill Tony. Get up and Tony. Let's go! Who's ready for the best fucking night of their lives, huh? Thanks so much for red, everybody. How about one more time for the best damn band in the land? Come on. Fernando Castillo, Raul Vallejo, Carlos Sosa, Michael Gonzalez, Nachos Belgrande, Chorizo, Chalupa, Huevos Rancheros. We got the great Matt Mueling on the electric guitar tonight. Lacking vitamin D. Speaking of D, on the bass guitar, that is D madness. Oh my goodness, what a show we have lined up for you guys on this beautiful Monday evening. Before we get started, here's a little bit more of the amazing sponsors that made it all possible. Here we go. You guys ready to start tonight's show? This is Kill Tony, brought to you by ExpressVPN, ZipRecruiter, Prize Picks, and Tacovas. Every single week, I book two of the best guests humanly possible. What I love about this show tonight is that this is a of the guests of the year. People that came through in the clutch for me when the entire world was against me.
I follow.
these two words. Let's go. We're on the end of demo 3. When it's dark, I'm down to play with Tony and Schmidt. And they're back here with huge projects selling out around the country. Two of my favorite comedians in the world, two of the best guests in Kill Tony history, including the first regular ever on the show. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for James McCann and Kim Congdon. Yeah. Yeah. Kim, have a seat there. James, come over here. Right here, James. Over here. There they are, two of the best. James McCann is back. Many people saying a frontrunner for Guest of the Year 2025.
There's a lot of fellow autistic men out there looking after their own very proud.
Take me back. I love James McCann. He's doing his first ever American tour.
That's right, Tony.
Get tickets.
Well, we're doing Georgia. We're doing other places too. 11 days.
Is one of the best comedians around here at the mothership and all around the part of the show. GUINNESS, somehow Ozzy is from Australia. He found you, he takes you around doing arenas all around the world.
Yes, and it's so good to be at first, but at some point he's going to try and fuck me. And he never did.
That's true.
He never did. He hasn't. He's actually a good man.
That's how I always felt about Rogan. I'm still waiting for it at some point.
Yeah.
I've always been waiting. I'm like, there's got to be a reason here. I mean, I know I'm good. I know he sees me work hard, but at any point he's just going to grab me by my waist and do whatever he wants with me. And it never happened.
Yeah, because they're like, he can't be blowjobs forever.
You son of a bitch.
Get your mind in the cross.
No. I did not invite you here to make jokes like that, Kim.
Hello.
Kim Congdon, the first ever regular in Kill Tony history, writing and performing a new minute every week 12 fucking years ago. Back with her. Anyone who's watching now, you're a legend. Doing great. Box 14 by 15. Take over. So you guys know all about the show. You guys are better than me. Over 200 human innocent souls signed up for the opportunity to pull up those. Redneck, fucking stunt man, pull the first name, so a fat boy. Oh yeah. And like that, it has begun. While they go wrangle that comedian, and pull their name, they get 60 seconds. Another time is like the sound of a kid. As they go around, but I'm not also maybe it was Hollywood Bear, generates the video that we all talk about. That one of those things that reminds me of you guys ready to start to make fucking show. Great. Your first comedian doing an uninterrupted minute tonight is one of our favorite old-time, good old fucking golden ticket winners. This guy, a legend, used to be a fucking fraudster on the streets, and now regularly doing spots with me on the road, with the Killers of Kill Tony, with his own things, with Cam Patterson, always working. It is America's favorite uncle. Make some noise. This is a new minute from David Jolly, everybody. Here we go.
How y'all doing tonight, white people in Puerto Rico? Hell yeah. It's been 21 months since I had a drink. That's pretty fucking cool, right? Hell yeah. I had to do it cold turkey because I tried to do it like with the AA meetings at first. But every time I went to an AA meeting, I needed a fucking drink. Them people lives be miserable as hell. You know what I mean? Like, God damn, do it already, bitch. Nobody gonna miss your ass. It got to the point where I started going to the meetings and I just spiked coffee. You know what I mean? Get you back to your regular self, you know? Then it got so bad, I started coming to the meeting drunk. I started coming to the meeting drunk. They'll kick me out of the meeting.
adult right now. No, you can't kick that to AAD. This is to the AAD and it's a PTAD. Alright, that ain't good. Since I got him. Hey, alright, that's my time. Thank y'all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
One of my favorite lines in all of comedy. That didn't go as well as I thought it was.
Yeah. Really, you know? Yeah. Well, it's like July 12th or something. I just had to pick a number and I have to count that wheel sometimes for the person. So it's like 21, 22, some shit like that. It's been a. I was trying to fuck on your team. Yeah.
What is a big day of celebration for you? Do you tend to be happy?
You know, I mean, every day I wake up and do that, man. I'm alive, man. You know, like I got a good fucking life. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you do.
You feel me? Like I'm doing real well. But like,
You used to be a real troublemaker. Is that side of you ever creep up? Do you ever like urge to like write a thing chapter?
well, not. See, the way what I do now is a lot of people don't know about this, but sometimes at night, me and Joe Rogan go dress up like Batman and beat the shit out of homeless people. So,
Wow.
Yeah.
He's Batman.
You're Robin, but it's spelled R-O-B-I-N apostrophe.
Yeah, you know how to spell it, motherfucker. That's it. That's fucking it. Yeah.
With a hard R.
It's gotta be a hard R, you know? It ain't right without a hard R.
Absolutely.
It's like a hard dick, ain't it right, Tony?
I love those. We love those. What else is going on, David Jolly?
Shit, man, I was in Portland this weekend. That was pretty fucking cool.
Oh,
Portland.
oh, there you go.
Y'all understand what I'm saying? Man. Portland, Oregon, that place is pretty cool, you know.
What's cool about it?
Shit, I was smoking weed walking down the road and shit. Just police walk by and they ain't bothering.
Well, you were the first black man I had ever seen.
You're right. No, they say you came first. That's who shows you was. You know what I'm saying? I was helping too, but it was cool. I seen a crackhead smoking like a crack pipe right in front of the courthouse. It was crazy. I'm sure everything legal out there.
Was it a mirror in front of you?
Hey, fuck you, Tony. Fuck you, motherfucker.
Yeah.
I love you.
I went to Portland once, and it was the gayest homeless people I'd ever seen. I don't want to.
They wasn't a whole lot of homeless people, though. It wasn't that many when I was at. Like, right there by the club.
Single might have played that out.
Yeah, Portland's an absolute crazy place.
Terrible. Yeah, it wasn't that bad when I was at. I didn't really, research. I didn't really like drive around looking for that.
Fun fact about Portland. It puts comedians that makes still to this day vaccinated for COVID running in this theater. So you can sit around a bunch of people and sing 5 times a year.
I did that too. The other thing they have like the sign language, and I did a set in Portland with the sign language right during my set. And halfway through the set, she just crossed her arms and refused to communicate what I was saying to the theater.
Very liberal there.
It's very liberal. I feel like the police in Portland locked their doors when they said that.
Well, hey, the show, she was there on Saturday. As soon as I got up stage, I was like, nigga. She was doing all kind of shit when I had. Wow. She was like, she got stopped that morning.
She was calling the police and sign language.
She was basically that was going on.
Well, way to get the show started. You did it. That's a few 50 seconds. David Jolly. And it has begun. Here we go. All right, let me just say, you don't need to shake everybody's hand as they go off this. It's good that you did it with David. You know David.
There's an opportunity to do a cool black.
This theater.
sit around a bunch of people that get sick 5 times a year. And at least you feel like you did something. I think that the other thing they have like what is it, the sign language, right? And I did a sit in Portland with the sign language right during my sit. Halfway through the sit, she just crossed her arms and refused to communicate.
Hey, this is Rabbi coming live from the company mothership here in Austin, Texas. For a brand new episode of Tony. Get up and Tony. Let's go!
Who's ready for the best fucking night of their lives, huh? Yay! Excellent surrender, everybody. How about one more time for the best stand band in the land? Come on. Fernando Castillo, Raul Vallejo, Carlos Sosa, Michael Gonzalez, Nachos Belgrande, Chorizo, Carlos Sosa, Michael Gonzalez, Nachos Belgrande, Chorizo, Chalupa, Huevos Rancheros. We got the great Matt Muelling on the electric guitar tonight. Lacking vitamin D. Speaking of D, on the bass guitar, that is D madness, ladies and gentlemen. Oh my goodness, what a show we have lined up for you guys on this beautiful Monday evening. Before we get started, here's a little bit more from the amazing sponsors that give it all once again. Here we go. You guys ready to start tonight's show? This is Kill Tony, brought to you by ExpressVPN, ZipRecruiter, Prize Picks, and Tacovas. Every single week, I book 2 of the best guests humanly possible. What I love about this show tonight is that this is a booking of 2 of my favorite guests of the year, 2 of my favorite guests, people that came through in the clutch for me when the entire world was against me. Immediately after the Madison Square Garden that I did last year, bringing up to bringing it up now. A lot of people canceled, a lot of people wanted to stay away. These 2 comedy fucking words, let's go, for me, I'm down for evil, and it's dark. I'm down to play. They are back here with huge projects selling out around the country. 2 of my favorite comedians in the world, 2 of the best guests in Kill Tony history, including the first regular ever on the show. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for James McCann and King Kongman. Yeah. Yeah. Cam, have a seat there. James, come over here. Right here, James. Over here. There they are, 2 of the best. James McCann is back. many people saying a frontrunner for guest of the year 2025.
There's a lot of fellow autistic men out there looking after their art. Very proud. It's great to be back.
I love it.
Listen, how are you? Excellent, excellent. How'd you find out about it, Richard? I remember your voice, yeah. How'd you find out about it? You have not. Oh, yeah, now I remember. Yeah, now I know. Yeah, I'm watching Kill Tony. How you living, Bill? Dude, living the dream, dog. Every day's a holiday, every meal's a feast. It is the debut, premiere, I should say, of the newest Kill Tony. Absolutely. Are you live on Kick right now? I got you. Yeah, now I know exactly. Apologies, I get a lot of people and I don't remember everybody, but I recognized your voice. So, what's been good since we last spoke? Excellent. Well, I've got my bots going. You want to hear what kind of havoc they've been wreaking recently? No, it's free. I use a program, like a macro program, but I use it for free. And I just have 3 laptops going. Alright, so 34 minutes, somebody said, fuck off, Rabbi. 54 minutes ago, please talk with Rabbi in Discord. Oh, this is all on Blue Sky, which is like the cable alternative. An hour ago, what is Discord, Rabbi? I'm afraid to ask. An hour ago, I will not talk to Rabbi in Discord. I will not talk to anyone in Discord. 1 hour ago, can Blue Sky do something about this Discord, Rabbi motherfucker? I blocked him like twice today. Someone give me a block list for this fucking Discord, Rabbi, please. Somebody wrote an hour ago, leave me alone, Rabbi. I made a huge screenshot of all my spam to them. I'm not spamming them. I just have my accounts are just automatically liking people's posts. But in the post, it gives my links to my Discord. An hour ago, Rabbi spammed the blacklisted. Another person an hour ago. Please talk with Rabbi in Discord now. Another person. We've got the top ones are. Alright, so people say, oh my god, I'm not going to join Rabbi's Discord. Another person can't believe it. Another person made a meme of me earlier today, and it was pretty funny. It's just like the first frame of somebody that's showing you an ID. You know him, and then the next is like 2 kids from the 2 cartoon kids saying, no, he's been terrorizing us all month. Next one, please join Rabbi's Discord. Does Rabbi have a Discord? Yeah, so they're working very well. How's Kick? Excellent. How's Kick treating you? Are you certainly? Are you verified on Kick or whatever KCIP or Kick partner now? Of all the people who should be Kick partners, should be you. All right. Yeah, but I kind of think I'm not gambling live here. Can't beat that, but what I mean to say is I can't see the programming for these things, so I don't know all the odds and such, and it could very easily be rigged. Look, I learned back in the day there was this thing called Go Dog. And I used to play poker against it, and I always used to lose, just like on the last hand because of bots. And so, that just they can get you that way. What game are you playing on poker? On gambling? What's that? Oh no, I'm good. Oh yeah, please have them join me here. But yeah, I don't gamble. All right, you know something? Oh, absolutely, I'm down for that. 100%. Are you a fan of Tony? Oh, dude. Okay, so this is the premiere, and it just started. So feel free to chill here, and we'll watch the premiere of Kill Tony. Okay? It's just gone. It was picked up by Netflix, so it's also on Netflix now as well.
James McCann. He's doing his first ever American tour.
That's right, Tiny.
Get tickets.
Well, we're doing Georgia. We're doing other places too. 11 days.
Is one of the best comedians around. Here at the mothership and all around the world, part of the GUINNESS things, how Bobby came from Australia. He found you, he takes you around doing arenas all around the world.
Yes, and it was so good to me at first. I thought at some point he's going to try and fuck me. And he never did. He never did. He hasn't. He's actually a good man.
That's how I always felt about Rogan. I'm still waiting for it at some point.
Yeah.
I've always been waiting. I'm like, there's gotta be a reason here. I mean, I know I'm good. I know he's being worked hard, but at any point he's just gonna grab me by my waist and do whatever he wants to do. And it never happened.
Yeah, because they're like, you can't be blowjobs forever.
You son of a bitch.
Get your mind
No.
out of the box. Now. Now.
I did not invite you here to make jokes like that, Kim. Kim Congdon, the first ever regular in Quill Tony history, writing and performing a new minute every week 12 fucking years ago. Back when barely anyone was watching. Now you're a legend. Doing it right after Oxnard and 14 and 15. Congdon.com, the Congdon Takeover. So you guys know all about the show. You guys are veterans of the game. Over 200 human innocent souls signed up for the opportunity to pull out this back. Red band. Stunt man. Pull the first name. This little fat boy. Oh yeah. And like that, it has begun. While they go wrangle that comedian, when I pull their name, they get 60 seconds. For their time is up, and you have the sound of the clip. That means they have to wrap it up there. Most of them have a name. Here's Hollywood Bear. Should wrap something in our conducting interview, and then we all talk together. But you guys are so fucking show. Great. Your first comedian doing an uninterrupted minute tonight is one of our favorite old-time, good old fucking golden ticket winners. This guy, a legend, used to be a fucking fraudster on the streets, and now regularly doing spots with me on the road, with the Killers of Kill Tony, with his own things, with Cam Patterson, always working. It is America's favorite uncle. Make some noise. This is a new minute from David Jolly, everybody. Here we go.
It's been 21 months since I had a drink. That's pretty fucking cool, right? Yeah. I had to do it cold turkey because I tried to do it like with the AA meetings at first. But every time I went to an AA meeting, I needed a fucking drink. Them people lives be miserable as hell. You know what I mean? Like, God damn, do it already, bitch. Nobody gonna mix your ass. It got to the point where I started going to the meetings and I just spiked the coffee. You know what I mean? Get you back to your regular self, you know? Then it got so bad, I started coming to the meetings and dropping the head, you know? I started coming to the meetings and dropping the head, kick me out of here. Fuck. You can't kick out this AA meeting. This isn't an AA meeting, it's a PTA meeting. That ain't good. Since I thought it was good. All right. Hey, all right, that's my time. Thank you. Oh, yeah.
One of my favorite lines in all of comedy that didn't go as well as I thought.
Yeah. Real, you know?
Even that was new. This is true. Now you've been sober for 21 months.
Yeah, well, it's like July 12th or something. I just had to figure a number out, and I can't count that well sometimes under pressure. So it's like 21, 22, some shit like that. It's been a. I was trying to fuck with your team.
It's a big day of celebration. You tend to be happy.
But, you know, I mean, every day I wake up and be happy that you're alive, man. You know, like, I got a good fucking life. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you do.
Feel me? Like, I'm doing real well. But, like,
You used to be a real troublemaker. Does that side of you ever creep up? Do you ever think of the urge to like want to fake change?
well, not. See, the way, what I do now is, a lot of people don't know about this, but sometimes at night, me and Joe Rogan go dress up like that and beat the shit out of homeless people. So,
Wow.
He's
He's a black man.
You're Robin, but it's spelled R-O-B-I-N apostrophe.
Yeah, you know how to spell it, motherfucker. That's it. That's fucking good. Yeah.
You're the Riddler with a hard R.
It's got to be a hard R, you know? It ain't right without a hard R.
Absolutely.
That's like a hard dick. Ain't that right, Tony?
Whoa. I love both. We love both. What else is going on, David Jolly?
Shit, man, I was in Portland this weekend. That was pretty fucking cool.
Portland.
Portland. Y'all understand what I'm saying?
That's a grocery store in this neighborhood.
Yeah, no, man. Portland, Oregon. That place is pretty cool, you know?
What's cool about it?
Shit, I was fucking walking down the road and shit. Just police walk by and they eat up.
Well, you were the first black man I had ever seen it.
Right. No, they say you can't first. That's what the show was, you know what I'm saying? I was number two, but it was cool. I seen the crackhead smoking like a crack pipe right in front of the house. It was crazy. But you know, everything's legal out there.
Was there a beer in front of you?
Hey, fuck you, Tony. Fuck you, motherfucker.
I went to Portland once, and it was the gayest homeless people I'd ever seen. I don't want to.
It wasn't a whole lot of homeless people, though. It wasn't that many where I was at. Like, right there by the club.
Fentanyl might have.
Yeah, Portland's an absolute crazy fucking.
It wasn't that bad, bro. I ain't really know this shit. I ain't really like drive around.
Fun fact about Portland. Still, to this day, mandatory vaccinated for COVID is what really is this theater. So you can sit around a bunch of people and get sick 5 times a year.
I did that. The other thing, they have like the sign language. And I did a set in Portland for the sign language lady doing my set. And halfway through the set, she just crossed her arms and refused to communicate what I was saying to the deputies.
Very liberal there.
It's very liberal. I feel like the police in Portland lock their doors when they see black people.
Hey, the show, she was there on Saturday. As soon as I got on the stage, I was like, nigga. She was just doing it. She was doing all kind of shit, but I had, wow. She just stopped at a point.
She was calling the police and sign
Yeah,
language.
she was just basically that was going on.
David, well, way to get the show started. You did it. That's 50 seconds. David Jolly. And it has begun. There you go. All right, let me just say, you don't need to shake everybody's hand as they go on this. It's good that you did it with David. You know David.
Opportunity to do that. Black handshake.
Let's see. And now I'm...
You just smile. Are you ready to pick up? Here we go. Shema Israel, Adonai Eloheinu, Adonai Echad. Yeah. And also, we have another prayer that we're going to say. This is known as the counting to heaven. So what we do is we count all the days between Passover and Shavuos, which is an upcoming holiday. So here we go. Rabbi and I will show down for our one. Asher Kishan of the Public God and Asher Kahal. Also to you, Hashem our God, King of the universe, who has sanctified us with his commandments and commanded us concerning the time of the calendar. Today is 30 days, which is 4 weeks and 2 days in all. So my friends, if you're looking for a hot number, 30 is the one.
You said 30 is the number.
Yes, sir.
You hear that, Ned?
Hey, your name is Nat? Net. All right, Net, do you follow basketball? What do you think of this, the Mavericks getting the number one pick overall? Yeah, how big is this bad boy though? No, not that. They had a 1.8% chance of getting the number one pick. They, a few months ago, sent Nico they sent Luca to LA, and then all of a sudden, miraculously, they get 1.8% chance of getting the number one pick overall, and they get it. It's fishy. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it seems like October just is basically like, look, I want these big names in LA, and in exchange for trading your best player, you get basically a broken down Anthony Davis and a number one pick. I mean, it's just the NBA draft has been good since at least 1985 with Patrick Ewing. And,
Hey, Mr. Rabbi,
yes, sir.
I'm sorry to cut you off, but you have to give me that slip that you gave me about your sponsor, Shiba Inu, Watashi, whoever, and we'll keep them. It's really that's what backstory you gave me.
Absolutely. I'm Rabbi ROTHSCHILD. I stream like 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for One Piece. I've been streaming since the pandemic, more than 3.5 years, 24/7. This is like a real life Truman Show or a real life Big Brother. I have more content online than any person in global history. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. Data is Earth's number one resource, more valuable than food, water, gold, air, petroleum. The Timeless magazine stated in 2018 that data, specifically human data, had overtaken petroleum as Earth's number one resource. And I have more human data archived on the internet than any person in global history. I make me a very influential person. So if that happens, I'm going to make you a very rich person along with my director. What does that mean? I talk about things that are going to change the world, and when they do, I'm going to give you all the money that you need to be able to help your friends and your family create generational wealth and start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. What do I talk about? Ending world war, first of all. I want peace everywhere, but ending world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, world seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by cryptocurrency. It's known as Harry Potter about Sonic 10 Eden. It's worth about $100 million. With this project, we built wells in Nigeria to help end world thirst, which I want to continue doing projects like that. I'm a major advocate for the lifeguard program, but most importantly, I'm an advocate for desalination technology, where we cover seawater underground and make it drinkable. We'll talk about other things that are going to be interesting in the world. I think anti-gravity, antimatter festival, like travel festival, quantum computing, cryptocurrency, alien disclosure, de-extinction. People don't know this, but the first successful de-extinction took place in the year 2003 with the Palladian ibex, which was a goat located in Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas was founded by this Boston scientific. They've made it their goal by 2028, or in the next 3 years, to reintroduce the woolly mammoth in the Arctic Circle using African elephant surrogates. They just recently reintroduced the dire wolves. Following the reintroduction of the woolly mammoth, they want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger, followed by the dodo. I think this is just mind-blowing information, and I want the world to know about it. How is this going to help you in addition to perhaps making you extremely rich? I want to help you to live longer. So how do I want to do that? This is all with your consent, but I want to give you the money to be able to take advantage of life extension technology. Things like oxygen therapy, human growth hormone, stem cells, cryogenics, nootropics, things like cold shock therapy and corrosion therapy, so that you can extend your life longer than the average life expectancy of when you were born, which is probably about age 80. I want to get you to age 100, 120. But at 120, you may say, Rabbi, it's been a really great run, but my body's starting to break down. What's the next plan? Well, the next plan is, again, with your consent. It's very important. If you just want to die at age 80 or whatever, naturally you can. But if you want, there's another type of technology that I want you to be able to utilize, and that type of technology is known as mind control technology, where we scan your brain like a CAT scan or an MRI into a computer, where every atom is in your central nervous system or your peripheral nervous system, for later download to an android and avatar cyborg is never going to be a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you be. But essentially, what I'm saying to you now, for the same Rachel, and I'm saying to a new fairy tale droid here is, I feel like you may have an opportunity with digital immortality. What are your thoughts on that? Excellent. Excellent. Hey, what's going on, Android? Android, you gotta be 18 to be in here, my friend. Yeah. Yeah. Android. Okay, how old? How old are you, Android? Yeah. Okay, Android, how'd you find out about me? You found out about me? Oh, yeah. You found out about me from that Pinterest board? Wow, that's amazing. Okay, very cool. Well, we're just chilling. I've just met, I've known Retro, but I just met his friend, Nets, and they're going to do some gambling, so feel free to observe what they're doing. We also have Kill Tony, premiere episode tonight, so feel free to chill, okay? Excellent. All right. All right, with that, Retro, did I cover everything that I covered with you in my spiel?
Yes, I think it's time to start the game study.
I think you're right. Let's do it.
Readiness for this beautiful game session. Alright, you gotta start off with the pencil. You see my screen? You see my screen? That's
Yes,
you see my screen.
I can see your screen.
Alright. It's gonna be very important to listen to this person.
Doug, how the fuck don't you have an ad blocker? Dude, you're wasting your time. You're wasting everybody else's time. Download uBlock Origin, or just use the Brave browser. That's just hilarious. This is Chapel Roan. Oh yeah.
We're reviewing that species here.
So you're a huge Chapel Roan fan? Are you a huge Chapel Roan fan? Yeah, dog. Why'd you pick that song? Yeah, but I mean, are we going to a strip club? I don't understand the connection.
All right.
Like of any song you were gonna pick, that was the absolute last song that I thought, which keeps me on my toes. I'm cool with that. Chapel Roan song we've ever heard. Roulette and put it on 30. For real retro, you need to get U-Bot Origin. Or just use Brave. It's 30. Is this a live chick? Is she the hottest chick they have going right now on the left? Oh, okay. Well, I'll answer it for you.
Ethics is crazy.
Dude, take 30.
Six again, twice in a row. That was just really impressive.
All right, we got a new chair. All right. Dude, they can get so much happy chips. I'm gonna start my own gambling site, and it's only gonna have tens.
That's what I've been saying. This ain't that for long. Your money is crazy to get it.
I don't understand why they don't have them in bikinis.
Yeah, me too. That's what I'm saying. Should I double it?
Fuck yeah. All right.
For a dollar.
Wow.
Because it's all right. Seven's great.
Zero.
Reading what?
Is she actually throwing the ball? How is it timed?
Like she's like spinning. That's awesome.
Zero. 33. If 69 is not available, give me 33.
It's been 60.
Nice.
That's a W right there.
All right, this one's for Chapel Road, baby. I like that salad. Come on, 0.
47.
This table only has single zeros, right? No double zeros.
Yeah, no doubles.
No, that's better. That's better odds for us.
Okay. Double.
0.
Let's go. Right back.
Are you live on? Are you live on Taik right now?
No, you try.
All right. Why 16? You're looking at it.
It's number base 16. Let's put them out. So what's the 33? That's a thousand. So it's 36.
So 30. Well, 16. There.
Whoa! So you just paid $1,000 on that? $16 again? Wait, did it just do? It did 16 again?
Rabbi blessed us. Did. So I'm in the X.
Dude, you just said 8. You just said 8.
That's it. Man, that's nice. Oh, look at this. Videos can be good. It needs some use. We can't be running on this. I ain't gonna work in this. Very green. This yes, this week. That's what you got. I will be just keep this open. Ready to buy it. It's okay. It's okay. It's got to start taking more things. Should be ready to hold it.
Dude, you made $1,000. Pull out, baby.
For the most part, 16 is crazy, but you got it.
Again. 16 is your number.
Oh, 32.
32, baby.
32. 31 is crazy. Wow. I'm right there, too.
Big dog, pull out while you're ahead. Pull out while you're ahead. Pull out while you're ahead. All right, do one more, but go ahead and go ahead when you're ready.
Oh, shit. Let's go for the
Come on, 33.
11, 30.
It's 11. You won, man. How much did you win overall? Excellent job, Retro. Shout out to you, man. Good job. Absolutely nuts. Great job guiding him. Excellent work. Absolutely. Take care of your family. Thanks for doing it with you.
Hey, Rabbi, this is going to be our daily meeting. We need a DJ DC and start teaching.
Absolutely.
Make the house and then bring in a couple other people. We're going to just ship on the line.
Whenever you want, my friend. Thank you so much for doing it in here. Retro, great job being a winner. Next, great job advising him. Enjoy your nights, gentlemen.
Peace, man. Take care, everybody.
Well, that was fun.
Now I want to see it. Let's do it. Wow. Oh, shit. Wow. All right, David. There you go.
Appreciate it.
There he goes, everybody. Give it to him. All right. Oh, my God. You know what that sound means? The lovely Heidi in this archive. Wow. Absolutely incredible. Old car horn indeed. All right, your first bucket pull, people. This is where it goes down. This is where stars are born and idiots are found. Anything can happen. This is Kill Tony. Your first bucket pull of the night is Joseph Paul Alampi, everybody. Joseph Paul Alampi. Here we go.
I would exterminate those bugs like I was in the party in the 1940s. For room and board, of course. That's a callback. Let's give it a round of applause for Mary. Everybody, Mary, Mary. Oh, hi.
Wow. All right. Hey, David, there you go.
Appreciate it.
There you go. There he goes, everybody. Give it to him. All right. Oh, my God. You know what that sound means? The lovely Heidi has arrived. Wow. Absolutely incredible. Old car horn indeed. All right, your first bucket pull, people. This is where it goes down. This is where stars are born and idiots are found. Anything can happen. This is Kill Tony. Your first bucket pull of the night is Joseph Paul Alampi, everybody. Joseph Paul Alampi. Here we go.
I was in the party in the 1940s. For room and board, of course. That's a callback. Let's give it a round of applause for Mary. Everybody, Mary! Oh, hi there. Oh my God. This is a different sort of ship. Oh, this guy. I'm Mary. Sometimes the aliens talk to me in my sleep or when I'm awake, etc., etc. And I'm all out of fucking tinfoil and like, where's the X? I don't know, the X in my head. Did I take any X? Stop taking X, because I think it's like in the psychic sphere or something. My grandson was also electrocuted. I was electrocuted. I'll break the fifth wall. I love you, Tony.
Wow, shockingly, unbelievably, incredibly, unbelievably, shockingly bad. I mean, just wow, nothing. Kim Condon.
Dude, when he came out, I swear to God, I thought it was Roseanne and she finally got dementia. He looks like the dude from that movie Split.
It's Adam Gay.
Okay, Red Band. You put that fucking mic down permanently. Lock it up. Lock it up. Okay.
You know, in Back to the Future, where Michael J. Fox plays the parents' generation, your kids are going to love that. You're not ready for it yet. But that's 20 years' time. I'm doing the most charitable read I can, friend.
I am so intrigued by how bad that was, Joseph Paul Andy. How long have you over here, Joseph? Look right at me. How long have you been doing stand-up comedy? Did you prepare anything like that was very improvised? What do you have written down on your hand? I love talking to you now, this like real guy that's like, fuck, I fucked up. Some dude in a wig that just like fucking bombed, man. I love it.
It must be crazy to bomb in a movie.
I'm a cuckoo in a movie.
Okay, so you still definitely have nothing prepared. Like, I feel like that dress in a wig, any other dude in this room, they'd be like so much funnier than you would.
They did. Tony. You know, it's like abstract art. A 4-year-old could do that, but they didn't. He's out here taking chances.
That is true.
So that's very. It was not a good one.
Very positive. Very positive analysis of what just happened.
Yeah, but this is like one of those chances where you fuck up the with no condom and get disease, you know?
Okay. All right. So let's just Joseph, stick with me over here. Over here, Joseph. You ready? So you've been doing it a year. Give me a joke that you prepared, like something that you would do, like where you're like, oh, I'll have to say this, and this. Or is something that you had in your head, on your hand, written, anything? What do you got there? Because you didn't do any of that on your hand, did you? God, there's so much shit. You're writing all over your hand. You did nothing. It's like, wow, look, man. No. Let Joseph fucking say, what do you think the best joke?
Well, I just have stories or whatever, like cat piss girl.
What does that mean?
So cat piss girl, I didn't have sex right now. So I didn't have sex for like 2 years. And I moved to Tampa. And so I was, I was talking to this girl outside for like a half hour.
Joseph, keep going.
Okay, so
you're so desperate for a laugh that like somebody sneezing in the crowd throws you off. Like, oh, you're like pausing for shit. There's nothing happening here. You have to hit something for it to be funny.
So we went up to her room to fuck. She starts blowing me, except the smell of ammonia made my dick go soft. And that was it.
That was your joke.
Pile of
That's
shit.
your fucking 1 year in the game. That's your number one go-to. No real fucking.
That's fucking hard.
Oh, oh my god. How old are you?
50.
What? Is that not a win? That was a win. Oh my god.
It's scary music.
Oh my god. Wow. For all of you 7-year-olds listening. It's a
He looks like Bruce Willis now.
wow.
You're not really 50. You're not really 50.
I'm sorry.
You're really 50? Yeah.
Drink lots of water. Listen to your grandmother. Eat your vegetables.
You've got huge full lips.
Another one. Yeah, I was made fun of for having huge lips as a kid.
Okay, what's that?
Big.
You heard it.
Is that
No,
is that it? You just had setups for your jokes. Do you know that? You haven't finished.
You used to call me blowjob boy.
Okay. So whoever called you blowjob boy should be the one signing up for the show. You see that? Because they're kind of funny. You're just repeating something that somebody called you once. Okay, what do you do for work, 50?
I got laid off.
Okay, what did you used to do?
I was a security guard. I was a personal trainer, a Tai Chi instructor. I think Red Band would benefit from it.
How? Personal trainer?
Yeah,
Is that your client?
No,
love it. I would love to train Red Band.
Jesus. Damn, God. Do you have any crazy life
I was
stories?
electrocuted.
I believe that. I definitely believe that. There you go.
He,
RoboCop.
he does look like
Can
Howard
we get a couple
in
more
Almost
references?
Howard.
What do you got? There you go. All right. There we go. Got a lot of energy tonight. Is there any redeeming quality about you whatsoever? You did nothing funny. I like that it's kind of charactery, but you did nothing. You got electrocuted once. People made fun of you. What else? Oh, you don't want to hear about it. It's interesting. I guess it was a fucking accident.
So I used to play outside of a deli, and then they didn't ground the ice box, the ice machine. So I put my hand on the one pole and the other pole.
That's it.
And it did again.
That's the story of you getting electrocuted.
This is the hardest. Fucking fuck me.
No, it's
Fuck my ass, Tony.
No. Stick with
Fuck me in the ass.
Stick with me, Joe.
That's better. That's better. That's a character.
What about your big fucking blowjob lips? Did they ever make fun of your big? You have
You said it there at the end. Like beautiful lips. That's it.
no, I said emerald eyes. I'm it's very original.
Shut the fuck up. Joseph Paul Elaine. There's something in there, man. I see it, right? You can kind of see it when he gets mad.
There might be a comedian inside of you.
Read another joke off your fucking hand.
Well, I went to the mall.
You've been doing this a year. Hurry the fuck up.
Also, keep that very tight.
If a tree falls in the woods, does it make a sound when it's there? If I say the N-word in the woods, do ninjas start to fall out of the sky? Because
Nothing makes any sense with you. I gotta get you out of here, Joseph. Jesus Christ. You know what? I don't think you get a little joke done. Joseph Paul Olympia. Maybe next time. Sign up again, Joseph. James, seriously, do not fucking fist bump everybody that comes out here. It's so annoying. Stop, okay? It's fucking retarded. What are you, making friends? Are you networking here tonight?
It's a lonely city.
It's not. Another 3-word name coming at you. Ladies and gentlemen, another fucking poll. Clearly, fucking anything can happen. Clearly, this show is not produced at all. Hi there.
This podcast is sponsored by Talkspace. May is Mental Health Awareness Month, and Talkspace, the leading provider of online therapy, helps you face whatever is holding you back with a caring licensed therapist. With Talkspace, you're not alone. 1 in 5 adults in the U.S. experience a mental health condition each year, but less than half of people who need treatment receive it. It's the Talkspace mission to help close that gap by making high-quality therapy and psychiatry more convenient, fast, and affordable. It's easy to get started. You can easily sign up online and get paired with a licensed provider, typically within 48 hours. Talkspace makes getting help convenient. You can take your appointments from the comfort and privacy of your own home and exchange text, voice, or video messages with your therapist, too. Talkspace makes it easy, accessible, and affordable to face your challenges, whether it's a mental health condition, relationship conflicts, past trauma, or everyday stress. And find your path to move forward with resilience and peace. Plus, most insured members have a $0 copay. Now let my man Ray-Ban tell you more about why we love Talkspace.
I love Talkspace. I think therapy is amazing and can lead to some real moments of transformation. Talking out my feelings to a licensed therapist has helped me tremendous.
Yes, it has. Take care of yourself this month and every month with Talkspace. Talkspace is in network with most major insurance plans, but if you pay out of pocket as a listener of this podcast, you'll get $80 off your first month with Talkspace. When you go to Talkspace.com/Tony and enter promo code SPACE80, that's SPACE80, to match with a licensed therapist today. Go to Talkspace.com/Tony and enter promo code SPACE80. This podcast is sponsored by Shopify. You know the origins of this podcast were once just a dream. That dream turned into the podcast and business you are listening to today. Starting your own business is a dream a lot of us share, but too many of us let it remain just a dream. Don't hold yourself back thinking, what if I don't have the skills? What if I can't do it alone? Turn those what ifs into why nots with Shopify by your side. Shopify is the commerce platform behind millions of businesses around the world and 10% of all e-commerce in the U.S. From household names like Mattel and Gymshark to brands just getting started. What if I can't design a website? Shopify's got you from the get-go with beautiful, ready-to-go templates to match your brand style. What if I need a hand? Get help every day with tasks like enhancing product images, writing product descriptions, or generating discount codes with Shopify's AI tools created for commerce. Rabbi.
What if people who haven't heard about my brand? Shopify helps you find your customers with easy-to-run email and social media campaigns. And what if I get stuck? Shopify is always around to share advice with award-winning 24/7 customer support.
Turn those dreams into and give them the best shot at success with Shopify. Sign up for your $1 per month trial and start selling today at Shopify.com/Kiltony. Go to Shopify.com/Kiltony. Shopify.com/Kiltony. Make some noise for Isaac Kane Brown. Isaac Kane Brown.
I've been dating a girl recently with a pretty big red flag. I think it's Chinese or something. I'm not too sure. I've been thinking I should be in the UFC. The way I've been fighting these gay thoughts, I think it's going to come down to a decision. I think the black guy's going to win. I don't know. And have you guys ever noticed that veterans and trans people are a lot alike? Like, you don't have to ask them, they'll tell you about it. They have a hard time finding employment. And sometimes they kill themselves. Which is honestly just a burden off our shoulders.
Wow. Isaac Kane Brown. Completely saging the room of Joseph Paul Alampi. 2 comedians, 6 names in total. Isaac Kane Brown, totally different guy. No names, no drugs, jokes. It's incredible the jokes he on the show.
Yes, sir.
How long have you been doing stand-up, Isaac Kane Brown?
A little over 2 years.
2 years. Where at?
Started in North.
Okay. What do you do for work?
I sell Yu-Gi-Oh cards.
James McCann has entered the chat. That's some kind of like what?
It's training card game for Japan. You have to be in that store.
No, I kind of like buy them and then sell them on eBay. But
You're a shop.
yeah. I overcharge the shit out of it. It works out great.
Wow. There's a demand for that for Japanese players. Maybe for fun.
Honestly, I get really high and walk through the park and get scared.
It's sure walking and being real makes sense.
Yeah, it's scary.
Well, it's scary. What scares you? Just the idea of being seen.
Oh no, just like basic human interaction. Terrifies the shit out of me.
People say hi to you when you're at the park.
Yeah, I just walk fast.
Hell yeah. How old are you?
28.
It's not Japanese. Being scared. I love it. What's your love life like?
I am average. It's everything.
Yeah. How long have you been in this relationship?
4 months.
4 months. What does she do?
She's gone. The eye contact's freaking me the fuck out. I can't. Oh, shit. Oh,
Knowledge of Emerald Eyes, as Joseph called the land. He called them whatever the fuck that means.
they're so blue.
They are so blue.
Oh,
Shockingly, strikingly blue.
no.
Dude, he is shaking like he just shot